Good afternoon, Orlando! And welcome to day 2 of the GCX event. A lot of amazing things. Look, I don't know if y'all been having a great time, but I'm having a great time. Y'all having a great time? All right, so I'm gonna need y'all help to get this thing started, okay? All of y'all, we gotta clap again. All right, I'm gonna do the 1, 2, 3, and then we gonna keep on going. All right, you're gonna do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Welcome to Destiny 2. You got the war hunter that's coming through. A solo player picking a class to go pursue. I even learned a couple plays from streamers you never knew. I started with some guns that were really low to new exotics and some purples with some godly rolls. Seen the Hive, seen the Vex, seen Cabal. Even the witness making calls just to see you fall. Nevertheless, you can travel far. Get with your friends, hyperspace, right up into Mars. One stage, I'm trying to craft a whole glaive in this enclave and take shots and use the melee in my own way. Craft come with style and 1,000 choices like I made a last wish with 1,000 voices. Sabbathing the rest while we're squeezing ghosts. Even the darkness want to scorn if you didn't know this. Gunshots is a fire play. I'm trying to gamble every shot with the ace of spades. Tell your friends come and travel to the social space so we can laugh and grab bounties for a lovely ray. Now that's a fire play. Choose paths, make waves. I believe you can show us what it takes. One shot, one play. One guardian can help you save the day. I remember all the days that I started as a memer, and D2 showed me how to pop it as a streamer. I'm flying through the galaxy with coffee and some creamers. Travel ain't the only one out here who really needs ya. Zavala Akora. I guess they're seeing me, opening some doors to me seeing more. This is our story. Let's tell you more. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it up here. We in the building. Now, before I switch it over to the amazing Ricari and Sam, I need y'all to get hype one time on the count of 3 for day 2. 3, 2, 1. Take it away, Sam and Ricari.
I'm
come on
pretty
with
sure
it.
that was the biggest and best throw I've ever had.
That is the best throw. That's
That
it.
is the best throw I've ever had. Well, welcome, as Amaze said, to day 2 of GCX. We are so excited to keep continuing. What'd you do yesterday?
What did I do? To be honest, I just wandered around.
Okay.
Like, I wanted to check out everything that we had going on. I got a chance to talk with people. You know, my favorite way to attack events like this is to have no plan and just let the fun guide me.
That's the perfect way to go about it. Have you checked out the Tabletop Tavern?
I took over there for a bit. Let's see, what did I actually do? Because
Okay.
I had my kid with me. Let me just throw out that my kid yesterday did the escape room without me.
Without
So we
him.
had to go pick up some other things. So I got to take him through a bunch of retro like games that I grew up with.
Oh, did you
that he
check out
was
the
far too young
arcade?
for. Yeah, so
Oh,
we checked out the
fun.
arcade bits. We went through the original Smash. We were playing Killer Instinct. It was a heavy fighting game day. They had Halo CE, like the OG 2001 Halo.
Did he
over
enjoy
there.
it?
No, because he did not get a single kill. That's okay. You got to show your kids who's boss, right? He's not ready to beat me yet. We're not at that point.
Are we going against him?
Oh, what?
I love
Yes.
that.
Yeah, no. Co-op, we'll save that for later. We'll do that with Infinite. What about you? What did you check out?
So I was actually busy with both the D&D things. Every time that I left this table, I was running to that room to watch D20 Deathmatch. It was one of the most high energy, hilarious, one-on-one D&D matches I've ever seen. So if you missed out, don't worry, there's a VOD on twitch.tv/GCXEvent. Or no, Rare Drop actually. Twitch.tv/Rare Drop. Go watch it, it's really good. But that's mostly what I did, and I haven't been able to really check out the show floor, but my husband and my mother-in-law are here, so we're gonna go wander here later and finally get to check out a lot of the booths.
So what do you want to see? Is there anything that you've earmarked?
Well, I mean, if I can get in the escape room, I want to get in that escape room.
Right, you have to do, so I found out why he was able to go.
Okay.
They wandered back that way, and there was a group that was about to go in that wasn't full. So they said, hey, we need 2 more. Do you guys
Lucky.
want to go right now? And they took the opportunity. They made the right call.
That's smart.
I'm jealous. That's all that is.
Yeah, because the wait list is full.
Yeah, we're done for the day.
Yeah.
If you haven't signed up yet, well, I would encourage you, if you're in here and you're trying to get into that, just go hang out by there.
Just go wait. Wait until they need a full
What do y'all
group.
got going on?
Nothing?
Nothing.
And that'll work.
Oh, this is what I did do yesterday. I went and picked up a lovely bit of merch. I swear it's not a plug, but
That's from Robbie's.
Yes.
Yeah, Robbie's table, because I actually picked it up too because you were wearing it, and it's really good. So make sure you go around and check out the event. We've got lots of merch items as well as different things that people in the Artist Alley have created. So go see what our creatives are up to and support them, support the small businesses. But aside from that, what do we have going on right after this?
Ton of stuff and a few different things. Look, I got them listed here. I came prepared today. You know which one I'm actually most excited for, and it's going to be the easiest for me to watch? I get to turn just like this and watch it. Content creation as a career. I feel like that's something that's very near and dear to a lot of people in this room's hearts.
Yes.
Or it should be. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be. It's near and dear to mine.
Same.
I'm still trying to figure that out. But in addition to that, there's the comic shows, Star Wars and Scotch, parenting and gaming. I mean, a ton more as well. I do need to catch that parenting and gaming one too.
Because as parents in gaming, I think that'd be important to see. We actually also just had the LGBTQI community panel, and it was amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm not sure if it was recorded at all, so if you missed out, you really missed out. But alas, make sure you keep an eye out for other panels so you don't miss out.
If you missed out, you really missed out.
I'm here to make sure you feel the FOMO.
Like that is a burn right there. That is a burn.
It was really good. Our panelists were amazing. A lot of people learned a lot. Good questions were answered, and it was so good.
Wait, so how was your bit in D20? Like, how did that all go? I saw the photo.
Oh no, mine was Meteorian Core. It was so good.
Okay.
Yeah, doing our first live event at the table was unreal. Like having the energy of the crowd actually laugh at your jokes. Thank you for those of you who laughed at my jokes. Or get shocked with you and nervous with you, because it's an absolute roller coaster. If you've never seen Captain Robert DM, it was a lot. We only lost one of our characters.
I'm going to assume that's phenomenal, right? To make it through an entire campaign like that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're continuing.
Oh, you guys are still going
Yeah,
today?
yeah. This was just we started GCX last year, and we've been doing it every Thursday since, and we're continuing. Maybe we'll have another live event with it next year.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to stay tuned for that one.
Yes.
Well, we've sat up here and blabbered for long enough. I think we've got Mitsu and Liz that are wandering around,
Somewhere.
actually checking out what's on the show floor. So let's see what they're up to, and we'll catch y'all in a bit.
Let's do it.
Day 2 GCX. What's up, everybody? I'm here, Mitsu, with Liz.
55. Hi, how's it going?
That's right, and we are here reporting live from the GCX Tabletop Tavern. Wow, that is hard to say. I believe this is the first year we're doing tabletop here at the event in an organized fashion.
And everything's free, so if you're going to come and play any tabletop games, make sure that you go sign up.
Yeah.
Everything's free. Let's go take a look. We're going to go take a look inside and see what they have to offer.
Absolutely, including the free drafts that are happening right now. So if you're a big fan of card games, please do so. Get in there. Please show the people what they get to see when they're inside the tabletop lounge. We have board games free for you to take. All you have to do, just grab it and do the things.
We have some, so we have tabletop games. They have, just like regular tabletop games, we have Vampire the Masquerade, which is going to be really dope. They have Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
We even have D&D back here. I'm going to go grab a couple of guys real quick, and we're going to go talk to them for just a second. I'm gonna be right
please
back.
do.
And I'm going to get some figurines.
Please do. I want to see everything. So Liz is going to show off all the cool things that are going on inside right now. You see she's walking right past where they have tons of cards, including Pokemon cards, which my wife, who I very much hope is watching right now, gets to see. They have even a base set unlimited pack of Pokemon cards. For those of you who are big fans of that, you're losing your mind. And also for all you Magic fans, literally an entire table dedicated to Magic the Gathering, which we might have something to show off with that in a few seconds. Liz,
Here we go.
who you got with us?
All right, we're bringing out one of our Dungeon Masters, Juan.
Nice.
And our friend Chris, who is here representing...
Cool. Gentlemen,
everybody.
over this way, please.
My name's Chris.
Absolutely.
So I guess we're headed this way.
There you go. Right over here. Here, Chris, feel free. Live television, everybody.
How's it going, everybody? Good to see you.
Hello. Sorry, I didn't know I was in
Hello.
How's it going?
It's good to see all of you. So, Juan, just tell us a little bit about what you're doing real quick in the back.
Oh, absolutely. So back here in the Tabletop Tavern, we got D&D. I'll be back there. I'll be running a level 20 final boss fight. It's going to be great. Terrain's going to be there. I hand make terrain with essentially foam, and then I also like do the custom minis, things like that, 3D print, all that jazz. But we're gonna have a good time, and it's gonna have some epic moments.
So when are you gonna be doing your next one shot?
3 p.m. 3 p.m. is going to do it, and we had some chats last night with some people, and I'm looking forward to have some special guests,
Are
hopefully.
you fully signed up? Is everybody, are all the slots
I
full?
have 1 or 2 more spots.
All right, so you heard it. If you want to get signed up for a one-shot, please come back. There's going to be another one at 3 p.m. That's only in a couple of hours.
Indeed, do hurry. And we are also trying to throw together a werewolf game for those of you who are big werewolf fans at GCX. Oh boy, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But who do you have with us, Chris?
I have my friend
Liz.
Chris.
Hello everyone.
And I hear that you have a couple of packs, maybe, that we're going to auction off?
Yeah, so we're playing Magic all day. Drafts are free. We've got an event at 2 o'clock that's a build and battle with the new Commander Legends set that are out. And then we also want to do something fun for St. Jude's. So we have a revised booster pack. We're going to do a silent auction.
This
we're
is
actually
real.
going to open it right now.
Right
We're going to
heckin'
open
now.
it. So I hope you guys are paying attention. We're opening a Magic pack that just came out in 1994. I just want people to know this. We're doing this for GCX right now.
That's right.
So here we go.
if you're
Literally
watching in the
opening it
audience, now you
live.
know that
This
they're here.
This is going to be...
You can watch my facial response. We're basically going to be playing a game of is Chris full or not?
You were saying one about top card?
So
Let's
the
find
top
out.
card in this deck includes a blue mana, and it goes up to about $800.
Holy Jesus Palomino. Whoa.
Okay, you ready?
All right. Oh, it's a secret, so we're not...
Oh,
are we
okay,
showing
that's
these
good.
off?
I have to be honest. The
Sorry.
card in here is worth something of value.
Yes.
It truly is. So,
it's so
would you
good.
true?
Yes, it is
Yes,
true.
it is
Absolutely.
definitely true. So,
All right.
I'm
so-
gonna put this.
Show them one card.
I don't. I can't show him that one, can I? What should I show him?
Why not? The Wheel of Fortune.
No, hey.
That's what you showed them. Yes, that's the good one.
Wait, so I'm supposed to show him this one?
Okay, show them one card.
That one right there?
All right, so this is going to be a silent auction. If you're interested in donating to St. Jude, this would be a great way to donate. And
Absolutely.
if you'd like to come by the booth, we're going to be at the GCX Tabletop Tavern, and please come by and do the silent auction. Give some money to St. Jude. This is going to be a full pack that came from 1994.
Yes, this
and
is
it
real.
is fresh, just cracked, like brand new. So please check it out.
And this is not the only pack he has either. There are several. I would say maybe about 7 or 8 more. So if you want one, get
So
here
please
and
come
get
check it
one
out.
now.
Yeah,
So
it's going to be great. Oh my
Where's-
gosh! Ah,
where's
look at
the
this.
Pokemon pack? Do you happen to have that?
No. What do we do with the Pokemon?
Do you have the
Is there a Pokemon
pack?
pack? Oh, I see it. Back pocket.
Back pocket.
Literally your back pocket.
Pokemon pack.
Man.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to hold this. Hi, Brofish, look what I found. Because I know she's going to be losing her mind about this too. Oh man, I'm literally shaking from holding this right here. This is a base set unlimited pack of Pokemon cards. This is the original. Like we're going way
Pokemon.
back. There could be a Charizard here.
And there are
You don't
so many
know.
other packs that they have for sale in there, by the way. And so please come check it out. Go see what you can get. There's
Yes.
there's OG Pokemon. They have Magic cards. They have D&D stuff. They've got everything you can think of in there for tabletop stuff. So please go check it out.
It's real. Yeah.
And
here,
make sure
I'm
you
going
check
to hand
out
this
the
back, by
silent
the way,
auction.
too. Yes, please. Yes.
Make sure you check out the silent auction. It's going to be all the proceeds are going to be going to St. Jude for this.
Yes.
So we showed one card in here, but the rest are secrets. So, but we have it on good authority that they are great cards. So please come check it out.
And I'm going to trust that authority because Pokemon strong suit, Magic weak spot. So if you guys say it's good, it's good. Yes.
It's a pretty good one. Pretty good one.
Cool.
Hey, I'm glad it's for charity. That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying.
me too.
It
Me
could
too.
be garbage, and I could have been like,
Exactly. I mean,
But it was great. He said it was great. I'm good authority.
Yes,
it was
it was.
great. So anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and we're gonna send it off to a commercial. We'll see you
yeah,
guys in a
thank you so
minute.
much. We still got so much more to come. GCX Day 2 live.
From when this place was founded in 1962, it was about 4% success rate for leukemia, and it's up to about 94% now. You know, this statistic isn't 100% yet, and that's the goal. So until that statistic is 100%, there's no stopping this place. Without this place called St. Jude, none of this would have been possible.
At its heart, GCX is about community and the power we have when we come together to create lasting change and make the world a brighter place. On June 11th and 12th, we're ready to come back to the adventure at the Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and room blocks are available now. We can't wait to see you as we raise money for the Little Lights of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to show the entire world yet again that gaming does good.
I'm Kevin Murray, and I'm one of the executive producers for Gaming Community Expo. This year, we invite you out to Rosenshingle Creek in Orlando, Florida, to enjoy all of the amenities they have on site outside of the event itself. You can visit one of their 3 pools, head over to the spa and get a massage, maybe pump some iron in the gym, you name it, they got it. So come on down and hang out.
Hey, my name is Zach Shutt, and I'm the founder of Meta PCs. We started Meta PCs because we saw a gap in the industry where people were building the cheapest possible computer for the most amount of profit, and we knew that there was more to this business than that. A lot of things go into making a quality PC. Things like premium components, consistency, quality control and burn-in, stress testing, and thoroughly tested packaging. The PC building industry isn't regulated, but we choose to manufacture our systems in an environment that is the gold standard of quality control. That way you can be assured that when you buy a PC, you get exactly what you paid for, all right? It's not made in my basement, it's not made in my garage, it's made here. Every day, we're proud to work with creators who stand by Meta PCs and the quality of our product. We'd like to invite you to become a customer as well and experience the difference. To order your new Meta PC, go to metapcs.com today. We would love to earn your business.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
All right, we are back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 GCX, Sam and Ricari. Ready to throw to our first panel.
I'm so excited about it, by the way. If y'all don't know, we have the content creation panel coming up.
Not just content creation, as a career.
As a career. Which I think will have really good information.
That's scary.
Yes. How long have you been a content creator?
Professionally? Like 12 years, something like that? It's something wild.
Dang.
Well, okay, look, if I have to go back to the bit.
All right, let's go.
I've never thought of myself as a creator.
Okay.
I worked at Xbox for about a decade, like a long time, and that started at the end of 2011. So it's one of those, I've been doing the thing, but I've been doing it for somebody else, not necessarily for myself, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So I'm halfway there, but I want to study this panel and what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's going to be a good panel, too, because we're going to have Big Cheese KIT,
Yeah.
which we all love cheese. We're going to have Jessica, but actually, she's also the owner of Phoenix Down, so you're going to have that. We're going to have The Flawless, sorry. My name is Bive, Darkness429, and Steve Blick.
Also, I have to apologize to Janessa. I saw her in the elevator and didn't
Did I
realize
say
it was
Jessica
her.
the way that it was written?
Oh, ignore that.
I'm so sorry,
Ignore
Janessa.
that.
I was like,
But
that's not her name.
Pods of War on Twitter.
Pods.
She used to do stuff. I work at GameStop now, and she was one of our creators. And I saw her for half a sec, but I was walking with, my family and whatnot. And I had to do a double take, like, oh, I didn't say hello.
Oh,
So-
she came around yesterday during our Meteor Core D&D and gave us like all candy.
Yeah.
She was like, you all look like you could use a treat. She's so sweet.
Oh, she's so nice. So nice.
And honestly,
but it's going to be
that's
a
good.
wonderful panel. Like, I can't
It
wait to
is.
hear what they talk about. But let's talk
Yeah.
about you, because I think you've done the content creation bit as a career more in depth than I have.
Almost 8 years. But mine has been starting from Twitch and continuing on there.
So what would you tell, well, what was 8 years ago, 2014?
Mm-hmm.
What do you tell 2014 Tam that's just getting started? Like, what do you wish she would have known?
Everything. I wish I would have known about taxes. I wish I'd known about security. I wish I would have known about legal and making sure you set up your business with an LLC. Everything.
You know
But I
what's
learned
still
it over
tough for
time.
me?
All of that?
That too. I'm on the other side where I worked on the influencer marketing side of the business, right?
Okay.
Or community management side. So I have the professional experience, but I don't know how to shop myself, how to build a deck, how to create brand deals,
That's
what
the
brands I
hardest
want to
part.
target. Like, you would think because I've done this for so long, but on the other side, that I'd be totally comfortable and like, hey, I'm Ricari, this is what I do,
Yeah.
this is what I'm going to bring to you. No, I can't. I
Yeah.
can't. I can't.
It's so hard. And that is something that I hope that they're going to talk about because I want to learn more.
Right.
And you're never too old for learning. Like, we're all learning, especially in this industry that is still really young. And I'm excited to see what they kind of touch on. I think that'll be really nice.
Do you have a brand marketing deck? This just popped in my head.
I have a manager, so they do for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But that took a while to get there. I was me for the longest time, and I would just rely on getting, like, maybe an email here and there, which was so cool. And then I got overwhelmed, and I was like, I can't do this.
No, you can't do it all by
Yeah.
yourself.
What about, do you have one?
Do I have a what?
Like a
marketing
deck,
Yeah,
yeah.
I have a deck.
Did you build it
I have a
yourself?
deck. It's funny that Big Cheese is on this panel because he put out one and I was like, hey, that looks damn good. And I went and I, not necessarily pilfered, but I went through and I checked out what his slides were and he was
Yeah.
targeting, and I went through other things that I had created for our brands to sell to others. And so, yeah, I built one. Yeah, all that Microsoft PowerPoint came in handy, all those years working there.
That's the coolest thing about being a creator. We learn things from each other. You're just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh, where'd you get that? How did you do that? How can I do that and make it mine?
And don't be afraid to
Yeah.
do that. You should
Don't.
absolutely look at what somebody else is doing. Find a way to add your own spin, your flair,
Yeah.
improve upon it.
Especially if it's going to better your business. Like, I think that's important. And them being willing to share the information that they're going to share on this panel very soon is a treasure, an absolute treasure.
So, nobody on this panel asked you, but I'll ask you. What one tip would you give to people looking to make this transition?
Like,
yeah,
into
what's-
content creation?
Yeah.
Patience. Absolute patience. Nobody, it is very luck-based a lot of times. And so if you're coming in and thinking you're going to make big bucks within a week, you might. But you also might take a decade. And that happens. If you have a dream, don't give up on it. Just find ways to continue bettering it and learning more about this industry, because there's a lot to learn and there's a lot that we're still developing. So that is something that I think is important to keep your mind on when going through this. What about you? Did I steal your answer?
No, you did not.
Then
I
I want to
just-
hear it.
The tech doesn't matter. The
That is
tech
true.
does not matter.
Wait,
If you
what
come
did you start on?
Well, again, I was working for a $1 trillion
You
corporation.
started on professional stuff.
Yeah.
That's
I
lucky.
started with the great cameras, and if you guys don't know the Stees, I started doing the community bit. They figured out that I could talk in front of people. They threw me on stage at E3, so I had production crews, cameras, lighting, all the things, and I would always look like, I need that.
The most expensive one.
It wasn't even about the most expensive. It was just I'm the tech nerd. Like, I want to check out the newest cameras. I had no idea what cameras were before I started working at Microsoft, and then there was an affinity for photography, for cinematography. Like, I didn't know video editing was fun, but then I had to learn the storytelling. Anyway, at the time, my son was real young, and the greatest break I ever got is I was working on HoloLens, and somebody said, hey, here's a DSLR. Go home and shoot with it. And I was like, home? We're going to use this for work. And they're like, don't you have a newborn? You want some photos, right? So it became this thing where I was, it was wholesome. If I were 2 shades lighter, I'd be blushing. But it became this thing where I got to focus on the family. Don't worry, I'm going to slip those in every now and again.
I got enough blush on you for both of us.
But then it became hooked on that tech. So I was like, well, I got this DSLR. I have to get something like it. And that's what I would tell my younger self is, you could shoot on your iPhone and be okay. You could shoot on your Galaxy, whatever it may be.
I started on my Xbox Kinect. I took my college medical books. I stacked them up on my coffee table, put my Kinect on my college books as my camera. And whenever Xbox still had like the snap feature, I would snap my Twitch chat and Destiny. And the thing with the snap feature is you get no game audio. So I was hearing nothing, but I was able to read my chat, and like alerts weren't yet a thing. It just was so bare bones. And I was on my living room floor staring up to my TV that was up on the wall, and people would come and be like, what are you looking at? Just like nothing.
Was there a point where you felt like you made it? Like where you're like, this is the career, this is what I'm doing?
I feel like I have that moment kind of happen all the time because it is a lot of like peaks and valleys when it comes to your content creation and things that you accomplish, because it is an ever-changing thing. So I got a chair for the first time, like I was off my floor and I was like, this is it. And then I helped co-host for the NASA's 50th anniversary with Dr. Lupo, and I was like, this is it. Now I'm here, and I'm like, this is it.
Right, there's always
everything is just feeling better and better, and it's really cool.
Mine's the opposite. I still have that imposter syndrome bit where I'm like, there's no way. You want me to do what? You want me to talk? I mean, I just talk to my friends for free all the time, but okay, I'll come out here and talk, and I don't know how to get past that hump.
Yeah, I can't give you an answer because I'm in the same boat.
Same bit. Where you go, this is it. I'm going to go host another thing. Like, all I'm saying is I'm still very excited when I get to turn on the stream, publish a video, come out here and do this.
What do you stream?
You know, it depends on the day, it depends on the game.
Really?
I would definitely say I'm a variety person, but at the same time, I'm a shooter boy. Like, my friend's always playing Call of Duty. It just depends on what we want to roll with. If I were doing the streaming full time, I'd probably play a breadth of games. But then once I got the job at GameStop and I'm doing their community and social bits, I lost all my free time.
Yeah.
So now when I stream, it's very deliberate. It's just because my friends are online playing, so it's Call of Duty. I'm not ashamed to say that. I'm ashamed of my gameplay. But I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a one-trick pony.
Well, hopefully we get no shame out of this panel and what people have to say there.
No. And they're getting set up. They need about, one more minute and we'll be in there. I can't wait, though. I'm telling you, hey, the second the cameras turn off from us, they're going to do that wide pan shot, and you're going to see me throw the headset off and go sit right there and troll Tim and Cheese and Pops.
They're not going to get to any of their questions. They're just going to be like, Ricari, sit down.
That's exactly it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, how you feeling? Ready to throw it up
great. Yes.
I'm going to let you toss to them, though.
I just can't toss as good as Amaze. That is my goal. To one day toss as well as him. But regardless, we are going to get into our content creator and career.
Yeah, content creation as a career.
Content creation as a career panel with some really great people as well as good topics that they're going to cover. So if you're a new person in the content creation atmosphere, or if you're somebody that is a veteran, I still think that'll be really valuable. So let's get on over and see what they have to say.
Hey, hello, 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 hello. Hey, hey. Hello, GCX, how are you? Make some noise for yourselves. That's right, we're just casuals, just coming in, having a seat. Yeah, nobody introduced us, so, it's cool. We're here. We are here, you guys are here. Are you guys having fun? You enjoying yourselves? Yeah, so
I don't know, I didn't hear it.
Me either. It was a little too low. I need some more noise, guys. How are you feeling? Make some noise.
Come on, GCX. Oh, there you are. Okay, nice.
Well, hi guys. Hi. My name is Big Cheese, and I am entertainer slash streamer slash part-time stripper slash, and I do hair for Neverboy Gaming. And I'm here. I'm happy to be here, and thankful for the opportunity to be on this stage with some lovely individuals. And I will have them introduce themselves. Ladies first, then the gentlemen.
I guess that's me. Hi, everyone. My name is Janessa, also known as Pods of War. Is this like bio time? Are we saying the whole? Okay.
Where were you born?
Well, I was born in San Diego, born and raised, and still there. I started with this amazing community. I started streaming with, of all things, Destiny around the Taken King. There we go.
The one Destiny fan.
He's still there.
There's more Destiny fans, right? Okay.
But from streaming, I was able to transition my career into talent management, working for a bunch of streamers that are on this stage. And I also became a host for GameStop TV. If you ever go into the store and see the people that are talking about games, I did that for 2 years. And now I have started my own company, which is called Phoenix Down Talent Management and Agency. And we, again, work with a bunch of Twitch streamers, but now I'm the CEO. So that's...
Y'all give her a round of applause. Pause the war, ladies and
There we
gentlemen. That's right, she the queen. Y'all gotta come to her now. All right, and of course, Zax. Who's gonna be first? Look, alphabetical order, men. So who's the first? Bife.
Damn, I guess B is after A. Hi, my name is Bife. I have been doing YouTube for about a decade now, 8 years of which have been professional. I predominantly cover the lore and story of games, and in particular a little game that no one in the crowd cheered for earlier. But yeah, all sorts of content creation has gone on under my watch and has changed a whole bunch, but I've still just kept in my YouTube corner, and I've kept a little community alive, and yeah, almost at 1 million subscribers.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
It's okay, Cheese. We'll get through it together.
That was beautiful.
I guess I'll go next. I'm the non-content creator on this panel. I'm a lawyer with PUBG. My name is Steve Blickensdorfer. Before I was with PUBG, I was with a law firm, started their video game practice, representing, in addition to game companies, content creators, the companies that content creators create, which is what we're going to be talking about on this panel, and all sorts of companies in between. And so that's a little bit about me.
All right. Give a round of applause. So if y'all need a lawyer, you know who to call.
There you go.
Well, I mean DM, because he ain't gonna give you the number, so don't worry about that. Last but certainly not least, this beautiful guy.
I'm here too, Cheese.
We got two.
No,
You said alphabetical.
I can't see him. He's flawless. You can't see anybody that's flawless.
All right. Hey, everybody. My name is Tim, also known as Darkness429. I've been a streamer for almost a decade now, which is weird to say. Started out on Twitch, and then I helped pilot the Facebook gaming program. So that's kind of like my TLDR on streaming. Also a co-owner for Rare Drop, which is the company that helps put on GCX, which is very exciting. And then King's Coast Coffee Company, which is over off to your stage left. If you'd like to go get some cold brew, please go get some cold brew. It's still there. Go get it. And many other things. So yeah, I'm kind of a Swiss Army knife, I guess. Kind of. It's cool to say that.
Yeah, so I'll go. Hey guys, my name is D Flawless, and much like a lot of people here, streamer, entertainer. I do a lot of content on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, live streaming. I've had the privilege of doing the GCX TikTok account this year, so if you've enjoyed any of those videos on the TikTok, I'm the goofy guy you saw there. And yeah, I've been streaming for about 2 years, full-time 1 year, and just super excited to be here, man. This is awesome.
Round of applause.
It's like the Tyler Perry of TikTok over
Yeah, he is. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to each one of these individuals on this stage, except for me. I'm just here so I don't get fined. But we're going to go with starting off with this topic here. The topic will be how to work with the right sponsors. And Pods, we're going to go ahead and start off with you.
Put the pressure on right away.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
I think it starts with like a brainstorming session. As far as like, you want to take a look at yourself and your channel and your community and sort of think like, what am I already using? Any sort of brands that I'm already like a fan of, or maybe I want to try, and you can reach out that way. Realistically, I think a lot of sponsors in this space, a lot of creators in this space, they wait for brands to come to them when you don't necessarily have to do that. You can definitely get your name out there, and I always like to give sort of like practical advice. I think the main thing that's the hard part is finding the right person and making that connection. LinkedIn is always a really good place. So if you're not on LinkedIn, you do want to create like a professional profile that's probably separate from like your actual real life name. So it's based off of your content creation. And then another place that I do is like I look on Twitter all the time. Search #ad on Twitter and Instagram, find those companies that are already activating in this space, and then reach out to them if you're a good fan of their product.
I think that's the big thing, is like being authentic when it comes to seeking out sponsorship from companies, because your audience will know when you're not being authentic to the product that you're trying to sell to them, right? Like that's what the sponsor wants you to do, is sell a product. If you don't believe in the product, then what's the point? You know, so like that's the biggest thing, is I have to agree, is like when you make those decisions, it has to be what fits right for you. I mean, like, yeah, we always make fun of like the creators. I think that like you can tell when they're just going for the money. Like they do like all those mobile ads and they do all this other stuff, and it's just like, but you're all over the place. Like, who are you? Like, what really are you backing here? And so I think that's the biggest thing, is transparency and authenticity to the broadcaster or the content creator.
Completely agree on that front. I think the other thing is, one of the rules that I have personally is I only tend to ever take up a sponsor if it's something that I know is going to be of benefit to my audience in some regard. So, you know, you can sit there and be like, hey, this is for a game. I think that people would love this game. I think this would be enjoyable. And maybe it's something that people would enjoy. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do a sponsored thing with them. Alternatively, if it's something that is actually practical and helps in real life, yeah, I'll absolutely do that. You know, one of the longest running sponsors that I have is with Keeps. You know, I have a 95% demographic of men in my audience, and Keeps is a product specifically for men. So it's one of these moments at which you can find those overlaps with your demographics, and you can see, hey, yeah, this is going to be useful to a lot of people who are in my audience. Let's run with this.
I think it's also something that like the general public doesn't realize how many emails these creators get. There are a lot of things that they say no to because they know that it's not authentic with their community. So I think that's, as someone who's just starting out, you might feel a little pressure, like I don't want to work with this brand, but they're the only one hitting me up right now. And I think having that confidence of staying true to yourself and declining them is really powerful.
I can agree with that. I said no to Raid Shadow Legends like 50 times, so I can definitely understand that. But yeah, so we're all good on the topic? All good, all good? All right, we're gonna go to the next one here. Legal and brands.
That's a big topic.
That's a big topic.
We're all staring at the
Everyone
attorney.
looks at the lawyer.
So legal, so I guess that's my turn. Now, maybe to piggyback off of what Pods was saying, when you start that brainstorming session, who are you talking to? You're talking to your, maybe your manager, maybe your agent. You're talking to fellow professionals in your network. And when you're having these conversations, it's just a good idea to remember that you want to try to bring in a professional when, the right professional for the particular circumstances. So if you do you do say yes to an activation, kind of what's the next step? Obviously, you're going to be reviewing a contract. You would it's encouraged to, everyone's encouraged to review a contract with the benefit of counsel. And sometimes the professionals you're working with, they might be able to help you connect with counsel, or you might have that connection yourself, or even if you don't have that connection, you're encouraged to have it, or to reach out in advance and find a lawyer in your network who understands your space. Super important. When it comes to tax implications or other stuff, you want to talk to a professional. You don't want to just be figuring this out on your own. Oftentimes what happens is a problem will arise and you're going to have to address it anyway. So you might as well plan in advance by talking with a professional. So that's kind of the first thing when I think of the legal issues that might happen for a content creator in the space. When you're trying to deal with brands, oftentimes on the company side, we are hoping that the other side is going to be represented, whether through a manager or agency, with a counsel, whatever, because it elevates the conversation. We can talk, this is just a contract. We're looking to protect our interests. You're looking to protect yours. And so everybody will just, at the end of the day, we'll reach something that we all can agree on and move on. Because at the end of the day, the contract is when things go bad. We know what the game plan is going to be, so we all can have a nice ending to an unfortunate situation. But hopefully you don't even get to that, and it's a good, seamless conversation, and we get to the end result, which is the activation, and kind of furthering the relationship through exciting stuff. So those are some of my thoughts on that general topic.
So I have a question for you, Steve. As for new content creators or new broadcasters, and they get that first contract, and the idea of going out and seeking legal advice and going and talking to someone could be intimidating, but also the idea of having to pay for that legal counsel is also extremely intimidating when you don't have that type of cash to spend. So maybe could we talk a little bit about what type of advice would you give someone that is taking on the responsibility of analyzing the contract, doing the red marks, and sending it back?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would first, the recommendation would be talk to those people in your network, your fellow content creators, to see if they can offer you a referral. Oftentimes that's the best way to say, I've dealt with this person before. He or she has done a good job for me, and I recommend this person. Lawyers are also, it's a business, and so we want to offer a competitive rate, competitive services. So it might not be a per hour. It could be this type of contract review would involve X hours and back and forth, and so we could do it for this price. Or maybe we can kind of slowly work you in. I love your content. I'm a big fan, so I want to buy into this relationship, and so maybe you might be able to develop a relationship through, I don't know, creative solutions to this. Otherwise, it is, a flat fee might be attractive in some instances. It just all depends. It's kind of very fact-based, but I think kind of any one of those kind of thoughts might be able to help you navigate that otherwise tricky situation. But bottom line, you shouldn't shy away from seeking that advice and paying something, because it would only benefit you to identify issues in a contract, hopefully not loop you in and lock you down on something that is unfavorable in the contract. That could actually save you money in the long run.
What about what happens if they don't read the contract and they just sign it, though?
You are bound to whatever it says, even if you didn't read it. That is like Law 101. So.
Janessa, does that scare you?
It does, and I know y'all are doing it because sometimes I send out contracts.
Get signed immediately.
Yeah, like I send it out and then it's signed, within 5 minutes. I know you didn't read it all. So I do want to say that, you definitely have to at least be reading it. And I do want to stress that you do have time. I think for some reason I see a lot of creators feel like if they don't sign right away that maybe the activation is going to disappear. But that's never happened to me. If you have a contract, you're locked in, and you're not legally locked in, but if they're sending a contract to your email, there's already some sort of expectation that you're going to do this work. We just need to sort this part out.
Yeah, they've already courted you at that point.
Yeah, the budget is reserved for you, and if you take 2 or 3 days to work, with your counsel and like come up with red lines, I think that's perfectly acceptable. If someone's saying you need to sign this by end of day, that's kind of like a red flag for me.
Big red flag.
Yeah. On that note, I feel like generally speaking, there's 2 big pieces of advice to pull out from that, which is that as a creator who is being approached at this point by a company to do an activation, the most powerful word in your arsenal is no, and you have to remember the power of walking away. It's not just a power of saying I have control over the content that I make and the things that I get sponsored by and promote, but also it's a way of sitting there and saying, hey, if I don't like these terms, I don't have to work with them. The other thing I'd say is there are some things that will seem like obvious red flags that you might not necessarily be aware of, or you might be a little unsure. As a rule of thumb, if anything gives you even a slight whiff of the heebie-jeebies, get out. Like 100% get out. It's not worth it. I mean, not to go into crazy detail, but there was points at which very early on in the game, when crypto was not a big thing, someone offered to pay me in crypto. This is a long time before I had any management or anything, and I immediately was just like, no, I'm not doing that. I have no idea what's going on. Lo and behold, it turns out that lots of those things that go around end up being scams. So especially on those fronts of things, you've got to be very careful. So yeah, if anything smells bad, get out.
I really like when contracts say in perpetuity of. Those are my favorite. Yeah, I really want to sign
You're
those.
stuck with us forever. I do
That's
have
a
a
scary
question.
word.
Though. I do have a question though. So let's say you have a contract that comes across, and it's with a company that you want to work with, but you don't necessarily like the contract. What would you recommend in terms of how to engage with possibly like a renegotiation or something like that?
That's it. Negotiate. There's nothing wrong with negotiating. And if they don't want to negotiate, then you already know what's going on. I understand, you want to work with this company. It's your passion to work with this company. But at the same time, they need to know your worth too, because they came to you. That's how I look at it, but I'm gonna let them answer.
But there's different layers to that too, right? It might be something you might not like in a contract that community manager, whoever your point of contact at the company, they have no idea that that's a concern of yours, and it could be an open discussion about, hey, this is something that I don't like to enter into this type of an agreement that has this particular clause. Because of a past experience or on the advice of my manager or agent or whatnot, they could not be aware that that's an issue for you and be totally cool with coming up with a creative solution for something that would make you happy. So I guess the point there being, you don't know until you have that communication with the other side. Hey, these are my reactions to the contract. Is that something we can work on?
So don't be afraid to say, hey, I don't like this thing about the contract. What can we do to fix that?
Right, or this particular part I had a question about, and I couldn't tell you. I highly recommend getting on a conference call to talk about these things, as opposed to an email back and forth or DMs back and forth. It oftentimes will be a lot easier to resolve these issues when you can talk about them. Yeah. Because it's easy to say no in an email, or say, nope, we're not gonna change that. Versus when you get to talk to them in real time and see their instant reaction, or hear if there's a pause before they respond. Oftentimes I find in negotiating terms, that's a very effective thing. Let's just get on the phone and deal with this. So another recommendation.
Yep, 100% agree. The most powerful thing you can say is no.
I think that what content creators also forget is that as much as you feel like you want that company, the company is actually the one that really needs you in order to get their messaging out. And so you honestly are the most powerful person in the room because they came to you. As much as you think that you came to them, they're the one that's gonna pay you. They're the ones gonna give you whatever that is that you're looking for. So understand that you really do hold the cards. And so it's all about how do you leverage that in a respectful way, of course. But understand that. I think what's that?
Know your worth.
Yeah, exactly. You have to know your worth, and it's so hard to give yourself that. Like, no one really. I mean, some people do, but I mean, for the most part, we're humble people. You don't want to, promise the world. You want to say that you can do all of these things, but for the most part, you need to be able to evaluate yourself and say, no, my time is worth this, or together we can do this. It's not just you being, an employee to them. You don't work for them. If anything, they're working for you.
Yeah, and I will say that about like 9 out of 10 times where we do like send things and sort of like cross things out, it's usually fine. Most of the time, they're okay with it. I would also encourage you all, like we talked about reading the contracts, make sure that like the contract says what you actually talked about. There's a lot of times where people have been signed up to do 2 hours of sponsored streaming, and then we get the contract and it's like 4 hours. Like, oh, that's like an easy, hey, there's this mistake. I've seen wrong names on contracts, wrong.
I really like when we get the Twitch contracts for a Facebook streamer. Those are my favorite.
Yeah, those are great.
It's like those generic emails you get. It's like, dear streamer in brackets, really love your Twitch streams.
Every time.
I haven't streamed there in 4 years.
You have a great community. We like work with you.
Yeah, right. We really resonate with your community. I'm like, okay.
I receive those emails and I don't even stream. I'm on YouTube.
Yeah, those happen a lot, unfortunately. But you can tell right away that it's like an auto email or just some sort of like coded thing.
I'll say this too, just to pick up on it because it's something that's just mentioned. There are so many times where someone will email in and they will have that line about, we love your content. And my number one thing whenever that happens is always the assumption, which I think is fairly safe, of saying, yeah, this is just an auto email out. So my thing then is I'm looking through anything they've sent, anything they've indicated for them to prove that. Because for me, that reads as incredibly disingenuous. And whilst it might still be a decent opportunity depending on what's going on, I think that the most important thing you can expect from a sponsor is for them to put their best foot forward first. And if it's clearly just a mass email going out there, they don't care about who they get as long as they get someone. That's not always something that's a deal breaker, but it is something you definitely want to keep in mind.
Yeah, you can really tell when someone is like only emailing you because they are a fan of your content versus like the mass email. And I think that's one thing that brands have to learn. Why do they need to say, oh, I really love your content? Like, they don't need to pretend that they do. They can just get to the point and say like, hey, I'm this brand and I want to work with creators.
Yeah, I'm much more of a fan of Jim from marketing when he says to me, look, we've read your demographic information, this is clearly a fit with our brand, as opposed to Jim being like, hey, I loved your Destiny video. Yeah, your video's on that thing. I don't know who Destiny is, but I'm sure she's lovely. You get my point?
Wonderful individual, I swear.
So one of the best experiences I've had with a company reaching out is they came to my live stream first. You recognize the name, they spent time in there, and then later I got the email, hey, I was in your stream, I really liked this about your stream. Right away, I was like, this is awesome. They know me, they know my content, and if they want to do something with me, I know it's because they like what I'm doing already. So look for stuff like that. We all get the robo emails. I can almost always tell immediately that it's a robot, and I just close the email. So look for those indications of the personal connection where they've already invested some time in you.
That's a good one. I know when it's the right email. When they say, hey, Big Cheese Kid, and it's like, that's not my name. That's not my name. Anyway, okay, next part. Next topic here, we're going to talk about taxes. It's a shock to people.
Everyone's favorite topic.
We have to pay those?
Yeah, you have to pay those taxes. So I don't understand why it's a shock to people. It's like, I understand people create content. We're creators, we're streamers. And, the same way that we get those, y'all get those forms at a regular job, we get those forms in a different way too. So yes, there are taxes that we have to pay. So I'm gonna ask you this question. It's for you. As far as content creators, because they see the form and they're like, I don't know anything about this. I'm just gonna do this and do this and do this, and then they get that tax form. They got to pay back a lot of money. It's like, okay, I need a lawyer type of thing. So. What recommendation you give to creators or streamers that's out there that gets paid from everybody, when they get opportunities? What do you recommend from them as far as taxes? Like, do you recommend they do like 20% or put money to the side type of thing? Like, what do you recommend?
Well, my recommendation would be go talk to the tax professional because that's something that's not within my sphere of expertise. But certainly there comes a time when you start to earn some money from activations and partnerships where it makes sense to reach out to that tax professional. So you don't even have to go to the lawyer to talk to, because oftentimes the lawyer is going to say, talk to the tax guy, and we can work together on figuring out a tax strategy that works for your particular situation, because everybody's situation is different. Because you could work with brands and companies through a company, so you're not doing it individually, and that has all sorts of impacts on your tax liabilities if you do it that way. And there's all sorts of different types of corporate structures you could set up depending on your circumstances. And so I know that pretty much everybody up here is familiar with that concept, but that is something that everybody kind of has to come to grips with at some point. And it's something that's very, very important. The earlier you come to that realization that, hey, it might make sense to reach out to a tax professional so that you can just get some proactive advice, you can avoid the what do I do now when you get that tax form. But let's just say you got it, right? It's super important to reach out as soon as possible so you can get some advice and figure out if you have any deadlines you have to work with. And then if you have to loop in a lawyer, you could do that as well. And I know that there are some fantastic tax pros that are in the space. You know, as we've had some time to develop and mature as an industry, we've had those tax pros come along. So there are resources out there, but certainly there are some creative solutions that could be had to not only face and tackle those issues, but to strategically use them to your advantage so that you could, you know, really just go through it eyes wide open and not be shocked and scared every, you know, April when the tax man comes.
Janessa, from the management side, I think you guys do a really good job of like preparing us for the tax season as far as like, you know, what to think about. Like, so from like a management side, do you have any like tips or ideas for content creators that maybe aren't managed? Because like you guys take care of a lot of stuff, but for people who might not be with a Phoenix Down or other type of management company.
Yeah, so the way that our business is structured now, it wasn't like this earlier, which created a lot of mess. But when we secure sponsorships, they pay Phoenix Down, and then the Phoenix Down pays out to the creator, which makes it really easy for like you guys, because you just get one document of like everything that you made through sponsorships of that year. But if you don't have a manager doing that, then you are going to be getting a lot of 1099s from everywhere and every which way, which I would say that organization is key. Just some like ways that I do it, we use ClickUp as well as Google Drive to keep in contact with like every single project that we've had, from everything from like their initial reach out to the contract to like when you were paid. And so you'll want to keep track of all of that, because sometimes your 1099s aren't going to show up and your CPA is going to be like, where is this document that you now need for tax time? So I think organization is key. Like I'm torn between like what I'm supposed to say, which is like get a CPA, versus what I know, like what you guys are gonna do, which some of you guys are not gonna get a CPA and you're just gonna try to do it on your own. Because I've had talent come to me and say, you know, 3 years down the line, say like the IRS, now I owe $30,000 because I ignored it, because I just thought it was okay to ignore it. So we're like really urging you here, like don't ignore it, because you're gonna blow up, you're gonna make money, and then the people will come.
I will definitely advocate for getting a CPA or someone that can take care of that part of your life. The idea of becoming like an S Corp, you know, or an LLC was not something that I thought of when I first started streaming. But then I saw what happens if you don't become that. You know, there are tax breaks and there are things that you can do so that you aren't hit as hard, because you are considered, you're not just your own personal, you're not just Tim, you know, now I am Darkness 429 and whatever my company is called with the S Corp or the LLC. So it's all about protecting yourself, and CPAs can seem intimidating. You know, like the idea of having to go somebody and kind of like open up your finances to them is intimidating, but at the same time, they're there to protect you, because that's how they keep a job, is to make sure that you're protected, to make sure that your finances are taken care of.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I also think that it's probably free to get like a consultation with a CPA. because they want your business, and so you can at least have a conversation with them and say like, okay, this isn't something I can afford right now, but I can down the future as we grow. There's also like an identity protection thing with getting a company, rather than running everything through like your legal name. So you will want to ask about that, and you also want to make sure it's done right, because I've also seen instances where people have set up LLCs, they haven't had an agent do that for them, and then so now their full name is public information.
Yeah, or God forbid you get sued and someone comes knocking on your door.
Or you put your home address as the LLC. Or,
yeah,
or
exactly.
There's
There's so many things.
That's a great advice because it's just an extra layer of protection for you, because you're living online, and anything you could do to protect your personal information to the extent you can, and just be smart about thinking about the information you put out there. It's just wise advice. So I'd second that recommendation.
I knew you were going to like that one.
I really like that one.
I think there's also another dynamic to this conversation, which is not just your own taxes, but also understanding if you do get to that place where you're actually involving someone else in your own business, you need to make sure that you're responsible with their side of things. For example, if you are employing an editor or someone who is an artist or an animator, you are the one who then, if you're in the US and they're also in the States, has to be filling out the 1099 form and sending it to them so they can complete it. You are the one who's responsible for that. It's another part of those dynamics that you will forget about up until the point at which you reach it, and then you will realize, oh gosh, I feel out of my depth when I'm on the other side of this.
And it's not very daunting to set these up. But this is a great point. It's like when you start getting big enough where you're hiring people to create your remotes or whatever, it makes it so much easier when you've got it set up already. But it's actually not hard to create an LLC.
Exactly. It's that
so
first
this
hurdle.
is something that's a really low lift. And I hope we're not making it seem like it's really complicated.
It seems scary, but it's not as scary once you do it.
The time you get a system in place and it's in your workflow, absolutely, easiest thing in the world. But when you get there, you will feel out of your depth. Don't feel out of your depth. It's going to be okay.
I don't think people realize how much work goes into what we do. Like when you see like, oh, they're playing video games for a living. Or like, oh, they're making YouTube videos. This guy's on TikTok. It's just like, but there's so much more to it. And you really like pull the veil behind. You pull the veil away and you look behind, and what's actually running this is you are not only the entertainer, you're also making sure that people get paid. You're making sure that your taxes are done. You're making sure all these things. And so it can become daunting, and it should sound daunting because it is. It's not an easy thing. It is a lot of work because you're a one person show doing you're wearing a lot of different hats.
So can I ask a question of you guys, if I may? And maybe I'll start with D Flawless down at the end. If you guys have worked with professionals at this point, what is one thing, and maybe we've covered it already, but maybe something we haven't already covered, that you wish you knew going in, that you now know, that you would like to share with everybody about just tips or tricks of the trade when it comes to working with professionals in what you're doing?
Well, sure. I could speak for my experience as probably the newest to the content creation sphere up here. I've just gone through the whole tax thing for the first time. And you guys are right.
Welcome.
Yeah. So we send everything in, and then our tax person is like, what is going on? Because I didn't know any of this. So definitely organization. I'm just over here taking notes. Organization, having those documents set up, hiring a tax professional. I feel better prepared now in the future. So as opposed to where I was originally, because I didn't really have anybody to tell me that. So that's why this panel is so great, where we're able to tell new and upcoming streamers and content creators, hey, get this stuff done, because there's nothing wrong with hiring a professional to do what they're specialized at doing. So keep records, hire professionals, know what you don't know, and know enough to be able to go to the right people for help. So there's so much stuff that I'll defer to some of the veterans over here.
This question got me, like,
Well, you have a unique angle too, because what about working with professionals from the manager level or the agency level that you kind of wish you knew before you started?
Before I started working as an agent or a manager? Okay, well, I have a really good one now. I think a lot of people don't realize that managers and agents are different people with different functions. And I don't blame that on the talent because I think this industry has done a really good job of mixing it up. But if you look at traditional Hollywood, a manager is someone who's helping you day in, day out. They're helping your content, they're helping you grow, versus an agent is the one that's helping you get work. And those people are at odds sometimes, and there's not a lot of companies that do the two different things. And so because there isn't, like, you have these sort of setups where there might be a conflict of interest between what your manager wants you to do and what your agent wants you to do. And unfortunately, there's not like there's not a lot you can do in this space. I mean, Phoenix Down has set up to where, like, if you want a manager, we got you. If you want an agent, we got you. If you want both, then they are separate companies. But right now, with a lot of the management and agencies that are in this space right now, they don't separate the two. And I think that's something that is still needs to be researched and thought about and grown as we become, as content creators become treated more like traditional celebrities. I think there's going to be a day where people get in trouble.
It's already happened, but
Yeah.
that's a very big topic.
One thing I didn't touch on is that in Hollywood, in the acting space, talent agencies have to be licensed by the state, and they're limited in the amount of commission they can take. And that's not always the case here. Hint, hint.
You can hear a pin drop. That's a big one. That's a very, and there are lots of laws that regulate that space, and it's a state-by-state thing. It's even in Florida, you need to be licensed, which Phoenix Down knows well. But the word agent implies you're an extension of the person. You're an agent for that person. So that conflict of interest that can arise, it's not always intuitive, but when you think about a manager is someone that will oftentimes talk to you about where you're going, what your brand is, and it might not align with just getting work wherever it is so you can make money. Sometimes those are not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah, and like an agent can be very pushy and say like, oh, well, this is a $30,000 deal, you got to do it. And sometimes you need a manager to be like, we don't like that brand, we're not going to do it.
What about you guys? Any tips or tricks or cheese?
Okay, so if it's one thing that I wish I knew starting off was my worth. Because I've been creating content since 2006. And I don't have the numbers as other individuals do because of my consciousness. Because I was thinking like, maybe I'm not good enough, or maybe I'm not this, maybe I'm not that. But then I see a lot of people quoting and retweeting and sharing my videos and my content. And it's like, okay, maybe I do have some worth, or maybe I do have some, I got some oomph behind me. And I didn't really look at it as of importance to have, the confidence to be like, yes, I am one of the best. I am one of those individuals that people come to for content, for laughter, for this, for that. And I wish I had more confidence starting off, because when you start off, it's like, well, hi guys, I'm Big Cheese, K-I-T, not Kid, thank you. Welcome to my stream. And you start off nervous, and then when you grow and grow and grow, you would think like, okay, maybe things are going smooth, are going well, but your confidence isn't as impeccable as your content. So, because my content is impeccable, I don't care what nobody say. But at the same time, my confidence isn't up there. So if there's one thing that, I would say two, but one thing most definitely is my confidence and the belief of my community. That's the second one. And I have a great community. It took me some time to recognize I have a great community. And my number one fan, my wife, is here, and she doesn't do any of this. So I would like to say to Mrs. Cheese, thank you very much for supporting me all this time. Because if I didn't have her here, I would not be here. Because there's a lot of times I wanted to quit, but she was right there like, you believe in yourself all this time, you better keep going. So it's like, that confidence is there now, and that belief is there now, and my community grows day by day. And I would never take any of this for granted, and I thank you guys so much for believing in me.
Just knowing your support system and your content and just kind of having faith in yourself.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes, because if you don't have faith in yourself, you are already set for failure. And you got to look in the mirror every day and be like, hey, yes, you handsome fella, yes. You got this. You good. Go ahead, get going. You do this every day. You make people laugh. And that's my goal every day when I stream is like, I call it my daily dose of laughter. Because when people come to my streams, it's like, hey, you coming to laugh. You come to be entertained. You're here for a reason. And that's what I need to remember. So any content creator out there or any streamer out there that wants to stream or create content, remember, it's you. Be you. Have fun doing you. Don't try to be like somebody else because they'll recognize it. And when you are authentic to yourself, people will recognize it and they'll love you and support what you do.
I think on my side of things, the one thing I wish I knew when I started was the dynamics of how things work across borders. To give you a little bit of clarification and context on that, I don't tend to get sent 1099s because I live in the UK. We have W8 bends generally that I'd have to fill out, and it's an entirely different system. Understanding that the internet is not one nation, it spans the globe, is really going to help you if you're looking to work with anybody. I've worked with editors who are in the States. I've worked with editors who are with me in the UK. It's worth always remembering, no matter what's going on, you are working with a patchwork of different series of tax laws and people who have to abide by those different things. So keep that international dynamic in mind. It's unfortunate because it probably means you're going to have to go to whatever government's website and scroll through a few tax code things if you're doing it by yourself, but that's all the more reason to find a professional and sit there and actually run it through with them. Because let me tell you, if I didn't have an accountant, I wouldn't know any of this. I say accountant, by the way, because CPAs in the UK do not exist. So, yeah.
For me, the one thing that I wish I knew starting out was not to use TurboTax to file taxes as a streamer. Don't do that. It's a really bad idea. Please, all jokes aside, seeking out financial help from a professional was probably the best thing I could have ever done. Actually, becoming an S-Corp and starting an actual business instead of just being Tim streaming and collecting money. The government frowns upon that. It's not the best thing in the world to do. So those people are there to help you. And don't think that you can do everything. It's very easy to get caught up in the I can do this, and that's admirable. That is, it feels really, really good to have complete control over the things that you're doing. But at the same time, to seek out help is also a very powerful thing as well, because those people spend time doing just one thing, just like you spend a lot of time doing the one thing that you're really good at, is making content. So let them do the financial stuff, which allows you to continue making really, really good content. So that's probably the biggest thing that I've learned is being a business person in the streaming space is allow the professionals to come in and help you.
Remember that you're called the talent, and you should be doing the thing that you are talented at. An accountant isn't a talented accountant.
Unless that's your day job. If that's something that you love doing, then cool, you're good.
Okay. So I have a question, because we talked about brands earlier, but now we're going to talk about as far as creators as brands, business-wise, professional-wise. What advice, I'm talking to the creators, and if you want to answer too, what advice would you give new content creators or new streamers, people that want to go out there in that world? What advice would you give them as far as getting into that world? What advice would you literally give them as far as like, okay, influencer deck type of thing or profile picture type of thing?
Stop and think before it comes out of your mouth. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me tell you about this because this is something that I did when I was much younger. I have been a content creator of some variety since the age of 16, when I had barely any followers of any kind on any platform. I have slowly learned that it is an important thing, if I'm about to make a tweet, to stop and send it to my drafts and come back to it 5 minutes later. And you know why I do that? Because sometimes when we sit there and we have the ability to just throw things out into the void, we only realize that the thing we've done is potentially bad until 5 minutes later when people have come to remind us of that. Let me give you the best example of that. I work in a sphere that loves to care about spoilers a lot. And rightly so, because I cover stuff that's to do with story things. I tweeted a spoiler, which is not very common for me. And people very quickly reminded me they were not happy about that. So this can be applied to any side of what you do. This could be on your Twitch channel or your YouTube. Really stop and think. You are the one who has the biggest voice in the room more often than not, especially if it's something you say on your channel or on your Twitter feed. Do not jump to saying something really quickly. Really consider something that you're about to say, you know? Even under duress. I've had instances, I mean, you know, Bungie got hit by a bunch of false copyright strikes through all of their community, and I was one of those people, and I was furious at the time being. That was another point at which I completely forgot my own advice. If I had waited 5 minutes, and if I'd actually reached out to the community managers first, which is what I really should have done, they would have then got back to me and said, hey, yeah, we know what's going on here, sort of. This wasn't us. This is all sorts of stuff that's going on. We're going to figure it out, and we would have been able to work together on that. Wait, stop, and think before you do the thing. It's such a hard instinct to learn, and it's literally taken me a decade. Start it right now, and you will be so much better armed for literally everything.
Relationships are really difficult to create between brands and yourself, but they're very, very easy to destroy. I think if you do, like, if you handle it incorrectly, I think it's still, I think the relationship that you have with a company is very precious. You know, I mean, like you really do need to treat it with respect and care.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Something kind of ties between those two comments, and it's a very specific piece of advice, is I know NDAs get a bad rap, non-disclosure agreements, but companies, speaking from like the company side, really take those seriously, especially game companies that are working on stuff that might not be announced for months, years. And so keeping that confidence, and it really goes a long way in building goodwill and building the relationship with the companies that you're trying to do business with. So really don't overlook how important NDAs can be. I know it's exciting when you know something that nobody else knows. And if you're in the business of creating content, that's great content, right? But even if relationships sour, if you still might be under an NDA, you should respect an NDA. It's a contract at the end of the day. And even if you're not working with a company, the people who are at that company might go somewhere else. And if you ruin the relationship with a particular brand or company, that could trickle into other companies, and you didn't even do anything of it. Well, you did something, but you should just, that would be my particular advice here.
The industry is very small, Steve.
Very small.
And we don't, it seems massive. You go to PAX, you go to E3, but you know, community managers, they all know each other. They all talk, and it's actually really surprising when I didn't even know someone, like, oh, I heard it from so-and-so that you are who you are, and things like that. So it is very tight, and people talk, and people know each other. And so, yeah, you really do have to treat those relationships with care.
Yeah, and I'll speak to, again, what you said about the consequences of it. There will absolutely be consequences. I've seen someone break an NDA in very, very early days of my content creator's career, and knowing that we were all NDA'd for it, everybody looked on at that thing. That person was not at the following up events for that product. They were not invited. They were just not there. And that will happen to you if you're not careful. So respect the NDA.
Yeah. Because if you break one NDA, that ruins everything for any other opportunities that you want in the future, because you can't keep your mouth shut. So if you sign an NDA, shut up.
It also hurts the relationship with other content creators too, because the company loses the confidence in working with us, us as content creators as a whole. And I've seen that happen. I've seen programs start with content creators, because they want to do X, Y, and Z, and then one content creator ruins it, and then the entire program is shut down.
Yes.
Because the executives see, well, what's the point if they're going to be doing this? So yeah,
it's too risky to do it.
Of course, yeah, it's the risk is too high, because they spend so much money and time on creating these IPs and working all this, and one picture, one tweet can ruin all of those marketing beats and everything. So yeah, it's really, really important.
Yes, please don't do it for views. Like, that lasts, it's only 15 seconds of fame. You want longevity in this industry. You don't want that 15 seconds of fame. It's like, hey, check out this picture, and then you get like 3,000 retweets, but after that, what?
That 15 seconds of fame turns to 15 seconds of infamy.
Exactly.
And you never want that. Don't do that.
And now nobody wants to work with you. So.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've also seen situations where like maybe you didn't tweet out the information, but you told your friends. And so when it comes time to make the official announcement, your friends kind of oust you out. Like you make the announcement and then they're like, oh man, I'm glad you finally made this thing. And like you told me about it 2 weeks ago. Now it's finally public. And you're like, oh.
And they say that on stream while you're live.
Yeah.
They ain't your friends then. I'll just tell you.
Yeah, they're not
No,
your friends.
shut up, Jimmy.
You weren't supposed to say nothing. Shut up.
I'll say this too as well. From a creator's perspective, it's well worth talking about the NDA with whoever's working with you and sponsoring you on that side and saying, hey, I need you to expand this out to other people. I work with an editor on my day-to-day videos. Whenever there is a project that's going on, we work in a system by which every time we have our contract that rolls around, they are also tied in with an NDA on that, and that's an understanding that we have openly. So it's one of those moments at which I will mention that, and I'll make that clear to the company, and if they want to send a separate NDA for my editor, yeah, that happens, and
Good
they
advice.
sign it too. But it's really important to nail that down. You need to understand every part of your workflow and the other people that are involved in that. If you get someone who does thumbnail art, involve them. If you get someone who's an editor, involve them. If there's someone who manages your YouTube channel and the details of that, or your Twitch stream, and is helping you behind the scenes, maybe you need to tell mods. Involve those people with the NDA so they're a part of the legal process.
I forgot we were still like, we kind of went on like a rant about NDAs.
Well, just to talk about the community part of it, you asked about building a community. I know for myself as a newer creator, that's something that is, for me, I would say it's probably the most important, because your community is going to push, it's going to push everything for you. And what I mean by community is, I mean people who are there for you because they like what you do, but you also support them. So get a Discord set up, get a Twitter, and interact with your audience. Be a real person. I tell that all the time. I've had people come up to me throughout GCX and just ask me for advice, like I'm the guy to ask. But I tell them, be real, be authentic, find what you like to do, build a community, and not just people that follow you, but people that support you, you support them, you can give them advice, they know they can reach out to you, and they will push you to get those deals and those sponsorships that you want. I had an instance where I posted a video, I shot my shot, and my community came out in droves to push that, and I ended up getting it. And it was great, and it's not even something that I had to go in a secret Discord and say, hey guys, you guys push this. They just did it on their own. So definitely build a community, and I'll let somebody else talk about that. I know you also mentioned brand stuff, but.
Yeah, I could pick up a little bit on the brands. So as you continue streaming or creating your content, as you grow, you will find that there's a time for you to really define your brand. And I think that's a really good thing to do, is to sit down either with a manager or your mods, or maybe even some community members, and ask them like, hey, how do you see me? Because they are often a little bit better at like describing what your stream is about than yourself, because you're a little bit too close to it. And from there, you can then take that into, okay, well, now I'm going to be really fancy, and I'm going to pick out my brand colors. I'm going to pick out my brand font. I'm going to pick out, like, this is the vibes that I'm trying to send. And that's really hard to do when you first start out. Like, I think that this is something that happens like 2 to 3 years down the line. You're realizing, like, hey, I play a lot of indie games. Like, as much as I want to be like the AAA type streamer, I'm actually not that. And don't fall into the trap of like only describing yourself as a variety streamer, because I feel like everyone's a variety streamer these days, unless you're like being super, super competitive. Yeah. You can still be variety, but you can say, I specialize in roguelikes and survival. And then that sort of niches you down into the type of games and the genres that you play. And I have more to say. You can also create these sort of like brandable moments in your stream. I know one of the creators that we started working with, Skinned Teen, she has Try It Tuesdays, which makes it really easy to work with a brand because you can be like, hey, on Tuesdays, she tries out a ton of games and she just browses their Steam library, and like that's a really easy pitch. So if you have this sort of like recurring content, and a lot of people have this without even realizing that they have it, if you can give that a name or give it a description, and then you're able to sort of like spit that out to a marketing team, then that's always really helpful.
I would like to add to that as well. This is, like I said, it's your business, it's your brand, this is who you are, and this is what you represent. So your community represents you as well. If you want to get out there to the industry as far as like games and developers and want to try new things, create an awesome influencer deck. And I like to say I have a beautiful deck, and
You do.
It's beautiful. And shout out to Bob Duck and Weave because he helped me create it. And basically, it's just introducing myself, who I am, what games I play, what I love to do. And if most of y'all don't know, I love me some Tetris. So I love Tetris 99. I love Tetris Effect. I'm a Tetris guy. It's all in my brain right now what moves I want to make. But when you create something for companies, you know, and they look at it like, oh, wow, his numbers is great. His numbers is this, his numbers is that. Please don't lie on your influencer deck because they can find out quicker than you what your numbers are. Be honest, be authentic, put your socials on there, how they can reach you via email, and you will see CM say it all the time. Put your email in your profile. They will tell you that all the time. But put that in your deck as well. That will be your gaming resume or your streaming resume. They love that because they don't have to search here and there for your content. They can go to one place, which is your deck, when you send it to them. So, by all means, know your brand, know your business, represent your business well, be professional. There's nothing wrong with being professional. Sometimes you can be a little petty, but you know, but at the same time, they want you to be professional too because they want to work with people and build relationships with those creators. And please shut up when you get an NDA. I'm gonna say it again. Because it's gonna be a wave to where you break that for you and you're gonna break it for us. Stop talking, shh. You have a time to talk about it, then you can say, oh, I did this and did that. You can do that at that time. But till then, shut up. Shh. That's all I have to say. I'm done. All right, so on that note, we are finished here.
Yeah, we're running out of time, unfortunately.
Yes.
This was very fun. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching. Thank you
so much.
I hope you learned something. Hope you at least get something out of this.
So before we get off here, we want these individuals, where can we find you? What are your socials? Where can they reach you as far as your streams and your content creation? Ladies first.
Oh, ladies first.
Trying to kill Shiver.
You can find me online at Pods of War. I don't do too much streaming, but if you like D&D, I am on a show every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. at twitch.tv/castersandcastles. And then you can also find more about my company at phoenixdown.co, and that's spelled like the translation mistake from Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah,
It's with
so
an F.
once again, you can find me streaming twitch.tv/D_flawless, but also posting a lot of TikTok content at TheDFlawless, and I'm very active on socials, Twitter, Instagram, all at TheDFlawless. And if you talk to me, I'll talk to you back. And I just like to have fun and spread positivity and laughter. That's what it's all about.
You can find me on Twitter and LinkedIn. If you can search my name, you'll find me.
You can go ahead and find me on YouTube. My name is Bife is what you would search, like the whole thing, including the my name is bit, which is always confusing. But yeah, find me on YouTube, find me on Twitter, and good luck to all of you who are trying to be creators.
Yeah, and I'm Tim, also known as Darkness429, Darkness429 everywhere. And on behalf of Rare Drop and the GCX team, thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks for being a part of this event, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your convention today.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and I ain't say none of my stuff.
Chemotherapy treatment can take months, even years to complete. To a child, 2 years can feel like forever. So when patients at St. Jude finish chemotherapy, we celebrate with a no more chemo party.
1, 2, 3. Our patients have the cutest SMILEs. Our patients have the sweetest HEARTs. Oh, we love to see you every day, but now's the time you get to say, pack up your bags, get out the door, you don't get chemo anymore.
At its heart, GCX is about community and the power we have when we come together to create lasting change and make the world a brighter place. On June 11th and 12th, we're ready to come back to the adventure at the Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and room blocks are available now. We can't wait to see you as we raise money for the Little Lights of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to show the entire world yet again that gaming does good.
I'm Kevin Murray, and I'm one of the executive producers for Gaming Community Expo. This year, we invite you out to Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida, to enjoy all of the amenities they have on site outside of the event itself. You can visit one of their 3 pools, head over to the spa and get a massage, maybe pump some iron in the gym, you name it, they got it. So come on down and hang out.
Hey, my name is Zach Shutt, and I'm the founder of MetaPCs. We started MetaPCs because we saw a gap in the industry where people were building the cheapest possible computer for the most amount of profit, and we knew that there was more to this business than that. A lot of things go into making a quality PC. Things like premium components, consistency, quality control and burn-in, stress testing, and thoroughly tested packaging. The PC building industry isn't regulated, but we choose to manufacture our systems in an environment that is the gold standard of quality control. That way you can be assured that when you buy a PC, you get exactly what you paid for, all right? It's not made in my basement, it's not made in my garage, it's made here. Every day, we're proud to work with creators who stand by MetaPCs and the quality of our product. We'd like to invite you to become a customer as well and experience the difference. To order your new MetaPC, go to metapcs.com today. We would love to earn your business.
Why we do this work is because of a fundamental human truth that we all believe in. It's what our founder, Danny Thomas, believed in. When he said no child should die in the dawn of life, what he was really saying is that all kids should have the chance to grow up. The medicines make you sick. It's a struggle to remember and to think, and some days just get out of bed. Yet they do. And when you talk to kids with cancer, that's not what they talk to you about. They talk to you about the things they dream and the things they love and the things they hope for. But there are millions of people from all over the world that support St. Jude, and many of them will never set foot here. And so obviously I can't export Memphis, Tennessee and take it all over the world, except I can through the power of VR.
Pack up your bag, get out the door, you don't get chemo anymore.
We have a little celebration, sing some songs, throw some confetti, and send them home. It's probably the greatest thing that we get to do here. When we shot our first No More Chemo party, it was like a eureka moment. I was like, we have it. That was pretty much the genesis of the Hall of Heroes.
Hall of Heroes is a collection of statues and the likenesses of, St. Jude patients. And you get to interact with them and learn about that patient's story.
It's a great way for people to experience these stories in like a scale that we think it deserves.
We really wanted to look at it as if we were sort of installing these monuments to these kids of their sort of inner self. They become a sort of a beacon of hope and example for those that are currently at St. Jude.
Hey, how are you? It's good to see you again. You're ready to see your statue. Here we go.
Welcome to the St. Jude Hall of Heroes. To move around, use your controller.
Oh my God.
When the doctor confirmed that Deuce had cancer, I looked to Deuce and Deuce was running
Oh my goodness.
Monica is very determined.
Well, I was trying not to cry, but it totally represents the strength he has.
VR is a storytelling vehicle, but it's an empathy vehicle. And I think that's what this project is all about.
So cool.
At its heart, GCX is about community and the power we have when we come together to create lasting change and make the world a brighter place. On June 11th and 12th, we're ready to come back to the adventure at the Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and room blocks are available now. We can't wait to see you as we raise money for the Little Lights of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to show the entire world yet again that gaming does good.
Full Sail University's art and design programs embrace design practices built around emerging technologies. It's art outside the box. Courses focus on traditional and non-traditional foundations, including experiential design, character animation, motion graphics, and more. Whether it's designing for games, print, or digital media, we equip artists with everything they need to create using industry-standard tools. If you want to start a movement or just move people, Full Sail can help set your dreams in motion.
Hey, my name is Zach Shutt, and I'm the founder of Meta PCs. We started Meta PCs because we saw a gap in the industry where people were building the cheapest possible computer for the most amount of profit, and we knew that there was more to this business than that. A lot of things go into making a quality PC. Things like premium components, consistency, quality control and burn-in, stress testing, and thoroughly tested packaging. The PC building industry isn't regulated, but we choose to manufacture our systems in an environment that is the gold standard of quality control. That way you can be assured that when you buy a PC, you get exactly what you paid for, all right? It's not made in my basement, it's not made in my garage, it's made here. Every day we're proud to work with creators who stand by Meta PCs and the quality of our product. We'd like to invite you to become a customer as well and experience the difference. To order your new Meta PC, go to metapcs.com today. We would love to earn your business.
GCX, 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 GCX. GCX, let me hear you. GCX, let me hear you. GCX. Come on, let's get it. GCX. Come on now. GCX. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Gaming does good. I want to remind y'all, ladies and gentlemen, something small I want y'all to remember. A lot of people don't really think about. As a content creator, as a streamer, you're more than your numbers. You're more than your numbers. You got to be confident in yourself and what you do and what you bring to the table. Remember, each and every day that you wake up, challenges are always going to be coming, and you don't expect them. As a content creator, you stay consistent, keep pushing on what you love to do, because that's going to take you further. You're way more than your numbers. Stay confident and enjoy what you do, push what you do, love what you do, and as long as you're doing that, everybody else is going to do the exact same thing. Stay confident out here. Keep pushing your content, all right? We're going to go ahead and pass this over to Ricari and Sam. What we got?
Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. Did you catch the content creation and career panel?
She knows that I caught it because she had to text me to say, hey, we're at the desk. Where are you at? I was right there, second row. What's good, Cheese?
What's good, Cheese?
Oh, you just going to run off, huh? No, all right.
You did great.
I was going to invite you up, but if you don't want to come up here, that's all right. That's all right. That's cool. I mean, we got another headset. I don't know if production has it turned on, but I see it right here. Come on, we got 60 seconds. You going to do it?
All right, hurry up. You better get up here quick. Get up here quick. But aside from that one, there was also the parenting panel, so that one went on at the same time. I hope some of y'all caught either one of them because they were both incredible.
Look at that.
And we got
we made it happen.
KIT. You're doing great.
What's up, man?
How y'all doing?
Oh, we're doing great now that we got you up here.
I feel better now.
You feel better?
Yeah, I feel good.
Did you have the heebie-jeebies when you did that?
Of course.
It was a lot of great information, though.
Always got the heebie-jeebies. I'm nervous now.
You did so great.
You did wonderful. You did wonderful. I'm sure everybody at home that watched it, too, enjoyed it. Everybody in here enjoyed it.
I'm glad they did because I hope they'll learn something from all of this.
Yeah.
And it's just a thought process of sharing information with others because, you know, this generation is going to go. Then we have to take the next generation in and then have fun with it.
You know what I want to do?
What are you
Since we got to get it over to that comic show right now, can I have cheese sauce? He can do my job for me.
Okay, I was going to ask him too.
Yeah? What? All right.
You want to toss for us?
All you got to do is send it on over to our next segment.
Yeah, the comic show is up next. What's your favorite comics? Comics are for everyone.
That's it. That's perfect. All right. We're going to be done up here. Me and Cheese going to catch up. But you guys got to go check out the comic show.
Yeah.
Coming to us live from the multiverse is Scarlet Witch herself. Watch out, here she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, the award-winning actor, director, and writer.
This is Grand Admiral Mithron Eurodo. May warrior's fortune smile on your favors.
I have notebooks that I do all my work in, and I just was like, okay, and I just sort of started running it through quickly in my head, like a movie. And you can sort of, you fast forward the action at this point, okay, that's not gonna work, rewind it, okay, I can start from the start, maybe go this way instead, like just zigging and zagging, and I jot down notes to myself so I remember that mental movie in my head.
That I want to, like, what would advise people is, if you get the chance to meet somebody who means something to you, tell them that. You know, it will make their day, it will make your day, and we don't get opportunities like that very often.
Because the story in your mind will always come out faster than what actually gets down onto that page in front of you. And like, and that's what happens when I'm not drawing. When you're drawing, then like you live within the page, and that's it. Like I have this process that I've developed that is definitely quite fast, and then like I'll get everything that I need, and then I'll sit down and I'll be working on the page, and I don't think of anything else. And the second I stop, it's something I actually need to dial back on. Like I can't stop my mind kind of going forward in that.
If you have a story that you love, that would be the story that you would walk into a shop and find and be happiest to have discovered that day, other people will love it. Like go out and make that story. There's never been a better time to make your comic.
That's just the beginning of what's coming next.
In the comic show Phase 2.
Hello, GCX. What is going on? I heard some amazing things happening out there, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you, not physically, but digitally here because, you know, we celebrate GCX everywhere. I'm your host, Technique, and we're here with Nighthawk Plays, and thank you, Sam and Rukari, for bringing us in. Appreciate it. Matt, we're here at GCX. How you feeling, buddy?
Man, I'm ready. Another year at GCX. It was fantastic last year. Excited for this year as well with our amazing, wonderful guests. And obviously we had that sick trailer, right? So thank you, Final Vision and Neb and the team over there for helping us out and pull that together. Thank you very much. But yeah, phase 2. We're here, Frank, and we're live in front of everyone at GCX. Hello.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We might have a little bit of chat's helping us out right now. The audio timing might be off. So thank you so very much for that, chat, as well. And the screen, I think, needs to be like pushed in. We're still working on some bugs with this stuff, but we're here to bring you some great news while we're working on this audio issue. And thank you for letting us know again. We will be bringing in 2 guests shortly here. You might have heard about their works. You might have saw their works everywhere. But you ready to bring them in, Matt? Or are you still?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to.
All right, let's introduce Will Sliney and Charles Soule here joining us live at GCX.
Hello.
So good to have you here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. This is great.
Yeah,
yes.
for sure.
Yeah, good afternoon and good evening, depending on, who we're talking to and where you guys are.
A little bit later over here in Ireland, but it's good.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for joining us. We're going to have some fun here today. I know we got some exclusive things to talk about for the audiences at GCX and the thousands and millions watching at home. You guys want to introduce yourself? I'll start with Charles. You good?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Charles Soule. I am a writer of many, many things. I do a lot of different stuff for Star Wars. I've done a lot of work for Marvel, writing all the superheroes and all the Jedi and all the Sith you've ever heard of pretty much over the years. I also do a lot of creator-owned comics, which we'll be talking about, titles like 8 Billion Genies, Undiscovered Country, Curse Words, and I write novels as well. So I am just typing constantly, and it's all great stuff, and I'm thrilled to be doing it. So that's me.
Awesome.
Yeah, so for me, basically any of those scripts that I can get my hands on of Charles, I'll basically try to draw. So I've been drawing with Marvel for about 10 years now. Did a lot of Spider-Man, then got stolen over to work on Star Wars for the last 4 or 5 years, and definitely the most notable book I guess that I've drawn would have been The Rise of Kylo Ren with Charles, which was a really great story, which we'll talk to you more about. And while we're doing more of that as well, Charles and I are getting to work on our own creator-owned stuff, which is great. I do a bunch of TV stuff as well. I have a couple of TV shows, one here in Ireland called Storytellers, one in the UK called Draw with Will, and try to stream on Twitch whenever I can in between all of that too.
Awesome. It's a pleasure having you. It's the second time here. You brought a lot of big news before, so you know how it goes. We're going to start off with a little bit of industry news. We're going to talk about the industry, and we're going to bring in, just like you're a part of the show, like we normally do. So comics, a lot of people out there are probably like, what is comics? If you're brand new to it, we're probably pretty much bringing the pop culture and the nerd culture in comics and surrounding comics, because back in the day, everyone looked at it kind of shamefully. Now everyone's about it. I mean, you probably can thank the movie industry for really hyping it up, but it's been a big part of my life, and I'm sure Matt's life for such a long time, and obviously Will and Charles. With the industry being so big behind the world of comics, what does that mean to you? Let's start with Charles.
Well, it means a lot of different things. It means that there are more eyeballs on the work that I'm doing, which is something you always want as a creative person. You want a lot of people to connect with the stories you're telling, and comics feel very vibrant right now. Like, we're seeing stories adapted out of the stories that we're telling. I mean, Will and I just had, we had a character that we made up for Rise of Kylo Ren, the book you just mentioned, which was named Ren. And that character is starting to pop up in the Star Wars universe in live action and TV shows and all these different spots. And so, the idea that you can have stuff and you can see it start to show up in other parts of the pop culture ecosystem wasn't really the case as much 10, 15, 20 years ago, but now it very much is. So there's this pipeline between the ideas that we have and a truly gigantic global audience that is really fun. So I've been seeing that for sure. and certainly the appetite for the creator-owned work that we do too has been surging recently. So it's really the best of both worlds. You get to work on these characters you've loved since you were kids, maybe add to the universes you've loved a little bit. You also get to make your own. So I think it's a really good time to be a comics creator.
Boom, nice. Will, what about you? What is it? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously it's your whole entire life. We can see by the wall and behind you.
I know, yeah. It's a bit embarrassing walking in here sometimes with all this stuff. But
not at all, not anymore.
The way I always kind of define what you just said was like when I used to explain what my job was 10 years ago to people, they would literally ask me to spell Marvel and they didn't know who they are. Yet now everyone's grandmother knows that Tony Stark is Iron Man. It has just become such a big part of just regular world culture that you can't escape it. And what I love about it the most is that, we're probably the fastest type of media that's both, written and visual that can get created and brought out to people so fast. So nothing reacts to the way the world is faster than what comics is. So it's always going to be super relevant. And then what you see coming out of it on TV and in the movies is able to pick from the best of all of those stories and bring it all into the world of, what you're seeing, of course, now in Disney Plus and all these amazing shows as well. So, we really feel like we're the kind of the seed of all of the ideas, and you never really know where they're going to go. So it's a really great time to be involved in comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? We had you guys on, it's funny, in November. It seems like ages ago, right? And I remember specifically one thing, well, two things, the fun one. Will, congrats on being part of a Christmas special. You're saying you're getting ready for it. But since it's literally right around the corner, Charles, congratulations. You were just about to write, when you were on the show last year, 100th script for Star Wars. And it's, weeks right around the corner away. So first off, congratulations. And second, Star Wars 25. What can you share with us?
This is a really big one for me. And Will too, and a lot of other artists I've worked with. And the way that I approached doing Star Wars 25, which was going to be the 100th script I've written for Star Wars comics, which is really quite a milestone. Nobody else is at least in the modern era has gotten there. And so and it's just thousands of pages of Star Wars stuff. And so over that time, I've been able to work with incredible artists. Will is one, certainly, but there's been a number of others, Giuseppe Camuncoli, Steve McNiven, a whole list of truly the best in the business. And so for this kind of anniversary or monumental issue of mine, I was like, what if we go back and bring some of those creative teams back to tell some of the stories that maybe I didn't get to tell in the original runs. So for Star Wars 25, we're going to do 4 stories that go back to different time periods that I've written in before. So we're going to tell a story about Obi-Wan and Anakin that is set between episode 1 and episode 2, which is super fun. Ramon Rosales is drawing that. We're telling a story about Darth Vader, actually right in the Kenobi timeline, right during when that time is set. That show is set, drawn by the original creative team on that book, Giuseppe Camuncoli and Daniele Orlandini, which is amazing. We have we have a Poe Dameron story, which goes back to my my work on that book with Phil Noto, and he came back to draw it. That's a story about Snap Wexley, who is a very cool character in that book. And then a super cool one, especially for this particular conversation, is that I'm also going back to the Rise of Kylo Ren. And so there's an all new story about Kylo Ren, once and former Ben Solo in Star Wars 25 that is being drawn by the artist who drew Rise of Kylo Ren, who is of course Will Sliney. And so I've seen it. I mean, it's coming out July 2nd. There's all these beautiful covers. Will did a gorgeous cover for it. We've seen like amazing, all those variant covers that all the artists came back and did. It's really, really gorgeous. But I don't think we've seen much of the interior artwork yet, right, Will?
No, absolutely not. So, but I do think we might be able to show something here. If you guys are interested.
We're ready to show some cool stuff. All right,
exclusive. Yeah, exclusive here.
So this has been seen. This is the cover. This is the first time you would have seen the inks. And Charles was on about our character Ren, who's on the screen right of what you can see here, who's voiced by Christian Slater, which was kind of awesome when we got that news. And like the Rise of Kylo Ren story, like there's so much to it. Like there's some great Luke Skywalker bits as well. Obviously, like there's the whole path of how Ben Solo became Kylo Ren, but you're going to see a lot of people that he would have met along the way, and we got to create all these wonderful characters to be a part of that as well. I will let Charles talk about this because I'm so afraid of letting something slip that I'll get in trouble. He's less likely to get in trouble than me. So as we show the pages.
Right. So you know, the story of Rise of Kylo Ren is set basically from the time of when Ben Solo is a student of Luke Skywalker, and then it's how he goes from that moment to becoming the leader of the Knights of Ren. It's when he really goes from Ben to Ren. He changes into the Kylo Ren character in that story. So, and I love it. That's one of my favorite Star Wars stories I've ever told. It landed really well. People seem to like it. Obviously, we'll do the absolute hell of it, and it looks amazing. But there's a lot.
Good old internet.
Yeah, no, I'll
Go
jump
ahead.
in. So it was
It's
to me, it's my favorite.
Set a little bit later during the time when he was the supreme leader of the First Order, and so that is what the story in Star Wars 25 does. It looks at a time that has been almost completely unexplored in Kylo Ren's life, and it's really, really good. You know, one of the things that was really awesome about getting to go back and work on these stories, and getting strictly to go back and work with the creative teams again that I originally worked with, was that you know now how they work. You know where their strong points are, and you know how to write a story for them that's going to really land and hopefully make them excited to do it. And this Kylo Ren story that Will and I did for Star Wars 25 is very much that. And so that's as much as I really want to say about it at this point. You can see where we are. Like, you know, it is Supreme Leader Kylo, and Will did an incredible job with it. I mean, Will, how was it to go back to this, like to go back to drawing these characters again?
Awesome. So like one of the most important things in working in comics is the collaboration and the teamwork that you have with like between the writer and artist is a huge part of it. And one of the really nice things about getting to do it with Charles is the fact that we knew each other long before either of us even broke into comics, back around the time when there was this kind of a scene of people trying to break in that would hang around the same comic book conventions and things like that. That's where I got to know Charles. So to kind of come full circle and to having known each other all the ways through our careers, to get to do a book as big as this when it came out was amazing. And it was a real, you know, great process in terms of even with designing every character and stuff like that. We would be back and forth on the phone all of the time, chatting as kind of friends would do, all the while kind of pinching ourselves like, wow, we're like doing something really amazing here. We're like creating awesome new Star Wars characters. We're like, even like, let's design the outfit that Ben Solo will have when he's a student that you wouldn't have really seen before. Little things like that, you know, like I get such great moments now, let's say watching The Mandalorian, going, wow, that building that they're making now, we destroyed that in our comic. You know, there's this so many little moments that have added to Star Wars for me for that as well. So this is the second page we can show. I definitely need to cover up where this is happening.
I was going to say, can you
not
a little bit? There's a big spoiler right
spoilers.
there.
So, but other than this, I think we're safe, and that is as far as I'm showing. But it's out really, really soon. It's next month, Charles, isn't it?
Yeah, July 2nd. So it's something. For those of you in the States, actually Canada too, because there's Canada Day is July 1st and Independence Day in the States is July 4th. So, wow. You know, you got your holiday weekend set. You know, you can do Star Wars 25 100 times while you're, you know, barbecuing or whatever you're going to be doing. But yeah, it's really, I even just looking at it, like, and knowing what the story is too, right? Because I really wanted to make sure that each of these 4 stories wasn't just some sort of like throwaway thing. Like it meant something within both the stories that I told originally with all these amazing people, and also just like within Star Wars, they're all moments that I think really matter. And Will, you read the whole, you got the whole script, right? You didn't just get for the Kylo. Oh, yeah. So you've seen, did you read the rest? Probably not. It's like,
no, I did. I absolutely did. Are you kidding me? Of course I did.
Yeah, that script.
It's like this golden egg in front of me. Yeah.
So
that's amazing.
You know what? I didn't have a chance to actually ask you this last time, Charles, but you know, we were talking before, but Star Wars and Scotch had Mark Thompson on there, obviously an incredible voice, just everything Audible, essentially, including Star Wars. When you're done writing and when you hear him on Audible and see what Will creates, the vision you had when writing it, like, is it still surreal being 100 scripts in and, you know, and everything else you've done? Like, what is that feeling? I mean, you're excited, obviously, but what is it like?
I think Will just described it. You know, like this is something that's been part of my life since I was very, very little. And even though my Star Wars career in particular is really going to some really interesting places right now, I helped kick off the High Republic, which is this big new initiative that's going to doing some really cool things. I wrote the kickoff novel for that called Light of the Jedi, which debuted at #1 on the New York Times bestseller list, which was super cool. And Mark Thompson actually did the audiobook for that. And the way that it was produced, it feels like you're listening to a movie. It's unbelievably cool. And that's really down to his incredible skill at bringing the Star Wars voices to life. It's a beautiful thing. And so I wrote the book and I read the book over 100 times while I was doing the edits. And then I'm like, oh, I'm just going to listen to this, you know, just to see what it sounds like. I was going to listen for like 30, you know, couple minutes, chapter or two. And then I ended up listening to the whole thing. And it was like, it made it completely just brand new to me. And so, and I loved it. And that is the experience of getting art from Will, getting art from Camo, getting art from any of these people. When they bring it in, you're like, I had a sense of what it was going to be, and now I'm seeing what it is, and I don't know, it's a joyful thing. That's really the only, that's the best word. It's joyful. All of my work in Star Wars feels that way.
It's so mind-blowing because we had him on the show before, and he does, you know, I've been listening to Mark Thompson for a very long time, and he does every voice, you know, and I'm just like, how in the world? Yeah. But what I want to ask you both is, you know, Obi-Wan is the big premiere show that's on Disney Plus right now. You know, people have things to say about it. I, for one, love it because I'm like, wow, this is happening between this time and this time, and I like to line up the time periods. But you drawing these books and stuff and knowing when they're going to be placed in there and possibly seeing them on the big screen, do you still get goosebumps today, or is it just a normal thing for you now?
You go, Will. I just talked for a while. Normal. All right, go ahead.
I'll switch back. I'll get rid of the actors in case there's too much in there or whatever. But so, like, just to give you a perfect example of that. So the last convention I was at before the whole world shut down was one in South Africa. And there was a concept artist there that was working on the new Thor movie, Love and Thunder. And I have often had theories that, like, maybe this is where they might introduce a character that I got to create. And I grilled this concept art, like, is this character in there? And like, they're so well trained, they won't let us know anything whatsoever about it. And just tried everything I could to get the information out, because it's the coolest thing ever if they start to show up, you know? So like I had seen Christian Slater a million times over the pandemic in that ad where he's got some antiviral ad or whatever, something like that, and all of a sudden, whoa, he's basically voicing Ren. It's just like this actor you've known all of your life, and just little moments like that, like they will always be right up the top of the moments that you do get from comics. You know, we get to have a couple of really nice times for sure, and that is definitely well up the top. So,
yeah, I mean. And I would be remiss, I think, if I didn't talk about Star Wars Celebration, which just happened in Anaheim a few months ago. It was a convention completely devoted to Star Wars, and it was the first time it had happened since the before times. The last one was in Chicago, I think Chicago in 2019, and so it's been almost 3 years. And I think Star Wars fans had a lot of energy pent up that they wanted to release and sort of show off how much they love all the things that have been happening in Star Wars in that time. And it felt so positive, and it felt so good, like seeing people cosplay characters that you know we've made up, seeing people you know express their true like love for the stories was really invigorated me as a Star Wars creator, and I think that was pretty much a universal theme. I talked to a lot of writers and artists and people, actors and so on out there, and everybody's just like, man, Star Wars is great. It's, you know, it's amazing, which is a true thing.
Speaking of Star Wars Celebration, obviously we have the news that I believe it's going to be next year. Acolyte, High Republic, Star Wars Celebration. You have some news that recently, you know, happened, Charles, with you in Star Wars. With
I have a lot. So I'm wondering which one you're referring to at this point.
Well, we're going to ask you because we might get some. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. No, Charles is very good at not saying stuff. So I'm just saying we tried before. No, there might, I don't know how, Will? I don't know how
the
to
role,
phrase it,
I
'cause
guess
don't
the
wanna
role
get-
that Charles has taken on.
That's the role you're
Yes,
taking.
apologies.
There we go.
Oh God, the mouse is
Yeah,
gonna
no,
come
that's
after me.
fine.
I'm sorry.
It's funny because I am happy to talk about it, but it's a weird thing, right? Because I'm so thrilled. What's being discussed here is that in the last few months, I took a role as a creative consultant at Lucasfilm.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
That's what I want to hear.
Which
So
is
awesome.
really, really amazing. It sort of brought me in to the storytelling on a level that is higher than I've been before, and it's hugely exciting. But I also I don't want to make too much of a big deal out of it. Like, look how awesome I am, whatever. So like, if people ask me about it, I'll talk about it, but I'm not going to necessarily bring it up. So
That's okay. That's what we're here for.
So what I'm doing is essentially just consulting on Star Wars, and so there's Star Wars is a lot of different things. Star Wars is TV shows, Star Wars is games, Star Wars is publishing, all kinds of stuff. And so over the years that I've been working in the Star Wars world, I've been lucky enough to be able to work in basically every significant time period, and do a lot of storytelling in most of those. So I kind of have an overarching view of character arcs and the way characters play, like all of these different things across all these different eras, from the High Republic all the way to the Episode 9. So basically what I do is I look at a lot of stories and we talk about a lot of stories and see if I have anything to add. And it's a really cool, super cool gig, because it lets me just go a little deeper than I was before, and learn more about the plan and what's being done, and hopefully help make it better. So it's very cool.
We'll appreciate it. And again, we appreciate having both of you here. Now, there's a great thing that a lot of people didn't get to experience when we were younger, and that's having this direct connection between the creators, the writers, the artists, working on personal projects and being able to share that stuff. Now, we have Hell to Pay. We're going to revisit that, because last time when you talked to us, you were just in the kind of like the starts, the Fritz of it. Where is it today? And do you have any news for us?
Well, again, I just talked for a long time, so feel free you can point to the.
Let's explain what it is.
It is so funny because the room that Will is in, I was in that room in April, because I went over and visited, and I got to see Will's studio, which was cool. I played that guitar in the back there a little bit, which was fun. So it's I don't know. That's one of the things that I think is neat about having relationships with other artists and all that stuff, is that you get to sort of, I don't know, like you build up friendships over a long time, as Will mentioned earlier. So it's just neat to think that, like, I was in that room, and someday we'll be over in this room, Will, and we'll be working together for a long time. But anyway, Hell to Pay, go for it.
Yeah, sure. I'll show some art. So this is Sebastian from Hell to Pay, actually, in the background. So let's see, what do we have here? So basically, like, for those of you that don't know, there's a couple of different ways as creators to do comics. So when we're very much in the Star Wars world, or the Marvel world, of course, and we're creating characters that live in that world. And then if you want to create your own world, essentially, which is kind of often known as creator-owned comics, that is what we're doing with the title Hell to Pay, which is going to be published through Image Comics. We'll be announcing the final launch date for it very, very soon. Which is going to be awesome. And we are well ahead of, we've got a whole bunch of issues of this drawn in the can, which is really, really good for us as creators, because the way, Charles's career is obviously flying with Star Wars, and I have to make loads of TV episodes and stuff like that as well. So it's good that this whole kind of series is pretty much there and done. And we're also working with Rochelle Rosenberg. And one of the kind of unique things that we did with this.
Will, hold up 1 second as you're doing it. I think they're going to fix our crop. Thank you guys for doing that. You can hear me. Yeah, our crop was a little expanded.
Sure.
So we're going to show it that way, because that way they can actually see this.
No worries.
Oh, so they can hear. Okay, great. They can still hear you. So you can still talk. The picture's being fixed. All right. Thank you, audience.
Sure. Yep. So basically, so we kind of, because all of this whole kind of Twitch world that kind of started for me when we were kind of doing this as well, we kind of decided to really, really open up the process of it all. And live stream a lot of the creation of the book. So these pages all were drawn live on Twitch, and it was kind of, wanting to bring people behind the scenes of what it's like creating a comic. And then Charles would jump into the streams. Rochelle was coloring these pages on her streams as well. And we were kind of there to answer any questions for anyone that would have had about what it's like to create, you know, a book for a publisher as big as Image Comics, and what the process is going behind us when we're actually creating and drawing these characters. We literally, like, the three of us got onto a stream, we live concepted this cover and like basically drew the whole thing out live, and then this is the cover that we brought out. We've got kind of like a secret link on Twitch that you can only kind of get it through there, which has been like so much fun to be able to do things that way. Maybe we'll leak it into the chat if we're allowed to leak. But so these are some of the pages that we have from it, and I will let Charles talk through if you can see them. And
well, we're still working on the crop on Twitch.
They can definitely hear us, but we will show those pictures. Don't worry, guys. We will show you when we get back up.
I guess as far as like a talking point is, with Hell to Pay, I think last time you were on here, I think you had a couple of scripts due, Charles, and you were working on the fourth one at that time, or you needed to get it to him. So to Will, excuse me. So where are we as far as, you know, finished? I know you can't really talk about when things are going to release yet, but where are we right now, I guess, with Hell to Pay? Yeah.
So that fourth script was in fact written. That's right. I wrote it.
Congratulations.
And,
it's drawn.
Yep.
And it's
drawn. Yep. Will is extremely speedy and dedicated, and he got it done, and it looks amazing. And you know, so just I'll give you a quick like rundown on what Hell to Pay is and how it fits into a larger type of storytelling that we're doing. So Hell to Pay is a supernatural adventure story. So think, you know, Hellboy meets Indiana Jones, something like that. It's about a married couple who each kind of have magical powers in a way, who are in the modern world hunting down 666 coins that have been brought out of hell. And those coins are the money that's used down in hell, and each one can be used up here to hire a demon and ask it to do whatever you want. So it's like each one is basically a deal with the devil, each one of those pieces of money. They're called Kurak in the language of the book. And so Hell to Pay is a 6-issue limited series that's going to be coming out through Image later this year. We haven't announced it yet, but we are on the schedule. We have the release date set, so it'll be toward the end of this year. So not very far. We're getting very close to when it's going to be out. So Hell to Pay is a 6-issue story that starts to introduce a larger world called the Shrouded College. And the Shrouded College is a big play with a lot of stories that are going to be part of it. And we're going to be telling some of those in comics, some of those other places. But basically, Will and I decided that we wanted to make not just a story, but a world. And so there's a lot of really, really cool kind of, you know, again, it's all supernatural adventure. There's some horror in there. There's some lot of cool magic, lots of adventure and intrigue, and even some like spy stuff. And so it's a chance for us to stretch our genre wings and tell a lot of different kinds of stories, set in a lot of different parts of the world. You know, I'm a big like history and research buff, and so I think you like it, Will. I don't know, but like whenever I give Will a script, it's full of these like reference images and like this is you know, this thing from 300 years ago that let's try and draw and all that stuff. So it that is what Hell to Pay is. That's what the Shrouded College is. And so we are very excited to bring this world to the world later this year, and we just have really high hopes for it. I mean, where Will and I are in our careers, thankfully, is a place where this will hopefully be taken. You know, people will want to see what we're doing, want to see what we're up to, and we put a lot of our time into it, a lot of focus into it. This is really A++ work from us, and I don't know. I just can't wait. I can't wait for it to come out.
Yeah, we can share some of the pages now.
Yes, yeah, we're back.
As you can see. Yep. So like one of my favorite parts of this process would have been that I never actually got to see one of my colorists live color a page. I never actually saw to see what they could do. So Rochelle, it was amazing sitting back and watching her color these pages. And 10 years in the game of having drawn comics, I learned so much from seeing how she did it and how because essentially she has to interpret and read my lines in whatever way, and then goes off and applies her own storytelling and everything with that. And it's almost like this kind of, there's a communication between like the writer and the artist, and then the artist and the colorist, and overall all of us together then as well. So I learned even more how to communicate with her just with lines from seeing this. So that was one of my favorite things about the very, very start of this project too, because we did want to do something different, just how technology is changing and how you're able to open up behind the scenes for all this kind of stuff. So for example, this is what I would do as doing both pencils and inks. If you don't know, like a lot, the team is made up of a few people that work on the books, and then basically Rochelle turned it into that. And, you know, there's so much things that she will do to guide your eye, and the type of color that she's using and everything is part of the storytelling that's there, that all, of course, comes from Charles's amazing scripts. So it's been a really, really fun process. It's quite fun to, as you said, like I guess the you know, when you last left us, it was a series. Now it's a universe, because we're planning really, really big with it, because we're having so much fun with it. And it's one of those kind of, you know, goosebump kind of moments as these kind of new worlds and new things all kind of start to come to life. And like personally, like I'm loving this, but I also can't wait to get into like other chapters of the Charlotte College and to tell those stories too, and see how it all starts to come together. So we've had a lot of fun.
One of the things that I love about this was first off, Hellboy and Indiana Jones, amazing, amazing way to bring us in just with those two names, bring them together. Real world, you're using artifacts, you're using things that we know. It's not like I'm wearing Superman. We're not in Metropolis. We're in real world places dealing with real world artifacts that we know out there. And actually, since we have it back, can you bring back up the 666, the lovely coin again?
Yes.
There we go. That's awesome. That is beautiful right there. And the two characters. I know we talked about this last time. For those who were here, can you talk about the two main characters, the dichotomy between them? Love how, I know Frank said this last time, they're interracial or inter something.
I mean, it's Maya is a black woman and Sebastian is an Irishman, a white Irishman, and they're married. They're a married couple, which is something that I think was interesting to me as a storyteller to tell because, you know, like a lot of times stories get told about, you know, there's a romance angle and like, will they or won't they, and like that kind of stuff. And I thought it would be interesting to tell a story about a married couple who is going through the stresses of you know, how they are together in this very intense world that they're living in. And it's not unprecedented. There's like, you know, Nick and Nora, and there are other kind of married couple stories that can be really, really interesting and exciting. And I thought that would be really cool. And the way that they operate within the story is that Sebastian is kind of like the bruiser. He's like the weapons guy. He has access through some of the magical abilities that the Charlotte College has lent him. Let's say he can access very powerful magical weapons from history. So he might be able to get, you know, Excalibur, or he might be able to get, I always say it wrong, Cuchullin's, right?
Yeah, no, you're good. yeah. Cuchullin's
shield, and just different things that he can use to help fight the many battles that they have to fight. He kind of has access to these historical magical artifacts. And whereas Maya Stone, his wife, is more like, she's the one who can kind of cast the spells, and she's the one who knows the lore, and she's the one who can brew up a potion if need be. So they have very complementary skills. They make a very exciting team, and they are navigating their own life and their own time together, as well as trying to literally save the world from these, you know, from demonic possession, basically, because that's the villain of the piece is trying to get all those coins that I mentioned, all those hell coins, in order to hopefully be able to buy the services of the devil himself. So, and do something really, really wild with those coins. So, you know, it's neat because it's also talking about like money, right? Like things that we're all thinking about, and how money can be good and bad, and how there can be ways you can use it to do different things. And so it's everything I write, I try to have, you know, layers, right? Because that's what makes it interesting. So on the surface, supernatural adventure, cool, hot people running around doing kick-ass things, right? But then you dig just a little deeper, and there's a lot going on, which I think is going to resonate with people, especially these days. It's quite a time in the world.
Well, Charles and Will, you guys are doing so much so fast, by the way. I can only imagine your deadlines and how fast you write stuff. Is there any bleed going in from these different worlds? This is for both of you, Charles being the writer and then Will doing the art behind it. Do you have any bleed to stay consistent? How hard is it to stay consistent, or you just been doing it so long that it's just so easy for you?
Yeah, good question. Like you definitely have to be able to balance this kind of stuff. And I think that a lot of the world has experienced that a lot more in the last few years with like a big shift to working from home, and you work kind of on your own hours and things like that, and you kind of got it. We would have all been doing that for all of our careers, and even like the mentality behind how you're able to switch off, how you're able to relax and things like that. We certainly do work hard, and I always definitely want to try to balance it, but I also have this kind of just this desire to be a part of more and more of these stories too. Like, and that's the kind of things that like when I finish a day of work and I'm going to bed, I'm literally excited for like, oh, tomorrow, like I got to draw Luke Skywalker fighting the Knights of Ren, thanks to Charles. Like, can you imagine like I knew that was coming up on the script. It was like, I cannot wait to draw that. Like at that point, like this was like before you would have seen kind of Luke come back in The Mandalorian, all that kind of stuff. Like people didn't get to show Luke fighting or whatever he was doing at that era, So that stuff is consistently there in it, and in the same now for Hell to Pay. It's just like you said, like we like when you last saw us, it was a book, and now it's this universe because we can't help but get excited to tell more and more stories that are in there, and like we. All of these different chapters and books and everything all planned out, all with art, by the way, like with stuff that we've kind of drawn for them as well. So it's really, really excited. We're pumped to bring this out. We can't wait. So like there is a way to, this is the Twitch exclusive cover. Like this is the one that we drew live there, and there's a way to find a link for that on my own Twitch channel if you want to kind of to sneak over there and get it, because it's going to be a rare one. I had to get that in there. But by the time that comes out, like we're I can't wait for this to come out into the world just as much as I can't wait to for more Star Wars stuff that we get to do as well.
Go ahead, Charles. And then we got a question for you, Will, after Charles jumps in.
Oh, great. Well, we have, I mean, Will is hinting at it, but we have a lot of plans, right? So like, obviously Hell to Pay is coming out. Shrouded College is going to be more in that. We're going to do more in Star Wars too. Like we had so much fun working in that universe with Rise of Kylo Ren that we would be it'd be a shame not to keep going. So what it is, when it is, that will have to wait. But we're definitely not done with Star Wars, the two of us.
Well, you're allowed to say that. That's huge news.
What am I gonna do?
So, no way. No way. They're probably cheering in the background right now. So in comics will be here to be able to cover all of that and more. And we have a question from the audience. I think it's for Will. Both of you can probably answer this as well. What is the inspiration behind? Dane Goling. Hope I said your name right. What is the inspiration going behind learning the art style that you use? It's a very good question because art style is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the most common questions that you'll get as an artist is how to find your style and when does it naturally come out. And people often when they're learning will find it difficult because they feel like, you do definitely at the start, you learn from seeing the artists that you love and you kind of like study their techniques and you bring them in. And I kind of think that your style will start to emerge as, you're going through you have your influence of artists and you'll learn from all of the kind of things that they have. And they always combine then in a unique way. And this is what I love about comics, is that your own style will emerge from there. And obviously there's heavy influences in everyone that comes from, because every artist stands on the shoulders of the ones that came before you and what they kind of learned. So for me, it's just an amalgamation of all the different artists that I've loved throughout my career.
Love it. Straightforward answer. Well, as we would love to keep going with this, we do have a whole GCX, but thank you so much. So much information. I can't believe we got that much information in that little time because normally we run a 2-hour show. But we're going to go ahead and start off with some outros. Charles, if you can give people where they can find you in your work real quick, and then Will, you hit us up, and then Matt, you take us out.
Yep. So my name is Charles Soule. You can find me on Twitter, just at Charles Soule. My Instagram is Charles D. Soule. And I have a website at charlessoule.com. So basically just look for Charles Soule around, you'll find it. I send out a monthly newsletter, which is free and has a lot of updates on a lot of the things we've talked about today and other projects going forward. And so, if you don't want the socials, I would definitely say sign up for the newsletter, which you can do in 2 seconds at my website.
Boom. Well,
yeah, and I have a grand rare name, so I'm easy to find. So Instagram, Twitter, whatever, and Twitch too, which I do need to do more, but I'll hop back on there pretty soon, and I'll draw some more hell to pay pages live on there for sure.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good, Matt.
Yeah, my name's Matt, aka Nighthawk Plays. I stream daily, love opening up Pokemon cards, and I can't wait to talk more with Frank, Charles, and Will. Maybe we'll see you in person here next year and talk to you more of the comics. Everyone at GCX, hope you're having a fantastic time. The almost 1.9 million raised for St. Jude. GG's everybody, and yeah, go GCX.
All right, my name is Technique. We're hosts for today with Nighthawk Plays, my co-host, and our lovely guests. You can find me everywhere at social-wise at Technique TV, on Twitch, just Technique, as you see it spelled there without the T and the V. But if you're on socials, add a T and a V. As always, we like to say thank you so very much for hanging with us and joining us for the mix at the comics, and enjoy the rest of GCX live in Orlando. And good luck, everyone out there, and have fun.
From when this place was founded in 1962, it was about 4% success rate for leukemia, and it's up to about 94% now. You know, this statistic isn't 100% yet, and that's the goal. So until that statistic is 100%, there's no stopping this place. Without this place called St. Jude, none of this would have been possible.
At its heart, GCX is about community and the power we have when we come together to create lasting change and make the world a brighter place. On June 11th and 12th, we're ready to come back to the adventure at the Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and room blocks are available now. We can't wait to see you as we raise money for the Little Lights of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and show the entire world yet again that gaming does good.
I'm Kevin Murray, and I'm one of the executive producers for Gaming Community Expo. This year, we invite you out to Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida, to enjoy all of the amenities they have on site outside of the event itself. You can visit one of their 3 pools, head over to the spa and get a massage, maybe pump some iron in the gym, you name it, they got it. So come on down and hang out.
Hey, my name is Zach Shutt, and I'm the founder of Meta PCs. We started Meta PCs because we saw a gap in the industry where people were building the cheapest possible computer for the most amount of profit, and we knew that there was more to this business than that. A lot of things go into making a quality PC. Things like premium components, consistency, quality control and burn-in, stress testing, and thoroughly tested packaging. The PC building industry isn't regulated, but we choose to manufacture our systems in an environment that is the gold standard of quality control. That way you can be assured that when you buy a PC, you get exactly what you paid for, all right? It's not made in my basement, it's not made in my garage, it's made here. Every day, we're proud to work with creators who stand by Meta PCs and the quality of our product. We'd like to invite you to become a customer as well and experience the difference. To order your new Meta PC, go to metapcs.com today. We would love to earn your business.
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed with a different approach to learning. We let students get hands-on and start creating. They're learning to code and they're developing applications. They're exploring areas like cloud computing and UX design. Our students have access to amazing tools like 3D printing, laser scanning, and the latest advances in augmented and virtual reality. We're taking them out of the classroom and into the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, how y'all feeling? Everybody good? Look, comics help inspire us. Who inspires y'all? Who do y'all have inspires y'all? Just stream a name of a streamer or anybody out there who inspires y'all. Everybody at home. Who we got? Lupo? Say that louder for me. All right, all right, all right. I'll tell y'all a story about something that inspires me. Y'all ever watch Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball? Anybody Dragon Ball fans out here? Yeah? I feel like I'm a Goku kind of guy because he's always energized, always challenging, always ready. Feel like he couldn't do it, but he always steps up to the plate, and he's always ready for it. Energy levels always increasing. Feels like he fails the first time around, but he just comes back even stronger. That's what inspires me. I feel like I'm a Goku reaching his ultra instinct with all the hype, right? Y'all feel hype, right? Every time y'all see me say, let's get hype, everybody gets hype, right? So 3, 2, 1. See what I mean? That's energy. I need y'all energy. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. But stay inspired. Remember who inspires you out here. Push things out here. We're going to pass it over to the most amazing Sam and Rakari.
Right arm. I think I was like.
And I was like, is he like taking up his jacket with his headset
Hey,
on?
amazed.
What is
I got the love for Goku too. Piccolo as well. Piccolo's the best dad in the series that wasn't a dad.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, Goku was off doing his thing. All right. Well, we're going to get ready to send you guys to the next panel that we've got, Future of Charity and Live Streaming.
Yeah, speaking of Dr. Lupo, someone's inspiration, Dr. Lupo is going to be on the panel, which I think will be really good.
Sorry, I got to get my shirt readjusted. You know, you would look at me and laugh and be like, why are you in Florida wearing a sweatshirt? The heat outside is ridiculous, sure. But I'm not used to buildings having AC.
It's cold in here.
It's chilly, so this is why I'm all these layers.
Well, also, and later on, I believe it starts at 4 p.m., we're actually going to have our Minecraft main event. I'm really excited.
That'll be a fun one. That'll be a real fun one. 4
I don't
p.m.
know if
give or take a couple of minutes, depending on.
You know, whatever. Just sit your seat at 4 p.m. I saw the trophy. I don't know if I'm allowed to say like anything more than that, but it's cute.
No, go ahead.
No, I don't want to get in trouble.
There's nobody right here. Well, no, never mind. Here he comes. Here he comes. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret.
Keep it safe.
Well, what excites you about this next panel? Like, I know you've been in the content space. I know you've helped GCX in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've done your work with charity and whatnot. What are you hoping to hear? What do you hope people watching at home would hear?
Well, I mean, this is about future of charity and live streaming because gaming does good. It keeps doing good, and charity is just not a one-off thing. Like, they constantly need people to donate, and so hearing whatever they think are, you know, ideas of what can be the future for live streaming and what we can do next to keep elevating that income for these charities, especially during a pandemic, I'm really excited to hopefully hear more about that. Yeah.
And you said it. We get Dr. Lupo on stage. So if you're wandering around the event, I encourage you to come up, grab a seat, and let's see. Do they have the chairs up there yet? Oh, they almost do. They almost
They
do.
almost do.
I could put the pressure on them and just throw it there right now,
No,
but
don't
I'm
do
sure
that.
production would be highly upset with me. So if you're making your way up, take a couple more seconds, and you'll get there. One of these days, I'm going to join. I hope to make it to that charity marathon, the marathon portion. That's we talked about
Really?
early, knowing you've made it. If I get to participate in that bit, that's I made a moment.
Oh, I did it once, and I had like full-on panic the entire time.
What was the panic?
I was like, I'm too small to be here.
Oh, yeah, that's when you know you made it. See?
But it was really nice because everybody's always really cool and kind, and
I'd be
just
worried.
raising money. Every dollar counts.
I'd be worried about having a moment like she's eating a really spicy food.
Oh my gosh!
I'd
if y'all did not see that moment,
I'd be concerned that a switch would flip and then somebody would have to remind me that's a charity live stream and that I can't say the things that come out of my mouth. That's
I
what
think at
worried
that
me.
point, like your brain is just on complete overdrive of I need to make this not hurt.
Yeah. The camera's
whatever
not even there
happens,
anymore.
happens.
We're
Yeah,
gonna get
this
milk.
is
We're gonna get all of
pain.
that, and we're gonna go. All right. Well, I'm ready for the future of charity and live streaming. Are you?
Yes.
I'm gonna
I
take
am.
the toss from you. Is that fine?
Here
Thank
you
you.
go.
Oh, I get to do all the work. Well, thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back in a few. But for now, why don't you get up to the main stage and check out the future of charity and live streaming.
We have a huge couch here.
Massive.
I was like, it's just us, guys. I feel like,
Hi.
this couch is huge.
Y'all look so relaxed. Good Lord.
I'm too
Good
little for it.
afternoon, GCX. How's everybody doing? For those that don't know, my name is Dr. Lupo. I've done a couple charity things in the past, and today we are going to spend some time on stage talking about the future of charity and live streaming because this space is one that is always kind of evolving and changing, and the things that we've seen people do and the innovations that they've come up with have been inspiring even to people like me. So before we jump into all that, we're going to start down on the far side with the very, very bald man at the end. And we're going to do introductions. They're going to talk about themselves and explain everything that they've done, and then we'll get into it. Lep, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Leopard. Been with the Destiny community for a while. Been to GCX ever since the beginning, SweatCon 2015. Love raising money for charity. I'm super passionate about it, and I hope we can lead the conversation in a way that can help it make more of an impact.
I'm Sam Lupo, or Mrs. Dr. Lupo, and I am your GCX charity director.
I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
Benjamin Lupo, Dr. Lupo, I think you guys know who I am.
Hi, everybody. I'm Zach from St. Jude. I help organize this stuff with the awesome team at Rare Drop. I work at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, where I help them find amazing creators around the world to help tell their stories in conjunction with our stories to their audience, and hopefully raise a lot of money for some really sick kids and their needing families.
Hi there, my name is Jordan Laredo. I'm marketing manager at Player 2. We're a small agency where we help organizations solve their needs through gaming and esports. And some of the nonprofits I work with are the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, as well as RED.
Thank you very much, everyone, for introducing yourselves. One of the things about charity live streaming I think people don't realize is there's a lot of effort that goes in before. The prep work is huge, and there's a lot of information that I think people wish they had if you're going to get involved in charity efforts. Now, I want to paint a picture for you. When we start with you, Lep, if it were your very first charity stream and you're getting prepped, ready to go, what's a thing that you know now that you wish you would have known back then?
Definitely, when I first started charity streams, I completely underestimated how much work it takes to provide as much impact as I feel like I should. In the beginning, I thought that I could make do with the weekend before, the day before, and just wing it. And that's not really me. And what I've learned over the years is pre-plan months in advance, because I'm passionate about it and I want to have the most impact and do the most good, because that makes me feel really good to do the most I can and reach my potential. So I have, over the years, I think 4 years now with St. Jude, and I do various other charities throughout the year, but most of my work goes into the GCX charity streams every year. I now spend 5 months out, I think of a theme, or sometimes at the end of last year's, we thought of the like avatar theme to just create a sense of like incentives that flow together, that people are going to be able to understand and relate to. And I now I plan way out, and I don't rush myself, and I now, am not up the entire night before. Like 2018, 2019, I didn't go to bed the night before because didn't pre-plan, and everything came together the last second, and it's chaotic, it's fun, but I now have a much better balance and sense of preparation as I've gotten older, and now I can spend, days of work far in advance. So planning.
I think it's important to note, too, that 5 months is not the norm for prep work ahead of time. If anybody is out there watching this, please do not be dissuaded by the idea of that much prep work. But you're right, prep work is crazy important. And Samantha, I think you can speak to that, especially now with the number of things we've done with BAC and GCX. How much time do you feel like you put in ahead of time before we even get to this point?
So I got hired by GCX in September, and we started planning in September. That's 9 months ahead of time that we were planning. And granted, there was a few times that we felt like we were so ahead that we took a week off here and there, but otherwise it was just nonstop planning. For Build Against Cancer, it's usually about 6 months ahead of time. So literally once this event is over with and I take a breather in a couple weeks, I'm going to start Build Against Cancer in December. And like you said, that's not the norm. But I do agree that planning and putting in a lot of attention to what your goals and your incentive and your theme, all that kind of stuff really comes across as that you care. Right? Like, obviously you care because you're doing a charity stream, right? Step one, you care. You turned it on and you're doing a charity stream. But showing people how much energy you already put into it before you even hit go live is, I think, so important, and they see that instantly.
Now, from the live streaming side, I think this side of the panel has a lot of experience with actually being there on camera, but I'm curious from both the management and the St. Jude side, for the initial prep work for someone that's getting into live streaming for the very first time, if you had to give a heads up, what is the thing, besides preparation, which is obviously crazy important, what's the go-to for a brand new content creator getting into charity?
All right, well, the first thing that we encourage our creators to do is kind of come up with an elevator pitch for what they're doing, the same way you would if you're going to go network at a convention, let's say. You want to be able to tell your viewers really quickly and succinctly, and maybe add a little personal touch as to why you care about this organization and why you're fundraising for them.
Yeah, the thing, to reiterate what you just said, it's not a very special episode of. It's got to feel like your type of content being shared on behalf of that charity to support that charity. You can't, if you were to suddenly show up tomorrow and do Gummy Bears the game for charity, your core community would go, what is going on here?
You'd be surprised.
I know. As soon as I said that, I was like, no, they would be fine with that. But it needs to feel like it's coming from you, which it comes from working hand in hand with the charity. Charities have resources, they have staff, they have, we have tons of videos you all have been seeing all weekend up on the screen behind us that are available to everyone that supports St. Jude through live streaming. So take advantage of those tools, take advantage of the staff that's there to support you, take advantage of the fact that most people have Discords that have amazing communities that are there to help you be successful when you do live stream fundraising, and then use that as a way to get ahead, to cut down that planning time that everyone's talking about and make it so this is a manageable thing for you. Because the flip side of that planning is the burnout that comes after pushing so hard and using up all of your emotional energy, and then you still have to go back to your normal streaming schedule, your normal day-to-day grind, and making sure that you are not emptying your cup so much for a great cause that you can never fill it back up again and you feel like you've had a net negative personally. Stability and control is just as important as planning and everything else.
And I think a lot of the things that we do, the stability and control, planning and all that, goes beyond just the charity streams. In the future of charity streaming in general is one that is integrated with your standard content in hopefully the best way possible. One of the things that I do is all of my direct donations, they don't go to me anymore. They go through Tiltify directly to St. Jude. And I think that change, not that everybody, that's not attainable for every content creator, but the point here is that people are making changes to their standard content based on their charity efforts. So I'm going to start down here with Lep. Based on the things that you've done for charity, the things that you've done during charity blocks for GCX and previous things in the past, how have those things, the incentives and goals, and you do some crazy stuff, by the way, running down your street on stream, how have those things influenced your day-to-day content?
They have. The day-to-day content is affected from charity events because when I go to do a charity event and the planning begins, I think about how to make a unique experience that you are not going to see on another stream, because that's kind of my shtick, is to take audio, video, tech, put layers upon just a normal live stream and do something unique with it that hopefully people haven't seen before, because I'm all about novelty, all about newness. And having a drone, having a telescope, having wireless cameras, having all this tech that usually begins as like these concepts for charity, I then fold that into my day-to-day for sure. I can instantly flip a button and have a brand new meme up on my stream. I can have daily redemptions for my community. That some of that tech came from charity streams, 100%. And it's a feedback system. One feeds the other for sure.
I think the innovation that comes with what you've done has set an example for a lot of content creators as well, because even on my side, now we're doing things like with my charity block, all that was scripted, whereas in the past, a lot of the Fortnite dropping items and all that was all manually done, and it can things can fall between the cracks. I think it's important to recognize that the growth that comes from charity events like this, that innovation that is pushed on content creators, will have a long-lasting impact on what they do for content creation as a whole. I think some people don't recognize the value that charity streams can have, because you as an example are doing things that I don't know very many content creators that are doing the crazy stuff that you're pulling off.
And by scripted, you mean your actions were programmed live when donations came in, right?
Yes. So we had a bot that was written by a very good friend of mine, Eddie Dre, who's probably out on the floor somewhere right now. He wrote a script that that would read the donations put in Santa's chat. Josh, who has helped us a ton of times in the past, like overlay and stuff like that. It read through that and then automatically ran auto hotkey scripts on my gaming PC that forced me to do things so I couldn't forget, I couldn't miss one, and honestly, if anything, it had an even more massive impact, right? And so
people love messing with your gameplay.
Oh, 100%. And I think pieces like BitBot, those kind of functions, those automated pieces that have been developed because of I think people don't realize, because of charity efforts, have such a massive impact on the platform as a whole and what people are trying to do with that direct user feedback, right? So it's important to recognize for a lot of people, whether you're on the management side, whether you're at St. Jude in general, or managing content creators and driving events like this. We really do have a great group up here for this. It is important to see those innovations and figure out how you can implement those both for the greater good and for your own self-growth, right? Your own platform is going to do better. The people that are watching are going to feel more involved, right? If you can integrate those kind of things. Speaking of which, is there anything that we're going to see today that is related to that kind of automation?
So listening to you guys talk about this, a lot of what the future of live streaming and charity seems to be is tech, right? I mean, and that's what gaming in general is constantly pushing. It's constantly pushing out new tech and new graphics and stuff like that. And I think that it's so cool to see tons of companies and individuals like Eddie writing these scripts, and just super side note for people that are like, well, I don't stream, but I really want to be a part of it. Can you write scripts? Can you find a content creator that's doing charity that you are a part of their community and offer your services? Because you know what? If Eddie hadn't, it would have been a completely different block for you.
100%. I mean, even beyond just like the programming stuff, you have graphical, things that need to happen on screen. You've got audio video technology that needs to be implemented in situations like that. So the growth that we've seen because of charity efforts, and I know on the St. Jude side, this has had a massive impact even the last couple of years, the stuff that people have figured out how to do, y'all, has had such a massive effort or a massive impact on the content that you've seen a lot of these streamers put out. On the St. Jude side, y'all now have you have an integrated studio at the hospital for stuff like this that you've been able to implement.
You guys have Hall of Heroes.
Exactly.
So, Lord, technology is such a huge part of what we do. I mean, medical research at this point basically means that we are a bleeding edge technology company for pharmaceuticals and like research technology and all of this other stuff. And for the fundraising side, like it's the same thing. Like there's constant innovation in the space because the world is constantly changing. You have to be building new things. There is a 40 plus unique toolbox that we have for all of our content creators now. So we've taken all the stuff that y'all have talked about over the years, like we need overlays that do this, we need bots that do this, we need inputs that do this, that, or the other, and we have externalized all of those tools because my hope is that a first-time streamer can have a stream, and you may hate me for saying this, that can look as good as yours and be just as entertaining as yours because all they have to do is log into 2 APIs and say, yes, here's my OBS. And then the system takes care of itself, and they can look just as professional as anyone that's been doing Twitch stuff for 10 plus years.
I think that's important too because there's a lot of content creators out there. The number of times that I've heard, I don't know if I can do this because I don't know if I'm going to have the same impact as you. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter if it's $1 or $5 million, right? The fact that you're doing something and putting yourself out there in a way that you are trying to make, you're trying to call, for the greater good, right? You're trying to cause an improvement in life. The fact that people are able to do that now at the same level as top content creators is huge, and it's because of technological advancements and the things that we have certain content creators doing when it comes to audio, video, and integrations with chat. It's the back and forth, right? But it's not just in the charity space that we're seeing impact from these things because I feel like streaming as a whole we're all part of the one big family, right? And so even from the management side of things, the efforts that we're seeing in charity streams and the technological advancements, are you seeing companies that are reaching out for deals and stuff like that? Are they requesting or requiring more of those kind of aspects to streams?
Yeah, absolutely. And I dare say that St. Jude really kind of set the bar for the kind of quality we want to see from these nonprofit organizations. When charities come to us and they're like, how do we get people to stream for us? Like, what do we do? The first thing we tell that organization is, well, do you have an influencer kit? Do you have layouts, overlays for them? Do you have impact statements? Things like that really help set up the creator for success. So, yeah. Kudos.
Now, anybody that is considering doing a charity stream knows that it's not just about the flashy graphics and all the crazy stuff like that. There are plenty of content creators out there that I know. I don't know if Crafty's in the building. This man used to stream on his PS4 when he first started doing trials with the little crappy webcam. It was not about production quality. It was about the experience. And that experience in charity streams is a huge thing. It's a live streaming platform. I got people directly physically in front of me and watching on stream at the same time. The banter, the back and forth, and the user integration is a huge piece. And for charity streams, incentives are massive. For you, starting from the top, what do you think the most effective, and I know your least effective, based on what we were talking about backstage, what do you think is the most effective and least effective way to drive donations for a charity effort?
I think every creator is different. Every charity streamer is different, and you have to lean into your strengths. And so to answer that for myself, I would say I am most effective rather for raising money for charity when I can do something new and novel, something that makes people laugh. But my least effective method would be, this sounds very simple, but doing something people have already seen before. It doesn't spark joy, it doesn't get me high energy. It can work for some people, to pie in the face, eat the hot jelly beans. That's not what inspires me, and so that's just how my brain works. That's how my streams work.
Yeah,
novelty.
I think that it all depends on the type of creator you are. We've had these conversations before that there's multiple different types of creators. There's ones that are good at gameplay. There's ones that are entertaining. There's ones that are just, that are lovable, or everybody has their reason, and you need to have your incentives and your donations feed off of that. Do you have sick gameplay? Okay, then let everybody destroy that sick gameplay and see if you can actually beat them. Are you more on the entertainment side? Perfect example, Action Jackson. Tirza accidentally got the spicy jelly beans.
That was a mistake that he paid for.
He was very excited to eat like the dog food ones because he knew he could handle them, but not the spicy ones. And he ran with it. And you know what? For him, entertainment.
That was incredible. I
and
watched
comedy,
it. It was great.
Yes, for him, entertainment and comedy, that is his deal. That is his thing. And so for those incentives for him to dance and use the Snapchat filters, and where he was a potato with a ponytail and a purse, like that was his thing. But for someone like you, I don't think that would be as successful, because for you, everyone wants to destroy your gameplay.
It's almost like setting up as a challenge for the audience, right? I think you're right in that recognizing what your strengths relative to your audience, those things are the ones you need to go after. And it's okay to not go down the path that everyone else is going down. You have content creators that had like their fiance roll along the ground and pie them in the face, and people love seeing that because that's like a community feel thing. But at the same time, when I do charity efforts, I want people to ruthlessly and relentlessly make my life hell. And it's those kind of things, identifying what your strengths are and playing off that for a good cause, things that are repeatable, things that will try and elicit more donations based on feedback from other people donating, and try and get it's almost like a snowball effect. And
momentum's huge.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially closing a stream, closing a charity block, massive. And how do you curtail that? How do you create that?
I think it's important to set up like the moving goalpost to try and give people something to pursue is incredibly important. When we're doing like my block, the last block for GCX this year, we consistently and continually reminded people of how close we are to the next thing. Give them more time to donate, give them more gameplay and more influence on what's happening, and also recognizing, because at a certain point, I stopped doing the automated stuff based on donations because people suddenly wanted to see me get a win in Fortnite. And so it's okay to adjust on the fly and get a feel for the vibe that people are giving you from chat and the donations that are coming in, and reading those messages. I can't drive this home enough. The kids that are at St. Jude, and whatever charity effort it is that you're pursuing, recognizing and living in the pain that they're feeling, even if it's just temporary for that moment, because you don't have to deal with the stuff that they're dealing with, man. When I'm up there and we're streaming for St. Jude, reading the messages of people that donate, like you guys, if you're watching on Twitch or whatever, living in that for a second, because people have had to live that their entire life. It's okay for you to bask in that little bit of pain for just a second, because then people remember that you're a human being. It's important to put that in perspective, because you're not just an entertainer in those moments, you're also their relief from what they're dealing with. On the St. Jude side, what is it like? What have you seen as the highest effort, the highest impact for incentives from content creators? What is your most favorite thing to watch people do?
So you asked a question, and my answer to that question is not actually the answer you're going to think it is. So my favorite thing to watch people do is realize the power that they have to make the world a better place when they hit their goals. Like, I will get to the goal question, like what do we data-wise know is the most effective thing? But for me, from where I sit, as an advocate for the community, an advocate for charity and games, the thing that makes me the most excited is that moment when someone like realizes that, oh my gosh, I did that. We did that. Oh, we did that. Oh my God. Like, when you would come through for Cause by Cause, which is an event that a company called Tiltify runs, and drop $1,000 in somebody's stream, like the sheer confusion and then joy and then realization that washes over somebody, like that is the most perfect like ambrosia for my soul. Seeing those people be happy, knowing that they're making the world a better place. So far as what we know data-wise is the most effective thing, they are small challenges in the $25 to $50 range that push a creator's boundaries about something that they hate. So Jackson eating the spicy beans, like something that is doable but discomforting, but not uncomfortable to the point where it's like, oh God, I don't want to watch them do that. Point in
Like
fact,
making your wife play scary games.
I did that.
we had somebody, and this is actually now against the Twitch terms of service, we had somebody eat balut on stream once as a reward. So balut is a fermented duck egg that has a half-formed duck inside of it. And actually, because of this stream, they changed the terms of service of Twitch because, like, you can't do things that are intentionally gross or something for food products.
Charity efforts always innovating, man.
Yeah.
Always changing.
But that thing was too far. We saw the engagement totals drop, the donation totals drop, because that was like a line that some people are like, yeah, but for the general community, that's a bridge too far. It's got to be something that people want to see happen, that is repeatable, pushes your boundaries, but doesn't push them to the point of being uncomfortable and unfun. Like when people make you drop your gear inside of whatever game you're playing, you are having fun in that moment. Even if you're expressing displeasure, you're still having fun.
There are two things that will always drive people to donate. And the number one, in my opinion, will always be passion. We'll talk about that in a second. But the number two is making your streamer feel pain, always. Like it's an interesting thing to see someone just like sink into not real depression, but the frustration of having a game suddenly become more difficult than it was before. And I think people that have watched me have seen it, and putting yourself in a situation where it's like, this is impossible to do, is I think viewers love that because they have also experienced the frustration of XYZ thing happening. Maybe not at the same rate or frequency as what some of us have done on stream, but that being able to identify with your audience brings people in. But on top of that, like I said, number one for me is always going to be passion. And we're gonna go down the whole line here. When it comes to passion on streaming, what is your favorite thing to see people passionate about, and how do you think that can help drive charity efforts for future content creators?
Well, when it comes to charity streaming and passion, I think it's kind of the discovery of things. So like when a creator is talking about an issue that they're fundraising for, and then their community comes forward and says, you know what? That's affected me too, and I care about it, and they exchange stories, and suddenly like there's this great human connection. For me, that is by far the best part of those streams. I'm not big on the slapstick comedy, I'm not big on the gross eating things, but yeah, having those moments where you really see that the streamer has just connected with their community in a way they didn't realize was possible is such a huge deal for me.
Can I ask a question to the crowd?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody that's out there right now, can you raise your hand if you've donated to a charity event? Yeah. Can you keep your hand up if you donated to do something silly on stream with that charity donation? Yeah. So I think there's your answer right there. Incentives are insanely powerful in making people do awesome stuff for charity.
Which I think that kind of begs the question. Passion, you had mentioned the slapstick, and as well as the kind of putting somebody in a painful situation. Not actually painful, but making a game more difficult. Where would you rank those three things?
For me, the number one thing when people ask me like, how do I start? How do I do this? I always say, find your why and really own your reason why you're there. Because if you are there with passion, so passion would number one be the thing for me. You can't just turn it on and just be like, I'm here to raise money so I can tick a little checkbox off and say that I did it so I can get, streamer points or whatever. That's not going to be there. You have to have your why first, and then I think you have to have your entertainment after that.
And it doesn't always have to be. Passion isn't necessarily a thing that means you are connected to the event. My wife and I have been very lucky. We've never had to deal with childhood cancer, very limited exposure to cancer in our families in general. But the fact of the matter is, passion doesn't have to come from personal experience. For us, being offered the opportunity to go to St. Jude, which thank you very much, again, many years ago for that.
How many times did you tell us no before we finally said yes?
I love this story, man. I love it because I think it speaks volumes to what can really drive content creators. We went and were able to walk the halls of St. Jude. We were given a tour by Zach directly, and one of the things that always stood out to me is walking through the halls of St. Jude is a different feeling than you would expect from any oncology ward. They were talking yesterday about even down to the colors of the paint on the wall are chosen specifically for people to not be stressed while they're there. And it's that vibe, that understanding that St. Jude and the people that work there have for the families and the kids that have to go there. It's that continues to make a lot of content creators keep doing what we're doing. That passion right there will drive. If you're considering trying to do a charity stream, do me a big favor. Do it for something that you care very deeply about, even if it hasn't affected you, because the people that are watching, they'll feel that. You feel it every single time. Every time one of us gets on stage or on camera and does these things, you can tell. And that will keep people, like you said, passion is very high on the list. That'll keep people donating. But it's not about being directly affected. It's about caring, right? Now, understanding that there's a lot of weight that comes with that, and this is kind of going to hit home for me a little bit, because I can get kind of emotional on stream about stuff that people, the messages they give. What is for the future of charity streaming, for people that are considering trying to get into doing what we've done time and time again, the mental health toll that it can take, because it's almost a form, not to anyone's fault, it's almost a form of trauma dumping. The messages that you read, even if it's just for 4 hours, can be an emotional toll. After you're done, what do you do? How do you make your way through that? Because it can be a huge weight on your shoulders.
I am lucky to have my wife read all the donations that come in during my block, and it can get emotional. I don't like getting emotional on stream because it's just not one of the things I do. But the donations do come in, and it does resonate with me at times, especially now that I'm a parent of 2 kids. The story about St. Jude kids come in, and what I do is I lay down in bed and let my brain slow back down, because after 4 hours of insanity and embarrassing myself in front of thousands of people online and my unnamed neighbors, I do have to...
Avatar again, huh?
So what you doing? Don't worry about it, man. I'm just a...
Go back inside.
Yeah, please, why are you out here? No, I have to slow everything back down, because raising money for a good cause is very important to me, but obviously my work-life balance, my mental health is key to keep doing this. Can't empty the tank out too much, so no, I just lay down and chill, and then cut the video together of the highlights after like 2 or 3 hours after I'm back to normal.
We have a rule in our house that when Ben's done with charity stream, we do not go into the room right away afterwards.
I will openly admit to you right now that pretty much every single time I've done anything for St. Jude, when I'm done, I sit in my studio and cry. Because it's difficult. It's difficult to make it through all that stuff, because I've seen physically in person the people that are directly impacted by it. I see you guys at events like this, and we got to take 2 seconds. Can I get a round of applause for the fact that we are physically here in person, because man, it feels good. It's right. You can physically it's kind of crazy to think about, and the revitalizing feeling of being able to see people in person is, man, the value in that is huge. But immediately after a stream, you're right. You kind of have to sit in it for a little bit, because it is, dude, you can't bottle that stuff up. If y'all don't have a therapist, please go get a therapist. It's fine to talk to somebody you need to, because it's difficult. It's not easy. It's a lot of weight to take on all at once, and a lot of the messages that people put in will break your heart. But I think the future of charity live streaming and what people need to recognize is that it's not easy, and it's okay to seek help with making it through, having those conversations, reading the messages from people, right? At St. Jude directly, I've actually wanted to ask you this for a while. Do y'all have mental health resources for your St. Jude Play Live content creators? Because if you don't, it's definitely something you should look into.
So we do not directly, because it would bridge a gap into a certain type of healthcare stuff.
I want to make sure people are. I did. This was not a baiting question. I physically don't know. This was a real I'm not sure what the setup is.
So the flip side to that is everyone's mental health journey is their own mental health journey. And I always encourage everyone to take care of themselves first and foremost. Like on the way up here, we were talking about how people don't understand how hard it is to be a content creator unless you are a content creator. You don't understand that you're turning yourself up to 12 for 7 to 9 hours for a stream, and then when that's over, the lights go down, the camera goes off, chat stops rolling, and you're sort of just left there with this dopamine negative in your body, and you have to rebuild yourself to get back to the things around you, and how imagine adding an even sharper emotional edge to that and how it can be impactful. And so while I can't directly speak to that, what I will say is what we do have is an amazing community that is there to help support each other through these efforts and ensure that you are being celebrated, that you are being supported, and you are being balanced when you do have these emotionally intense streams where you're making the world a better place, sure, but it's also taking something out of you to do that. There are people there to help support you and build you back up because you are doing amazing, amazing work.
From a management standpoint, do you feel like mental health and the things that content creators, because it's not just charity streams, I can tell you from personal experience, the internet can be pretty toxic sometimes. From a management standpoint, how high on your list is helping your clients manage mental health?
That's a great question. So at Player 2, what we actually just started doing this year is sending a kind of like a questionnaire / survey to the creators we work with, and we ask them very straight up, what are the issues you care about? What are some concerns you may have when you're working with us? What are some things we should be cognizant of? Because we really want to know when we go to somebody that we're not, asking too much of them or putting pressure on them that they really don't want at that moment. And when it comes to mental health, I feel like we just try to keep in touch with our creators and have that connection with them. That way, we're showing that we're not just coming to you when we want to work with you on something professionally. We actually care that
we're real human beings.
Exactly.
With feelings.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Isn't it crazy? And, I'm a gamer myself, and I'm a fan of a bunch of different streamers. So for me, it's kind of like a real privilege to be able to carry on these conversations with people and kind of get that glimpse behind the scenes.
I think the experiences like this, especially GCX, even this panel right here, it does a great job of making people remember that there are real human beings on the camera and real human beings behind the text and chat, right? Y'all are physical people in front of me right now, and it's wonderful to see faces because it's revitalizing mentally for content creators to remember to keep them, from getting their heads lost in the clouds, that you actually physically exist. Because I think one of the challenges about this job and one of the challenges about raising money for good causes is sometimes losing track of what is real, right? There's too many content creators I've seen that have lost themselves to what feels like an overwhelming wave of attention. And at the end of the day, you have to keep in perspective what y'all are seeing too, right? It can't just be about the content creator. It can't just be about the cause. It's about everyone as a whole together, and that to me is what streaming is really about. The added benefit of that is that you can direct people that trust you to good causes like St. Jude. And the future of live streaming to me is one that people are working together, coming together, and being understanding about each other, and that's a huge hurdle to try and overcome, right? It's difficult sometimes to remember everything that goes on in a person's life in the day-to-day because, let's face it, it's been 3 years since I've seen you physically in person, right? And
so happy to see you again.
I love you so much. But I'm serious in that you lose track of that, right? So on top of everything else, recognizing your mental health and understanding that the challenges of charity streaming can get really out of hand really quick, if you had to give your number one tip to anybody trying to get into content creation for a good cause like this, what would your go-to? What's your number one thing?
My number one piece of advice to someone getting into charity streaming, assuming they're already streaming, they got the basics down.
Yep.
Is you have to be comfortable pushing yourself to be uncomfortable for your community and talk to your community about how passionate you are about raising this money, about how it's important to you, and constantly remind them that it's going to happen. So in a live streaming world, there's a lot of turnover, and I excel at selling out for charity. I don't sell out for myself very well, but I sell out for charity extremely well.
Use your primes, chat. Use your primes. Use your primes now.
Exactly right. Never. But I have a timer on my screen, countdown to when my charity block is for GCX. I am like an hour. Every hour I say, oh, don't forget, June 6th, 8 a.m. Eastern, June 6th, 8 a.m. Eastern, because there's so much turnover, and if you don't constantly put it in people's faces, it will lessen the impact. It will lessen my potential of what I could have raised, and I think that helps make my charity block pop off more than it should, because I'm always in people's faces about it. So if you are interested in doing it for your community, for your stream, constantly remind people. And be okay with pushing yourself to be uncomfortable.
I would agree with that as well. I would say that don't be passive about it. Like if you really want to do a charity stream and make an impact, then do a charity stream and make an impact. But then also remember that don't get down on yourself when you don't raise as much money as you see the next streamer do and the next streamer do, because we've said it multiple times on multiple panels and in videos and stuff like that. It's $1, it's $1,000, $10,000, $500. Doesn't matter, because St. Jude or whatever charity that you're raising for, they have a place for that dollar to go already. So you are making a difference, because if you weren't giving them that dollar, then they would have to go find that dollar from somewhere else. So no matter how big or small the amount, there is an impact and there is a place for that money to be used.
I feel like I've heard someone say that before. What about you, Zach?
So everyone up on stage, excluding me, is highly capable and very, very good at their jobs, right? Like,
I'm pretty sure you're highly capable and good at your job too. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a lot of people out in front of you.
I'm trying to build a rapport.
Go on.
So the thing I will say is, well, they're talking about their amazing channels and communities and all that other stuff. The thing to keep in mind, if you are first turning on, hitting that go live button on whatever service, your first community are the people that you are friends with, that is in your family, that you work with, people that you physically know out in the real world. They're the place to start. Going live is great. It's fantastic. You can reach people all around the world. You can scale your message to infinity and beyond. But the place it's going to be starting for that first donation are with the people that you know immediately around you. And they're going to want to give you that first donation because they're going to see how passionate you are when you talk about this stuff. They're going to be confused and amazed by this thing you're doing on the internet. And that's where it all starts. Don't look for the first gift that you get to come from some random person on the internet. Look for it to come from the people that matter the most to you.
Well, the advice I'd give is kind of two things you guys already touched on. Don't get caught up on the numbers. That's, big for just creating in general, but for charity streams as well. Like, don't let a number on the screen or next to you dampen your energy that you're bringing. And the second thing is kind of play to your strengths. It's good to make yourself uncomfortable when you're ready, but let's say that your thing is being really talented at a game. Do that, just play the game and make your incentives kind of based around that, if that's what you're comfortable with. Don't try to do too many new things at once, or you may get overwhelmed if it's your first time.
And for me, I think my number one thing, the takeaway that I always get from charity streams, stuff like that, is if you care, people will care with you. The emotion and the effort that you put into it, if it's genuine, if it's true, if you're being true to yourself, people will recognize that. It is amazing the power that emotion has, especially with people that are watching streams. If y'all have watched your content creators for years and they are very, very passionate about a thing and you recognize that, the viewers will jump on board with that and you can really make some absolutely amazing, impactful change. It's mind-blowing to me every single time we do any of these that people will endlessly jump on board with the efforts that you have if you truly, truly care. It's amazing. How much time do we have?
That's it.
I think that's it. Y'all, I want to say thank you very much to everybody that came to the Future of Live Stream panel. If you could please give a round of applause for everyone on the panel. Do me a big favor. Don't go anywhere because we got some real shenanigans
You ready
coming
for
up soon.
Minecraft?
So, speaking of the future of charity live streaming, there's a tool that's going to be used for this live stream called Crowd Control, where you can donate in real time to make things happen up on screen auto-magically. You can ruin this man's next 90 minutes to your heart's content.
I dare you.
And the best part is that that tool is free to use for anyone in the world right now. You can use it for charities that are supported by it. You can use it for your own personal streams. It's supported on Twitch and YouTube. It is amazing. Honestly, future of charity fundraising is stuff like Crowd Control.
If you haven't looked into Crowd Control, it's huge.
So when we are done, get your phones ready, get logged into the twitch.tv/GCXEvent stream, because when that Crowd Control comes up, you guys can get all your coins ready because it's going to be crazy.
Your first 100 coins are free, by the way. Yeah, man.
Don't tell them that. Now, I do want to say, too, I know that you've heard me ask many times, and I know that not everybody is financially able to, but I would like you to absolutely crush what is, I consider, like the overtime block of GCX, okay? Again, if you can't donate during the block, don't worry about it. The word of mouth, the social spread is just as impactful, if not more so, because you get more eyes on what we're trying to do here. So please, take me seriously when I say it. If you can't donate, don't. But if you can, you better ruin my day.
Get your coins ready.
All right? Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Have a great con.
Chemotherapy treatment can take months, even years to complete. To a child, 2 years can feel like forever. So when patients at St. Jude finish chemotherapy, we celebrate with a no more chemo party.
1, 2, 3. Our patients have the cutest SMILEs. Our patients have the sweetest HEARTs. Oh, we love to see you every day. But now's the time you get to say, pack up your bags, get out the door. You don't get chemo anymore.
At its heart, GCX is about community and the power we have when we come together to create lasting change and make the world a brighter place. On June 11th and 12th, we're ready to come back to the adventure at the Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and room blocks are available now. We can't wait to see you as we raise money for the Little Lights of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and show the entire world yet again that gaming does good.
I'm Kevin Murray, and I'm one of the executive producers for Gaming Community Expo. This year, we invite you out to Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida, to enjoy all of the amenities they have on site outside of the event itself. You can visit one of their 3 pools, head over to the spa and get a massage, maybe pump some iron in the gym, you name it, they got it. So come on down and hang out.
Hey, my name is Zach Shutt, and I'm the founder of MetaPCs. We started MetaPCs because we saw a gap in the industry where people were building the cheapest possible computer for the most amount of profit, and we knew that there was more to this business than that. A lot of things go into making a quality PC. Things like premium components, consistency, quality control and burn-in, stress testing, and thoroughly tested packaging. The PC building industry isn't regulated, but we choose to manufacture our systems in an environment that is the gold standard of quality control. That way you can be assured that when you buy a PC, you get exactly what you paid for, all right? It's not made in my basement, it's not made in my garage, it's made here. Every day, we're proud to work with creators who stand by MetaPCs and the quality of our product. We'd like to invite you to become a customer as well and experience the difference. To order your new MetaPC, go to metapcs.com today. We would love to earn your business.
Cody, that's that red camera.
Oh, hey GCX, what's up everybody? It's good to see you all. We are here at the G1 booth with, I believe, Hunter?
That's correct. What's going on, guys?
And we have Kenny as well.
What's going on, guys?
So, how have you been enjoying the convention so far?
This has been a dream come true, man. We were here in 2019 and just been waiting to come back, and it's been everything we dreamed of and then some.
Yeah. Absolutely.
How have the competitions been going for you as well?
It was good. Like the 1v1, like you said, it's been a dream since the first time we came here. This community's special. These people are special. I'm just thankful to be in the building.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned community. What has your experience been like on the show floor so far? Like, how has your booth been doing? How have the tournaments been doing? Like, break it down for us.
Everything with GCX and everything in the Destiny community is community, right? So to see it actualized and realized, because we've been online for 3 years, right? So it almost like forgot what it's like to be in the midst of like other people in real life, right? So to see it all come to life, it's been a dream come true just to be here.
It's been an absolutely incredible experience.
And who are some of your members that you want to highlight that have been here, the people that we've seen and people in the tournament? Can you give us some names of people that we can go back and look at again?
Yeah, Giggs, Walla, EK, Danielle's been working with data like the whole time, bless her heart. Triple Wreck, I forget anybody? Walla. Shout out to Odablock. Yeah. He's here, no leaks though. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, we wanted everybody to come out, but you know how it is. Like, we got all we need. Just like, we were hyped for adding Triple Wreck to G1, but it's bigger than that. It's about bringing him back to the Destiny community. So many people get so hyped. They live for his streams, right? They live for his content. So to see him back in the mix and the people's faces light up for that, that's why we do this.
Triple Wreck,
where is he? Is he around here?
Is he streaming?
I think he's here. He might have just
Ari's right
woken up.
over the
It was a
Advanced
late
UG
night
booth.
last
Oh,
night. It
dope.
was fun though.
As is tradition here, because there is no rituals, but we have plenty of traditions.
Yeah. Straight back to my room. Yeah. We were at Glad's party. They were walking in the hotel to do whatever, and I was like, Hunter, I gotta go to bed.
A little late for everybody.
Yeah, right? And so it's like the accessibility, right? It's how much, like, you've been walking around. Yeah, and how easy is it for people to just come up and be like, hey, what's up? Like, I've been watching your stuff. I love your, like, have you had many interactions like that?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it on our broadcast yesterday, but our whole mission and purpose with G1 was to create this badass roster where people can talk to them, people can play with them, people can compete with them, with or against them. And to see it actualized and realized with the G1v1 event yesterday, it was a magical experience, something I'll never forget.
So,
No, I was just gonna say that's why the gaming community is so special. Like with athletes, you don't get this. You don't get this access. You can't walk up to your favorite player and really ask for anything without it costing some money. So like, that's what makes this different. Like I wish everybody could experience this type of feel and community.
And what are you guys going to be doing in the future for GCX?
Well, that's up to the GCX team, but I mean,
we want to run it back.
Yeah, we want to run it back.
Bigger, better.
Yep.
Bigger, better, more competitions, bring more creators. It's going to be great.
It's at the heart of what we do, like bringing the community together through engagement and experiences like we had on the main stage yesterday. I think everybody loved it, and we hope we can do it again next year.
Yeah,
the crowd popped off really hard.
Yeah, we've been throwing tourneys for how long?
4 or 5 years.
Yeah, like charity tourneys. Like we've done 10K, 5K, 10K, just all really us funded, just bringing the community together.
So that end, do you have any events coming down the line in the future, like that you want to talk about real quick?
Yeah, we got Elite Week coming up. So we got 100 of the top NFL athletes going to be in Austin at the G1 facility, and I'm gonna hand this one off to Kenny, man, because he's the one who's running it.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring our Halo team up. We're gonna do cross content. You might have a guy like Ja Morant go 1v1 with Tony and like in any game. Like it's gonna be a really cool content piece. And then we got our annual G1 retreat coming up in August. All our players invited out, and we all just kick it and have a good time.
Awesome. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time. More GCX to come. Thank you very much. Stay with us.
Thank you so much, Mitsu and Liz, for being on the floor this entire time and using your legs so we don't have to. I appreciate that. But we are getting close to the end. What are you doing over here?
I'm just making sure I'm not using my legs. Actually, between this, I was talking with Big Cheese over there, and we were talking about his feet, his knees, and everything that comes with standing at a convention. I know we did that up here as well.
Oh, yeah,
so
we're
I'm
doing little
enjoying the
stretches
chair.
in this corner.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the chair.
Yeah, make sure you stretch your legs and take a seat. It's really good. But yeah, we're getting close to the end of the entire event, which is wild. But we do have a main event coming up, which is why you didn't get to hear another miraculous rap from Amaze, because it's going to be a part of the Minecraft main event that's going to happen.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
They're going to be over here doing that. That's going to be
They
fun.
are. It's going to be so good.
That means we're going to actually have to get up and walk around.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm not excited for that.
Well, I mean, we
No,
don't
I'm
have to
very
walk far.
excited.
We can walk from here to the chairs right behind us. So if you want to get a good seat and make sure you're sitting front and center to see all of the drama, because the map, I saw a little bit of it. It looks so good.
Break down what they're going to be doing
I
in
can't.
their time slot. No,
I only
you
know
can't?
so much.
Okay.
I just know it's a tournament with 4 of them, and it's like platformer E.
Okay. Okay.
It looks
So basically, you're telling me to go,
cool.
grab a seat myself.
Please.
And watch the action unfold.
Yeah. I think your son would love it too.
He's upstairs relaxing.
I don't blame
so
him.
the
He's
Liam
off his
saga.
feet. Oh, yeah, continue with Liam. Go
is
ahead,
off
go
his
ahead.
feet. We're from Seattle. We are not used to the humidity. We had a few 100-degree days last year. Yeah, this kicked his butt. And so he is upstairs relaxing. He did a little bit at Harry Potter World, and now hopefully he
He's
comes back
done.
down. He's done. He's absolutely done. Probably just bright red.
Oh, sometimes that's
Don't
all
feel
you can
bad.
do. Is
Don't
just
feel
go
bad.
outside.
He went to
Just
Universal.
kidding.
Don't feel bad.
I mean, that's true. He left behind again.
Left me behind again.
That's good. Just means you're going to have to make another trip out of it.
No, he's spoiled with that now. One time we took a trip to Comic-Con. So we went to SDCC. And
What a lucky kid.
Yeah, right? And I brought him with me, and I said, hey, Liam, I got a surprise for you. And we got to the airport, and he was like, is a surprise before or after we get off the airplane? And I was like, you spoiled little kid. So, yeah, don't feel bad for him ever, ever, ever. It's
I
terrible.
love him for you. You're a good dad.
Thank you. I appreciate
of course,
that.
Of course. Well, yeah. I'm excited to see who wins this. Oh, actually, before I forget, you can actually use the crowd control, which if you don't know, it's a way for you to donate and mess with their game. And I think you can pick which creator you want to mess with. So
You know way more about this than I know. Look,
it's not even on our notes. I just know this.
yeah, we have notes. And if you look down at this little desk right here,
Yours is like
Sam's
a rip
got a bunch,
paper.
and
What
then
is this?
I left them here, and somebody came back and took. Look, I see him over there. Look up, see? It was a mouse pad. No, you go ahead. You're setting things up. But the nibble monster got the rest of this.
I know. Someone was like,
So when I asked Sam what's going on, she genuinely knows. I don't.
yeah, I just
But
know a little bit.
I think it's time for me to find out. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, before we get all the way up there, why don't we send it back to Mitsu and Liz and see what they're up to now?
Hey, everybody. Back on the show floor, Mitsu and Liz.
Hi, how's it
with,
going?
You know what? Would you like to introduce yourself, our new friend?
Hi, I'm Mark Thompson, and I narrate a bunch of the Star Wars audiobooks.
You know, one or two or all of them.
It's fun. It's a bunch of them, yeah.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please, without further ado, what is that you have in your hand and why do you have it here?
Yes, well, he's keeping me company, but this was an exclusive they gave out at Star Wars Celebration. It was a Thrawn itty bitty from Hallmark, and they were only available at the convention, and I got one, and I decided to bring it here to see if we could raise a little extra money for St. Jude's. So a bunch of people entered the raffle. Thank you all for all of you who donated, and I think we have a winner now.
We do have a winner. We drew it in the back, and here we go. Are you ready? Do you want to announce?
Oh, boy.
You want me to? Okay, all right. Stephen Burial.
Woo,
Stephen Burial, you are the winner. If you would like to go pick up your plushie at the merch table after the segment is done, it'll be there for you to pick up.
Which I highly recommend that you do, as this thing is awesome.
And it's signed by Mark himself. So.
Yes, it is, right there. Which, speaking of, I hear you do a mean Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I try to do my best. Truly, warrior's fortune has smiled upon Stephen.
Could you tell me a little bit more about the Jedi? Kermit the Frog here, reporting live from GCX. I was just asking, Grand Admiral Thrawn, what is it like to be hunting Jedi?
It is challenging, and I'm sure, as you have been told, it's not easy being green, but it's not easy being blue, too.
I see we have a lot of common ground here. To that I say, yay!
Thank you so much for taking the time. This is an amazing way to raise money for an absolutely incredible cause. It's just the best. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you guys for having me. It's really been great, and thank you to everyone who donated.
And
Absolutely.
congratulations to Stephen.
Yes, right? I think we're signing off here, unfortunately, but it was so nice to, oh, you know what? They say in my ear, we can keep going a little bit longer. So in that case, you know what? I'm actually curious about this. How did you get involved with doing audiobooks for Star Wars?
It's kind of crazy. I started as a voice actor, and I do a lot of animation work on like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And a bunch of those shows. And my agent called and said, would you like to do an audiobook? And I was actually like, no, I'm not the biggest reader, so no thanks. And she was like, well, actually, it's a Star Wars audiobook. And I was like, wait, yes, I would like to audition. I would like to audition. So I got in, and I think I got the job because I'm a mimic and can do kind of voices, but then I had to kind of learn on the fly about how to narrate the audiobooks, because that's definitely a skill I was not familiar with. So,
Do you have any advice for any aspiring voice actors out there, maybe?
Yeah, somebody once said to me that like you have to remember that voice acting is acting. So the more you can practice your acting skills and just learning how to make a script make sense and really convey the author's intentions, that will help you as a voice actor. The voices are important, but the main part is really being able to make sense of the script and the emotional intentions behind it.
Right, and so to that end, it is acting. So how, you were just doing Grand Admiral Thrawn. That means you have to channel Grand Admiral Thrawn. How do you get in the headspace to be able to mimic, as you said, that persona, that character, that essence that is Grand Admiral Thrawn, for example?
Every single character. I mean, do you do all the voices for every character?
Whenever we're doing a book, I do any character that appears in that book.
Every voice.
So, yeah.
Oh my
So
gosh.
it's pretty fun. With Thrawn, it's kind of interesting. We're at GCX because like he is the ultimate strategist. So it is this idea of like thinking, 10 moves ahead of your opponent and examining every piece on the game board and just really kind of anticipating what they might do, and then thinking 3 steps ahead, 10 steps ahead in order to defeat them. So it's really cool. And Timothy Zahn does such an amazing job writing him that it's kind of amazing getting into his head and figuring out how he keeps everything straight. Because as I'm reading, I'm like, how is he going to get out of this? And then he always tends to surprise me. He always finds a way to like have it all tied up in a neat bow, and that brilliance of defeating and thinking ahead and outsmarting his adversary is amazing that he keeps doing that time after time.
So you would say that he does in fact have a strategy?
Oh yeah, Timothy Zahn is Thrawn. Like he's just not blue, but yeah.
Oh, I see. So to that end, do you hope that you will see Thrawn again, perhaps in other medium?
Yes, I have high hopes, and there's a lot of rumors swirling around that he might show up in Ahsoka. So I'm crossing my fingers for that.
I was hoping you were going to say that.
Yeah.
I think we're about to wrap it up, so we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
I think next year, I think this is our last shot.
Is this our last shot?
I believe so. If not, if you see us one more time, then I lied to you.
Surprise.
But just in case, if this isn't, thank you so much for having us, GCX. We love all of you. Thank you to everybody at home, and we look forward to entertaining you all next year, right here, live on the show floor.
why we do this work is because of a fundamental human truth that we all believe in. It's what our founder, Danny Thomas, believed in. When he said no child should die in the dawn of life, what he was really saying is that all kids should have the chance to grow up. The medicines make you sick. It's a struggle to remember and to think, and some days just get out of bed, yet they do. And when you talk to kids with cancer, that's not what they talk to you about. They talk to you about the things they dream and the things they love and the things they hope for. But there are millions of people from all over the world that support St. Jude, and many of them will never set foot here. And so obviously I can't export Memphis, Tennessee and take it all over the world, except I can through the power of VR.
Pack up your bag, get out the door, you don't get chemo anymore.
We have a little celebration, sing some songs, throw some confetti, and send them home. It's probably the greatest thing that we get to do here. When we shot our first No More Chemo party, it was like a eureka moment. I was like, we have it. That was pretty much the genesis of the Hall of Heroes.
Hall of Heroes is a collection of statues and the likenesses of, St. Jude patients. And you get to interact with them and learn about that patient's story.
It's a great way for people to experience these stories in like a scale that we think it deserves.
We really wanted to look at it as if we were sort of installing these monuments to these kids of their sort of inner self. They become a sort of a beacon of hope and an example for those that are currently at St. Jude.
Hey, how are you? It's good to see you again. You're ready to see your statue. Here you go.
Welcome to the St. Jude Hall of Heroes. To move around, use your controller.
Oh my God.
When the doctor confirmed that Deuce had cancer, I looked to Deuce and Deuce was running
Oh my goodness.
Monica is very determined.
Well, I was trying not to cry, but it totally represents the strength he has.
VR is a storytelling vehicle, but it's an empathy vehicle. And I think that's what this project is all about.
So cool.
At its heart, GCX is about community and the power we have when we come together to create lasting change and make the world a brighter place. On June 11th and 12th, we're ready to come back to the adventure at the Rose and Shingle Creek in Orlando, Florida. Tickets and room blocks are available now. We can't wait to see you as we raise money for the Little Lights of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and show the entire world yet again that gaming does good.
Full Sail University's art and design programs embrace design practices built around emerging technologies. It's art outside the box. Courses focus on traditional and non-traditional foundations, including experiential design, character animation, motion graphics, and more. Whether it's designing for games, print, or digital media, we equip artists with everything they need to create using industry-standard tools. If you want to start a movement or just move people, Full Sail can help set your dreams in motion.
Hey, my name is Zach Shutt, and I'm the founder of MetaPCs. We started MetaPCs because we saw a gap in the industry where people were building the cheapest possible computer for the most amount of profit, and we knew that there was more to this business than that. A lot of things go into making a quality PC. Things like premium components, consistency, quality control and burn-in, stress testing, and thoroughly tested packaging. The PC building industry isn't regulated, but we choose to manufacture our systems in an environment that is the gold standard of quality control. That way you can be assured that when you buy a PC, you get exactly what you paid for, all right? It's not made in my basement, it's not made in my garage, it's made here. Every day we're proud to work with creators who stand by MetaPCs and the quality of our product. We'd like to invite you to become a customer as well and experience the difference. To order your new MetaPC, go to metapcs.com today. We would love to earn your business.
Know about our business in general? Or
I mean, you guys are based at...
Hello, everyone. My name is Lagundo, and I'm a Minecraft creator on Twitch and YouTube, and I have taken over the booth to be your caster for this, our final event of GCX 2022, right before the closing ceremony. This is the Minecraft Charity Gauntlet, where we're pitting 4 creators against each other, and you get to mess with them. There's 3 different maps and challenges that are all going to be competing through. The jungle temple of parkour and puzzles, the underwater world of Atlantis, where they're going to be using a trident to zip around and get involved in a fight, and then a upgraded and custom version of the Ender Dragon, and this is so far from vanilla. The Raiders, the Destiny players, they might be a little bit more accustomed to that one, and they're gonna have to bring their A game. Because like we mentioned, this is an event that you don't only just get to watch, but you get to practically decide a winner, because crowd control is enabled. All of you watching on Twitch, there's an extension somewhere on screen, and you can make a donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and have that either give a benefit to somebody who might be lagging behind or spawn a wither on somebody's head if you think they have too much of a lead. It's completely up to you, and all of the money is going to an amazing cause. So we have 4 great creators. We have somebody who's been spitting fire, and both of our opening ceremonies, Amaze is going to be playing. Major Look is ready to show off her Minecraft skills as well. Dado is known for his Give Me a Build video, not his building and crafting, so we're going to have to challenge him in a brand new game. And Dr. Lupo, his name was on the event. You knew he was going to be here. So he's going to be taking on the challenge as well. I believe they're also all going to be streaming, so make sure to check out everything. But this is the core place where you're going to be able to use crowd control and interact with the chat, be able to make things a little bit more spicy. We have everybody just getting set up. The crowd is starting to fill out. So I just want to take a few minutes and vamp while they get all the computers set up and we're ready to go. This was all created by the amazing Spark universe. And can we cut to my screen that I can show off the amazing lobby that they've created for us? I set this up in just the last few minutes while we were getting everything going. Hopefully they can put the gameplay on. But we have an amazing 3 challenges here. This is far from vanilla. Like I said, we have the jungle temple and all of the challenges that are going to be there. We have Atlantis, which is a huge underwater arena that they're going to be having to do a lot of different discovery and combat and puzzle solving. And then the dragon fight. All of this made by the amazing team that you see right here, and all of the work that they did on this thing. Oh, you love the music, but this is going to be a little bit more hype than this, probably. What's up? How you doing? Awesome. Look at all of this. Again, Spark Universe did an amazing job for this, and all of the proceeds from this event are going to be going to St. Jude Children's Research. So get those crowd control donations ready, because you'll be able to make one of them basically win, or make their life really interesting. You absolutely can. That's a good thing to notice. You can grab the coins now and get ready to be able to just unleash a few complications on your favorite creator, or who. Amaze is ready. Amaze is like, let's get this going. Let's get this going. All right. So they're attempting to communicate. Nice, you got that going. All right, so like I said, 3 challenges, each of which is going to be going through a different area of Minecraft gameplay. The Jungle Temple is primarily parkour and puzzles. And I know Amaze is playing on controller, so that's going to be a little bit more interesting. I think you're going to be able to do it, man. I believe in you. But the mouse and keyboard players might have just a little bit of an advantage. Then it's combat and puzzles and discovery in Atlantis, where players are going to be using a trident. Now, if you know me at all in Minecraft, I love having Riptide and being able to just sail around underwater or in the air. And the players here, they might not know how that works. So right-click with that trident, release to throw yourself around, and you're gonna need it because the Atlantis map is absolutely huge. There are 9 different artifacts there that they're going to have to collect bring in to claim victory. And the dragon fight, well, I'm not going to spoil that one just yet, but let's just say we have a few surprises up our sleeve. We're going to be waiting just a few more minutes while they get everybody set up. I'm waiting to hear from the people behind the scenes on the stage that everybody is logged in and ready to go. And once we have that, we'll be ready and good to go. So, while we're waiting just a few more minutes, let's just keep flying around, load up on those coins, and get ready for any sort of crowd control options that you're going to want to enable. It looks like we got Dado's already ready to fight. We'll see. We'll see. You'll get your chance. You'll get your chance, Dado. Doc, what's up? All right. We're almost set, I think. Everybody's moving, and with that, we're going to be able to go. Also, you're going to be able to hear everybody who's participating in this event, as we're going to be able to jump onto their audio multiple times throughout the event as well. Those of you in the crowd, can we get a little bit of hype for the final event of GCX? Now that's what you like to hear. Also, all of you here, pull up Twitch on your phone. Let's make it interesting. All right, we're waiting just a little bit longer as we're waiting for everybody to be set up, and then we should be good to go. All right, you know what? Let's poll everybody. Let's see who do y'all think is going to be able to take the win on this one. For anybody who thinks Amaze is going to run away with this one, let me hear it from you right now. You happy with that? No? Maybe? Okay. Made you look. Who thinks she's going to run away with it? Okay, okay. Who thinks Dado's going to take this one? They have faith. How about Dr. Lupo? All right, we have a clear favorite, I think, from the... Oh, okay, okay. Hey. Family-friendly stream. Family-friendly stream. We'll make it work. But no, we have a clear favorite from the crowd. So those of you in Twitch chat, if you want to make his life a little bit more interesting, you'll be able to spawn quite a bit on his head and just make it a little bit more complicated. Waiting to hear from the people on the stage so that we're all set and ready to go. So give us just a few. He is ready. He is absolutely ready. But we're almost there. We're almost started. This is our final event. Oh, look at me. I'm up on the screen. Nice. Hi, everybody. How you doing? So let's check out, once again, the amazing people who are responsible for putting together this map, Spark Universe. Looking out at all of these awesome people who did so much work to get us set and ready to go. Are we almost set up? Yes? No? Yes. Hello. How you doing? We have a few other admins who are going to be here and helping us out throughout the event. All right, everybody, we're going to be waiting just another minute or so, a few more minutes. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. I'm hearing. All right, kick it back to me on the desk for just a second, everybody, while we talk about putting you on cams. Want to jump in with me? Sure. Tell you what, I'm joined at the desk by the one and only Professor Broman. If you could pull us up on here. I think we're live. I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to tell us apart. It's funny, every time that roll has gone on for Rare Drop, the first clip is our podcast episode when we put together, and I'm like, if you cover either eye, it's
it's a mirror. It's exactly the same.
Hold on. Now we're good.
Yeah, this is excellent. It's been incredibly confusing. Yeah, so yeah, we're getting all this stuff set up with Spark Universe right now. We're getting everybody logged in. And just so you know, all of our broadcasters will be live on their own channels as well. So if you want to make sure that you're specifically ruining one person's day, that's going to be an excellent way to do it. You won't accidentally mess with Amaze if you're trying to mess with Lupo. And honestly, like, everybody thinks Lupo's the front runner, right? So we need to make sure that the crowd piles into that game. You understand?
Definitely. And I will do my absolute best to make sure that the camera is there to capture all of that chaos if you happen to throw everything his way. Real quick, before I let you go, you were saying this is the last event. This is the last
event.
You almost ready to take a breath?
I can't wait. I can't wait to breathe. It's going to be fantastic. I will say, you know, we're about $200,000 away from $2 million from the charity marathon season. And I think it would be pretty cool if the crowd won this and didn't let any of our broadcasters finish.
Which is a possible option.
It's an absolute possibility. We have contingencies. If you are so generous that nobody finishes, you'll still get to see all the levels, but you get to win. And honestly, who doesn't want to win? I want to win.
Chat, do you think you or chat and the crowd here, do you think you all can win this one?
Do you want to win? Do you want to win?
Come on, do you want to win this one? Nice. So, those of you watching at home are basically going to be able to decide that. You are the 5th player in this event, and you are going to be able to take control. So load up on those coins for crowd control right now, all of it going to a great cause, and you're going to be able to make this even more interesting than the work that has gone into the map as a whole. I think all of the other streamers are just getting started, so we're talking a little bit about a few of the mechanics that they're going to have to deal with. Now, Minecraft parkour and movement, not quite as much as Destiny, but the maps that they're going to be working with are far greater than what you're going to see in Vanilla World. The Jungle Temple specifically has a ton of different puzzles and traps, and as players progress, they're going to hit multiple different checkpoints. So death is somewhat forgiving, and you all are going to be able to mess with people. So there is one simple rule, chat. You pile on whoever is in the lead. Okay? You got it? I believe in you. From there, they're going to go on to Atlantis, where there's 9 different challenges, both underwater and in different air pockets throughout the map. The Trident's going to help them in a huge way to be able to move around and access all of the different areas, but they're going to have to rely on their own brains to puzzle solve and work their way through for the different items that they're going to have to achieve and then getting back to spawn. From there, the dragon fight, and like we said, we want to keep that one a little bit under wraps. But for any of you who have played Minecraft for any amount of time, the dragon fight has remained mostly unchanged. That's not what you see here. You're going to be seeing something that's a lot more complex and a lot more interesting. And at that point, you're really going to have to go up to your A game to keep the players from completing everything. We are almost on our way through. We'll get our way back into the gameplay. Chat, are you ready? Crowd, are you all ready for the Minecraft finale? Let's get back into the world, watch everybody else moving around as we're just waiting for the final sign-off that we are good to go. I think we have, oh no, we have a last-minute thing. You're going to join me again? Okay, that's fine. Totally planned.
Yeah, absolutely planned. No, I mean, listen, one of the best parts about working with so many wonderful creators is that we want to get every community involved possible. And that's what we're doing right now. We're going to make sure everybody's channel's live. It's very exciting. But I want to take a minute. You know, we set up all of the incentives for this, and I want to remind everybody that this is for St. Jude. You know, so every time you spawn a dolphin for Lupo to accidentally injure, you know that the money's going to a good place. Every time you spawn a bee or fireworks or hearts, you're providing incredibly valuable care to the families at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Every single penny of it is going to an amazing cause.
And the exchange rate on the coins is 1 penny is 1 coin. So I know some of you are like shopping right now. You're looking through the menu on the Crowdicle extension, and you're thinking like, I don't know. Do I want to spawn like the Wither on Dr. Lupo right when he jumps? Do I want to throw all the players into the ceiling? Do I want to spawn kill everyone? There's a lot of options. It can be a little overwhelming. So what we want you to do is coordinate in the chat. We want you to coordinate in the chat and decide who you don't want. Okay.
They're already coordinating there.
We have some friendly conversation happening. Everyone is pogging right now. which is, of course, exactly what you do before you win. And
we don't want them to win.
We don't want anyone winning.
No, we want you all to win.
I love everyone's skins that we have loaded up right now. It's pretty nice.
A few of them, yeah. I don't think Dado and Amaze have played Minecraft very recently.
We talk about Steve. You talking about Steve and Steve?
Left Steve and right Steve.
And Steve.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, I really think that Steve has been the unsung hero of the Minecraft universe for so long.
The underdog.
Yeah. I mean, nobody expects Steve to win, but Steve is where we all start. You know, we all start.
You know, when you think about it that way, we're all the same on the inside.
Yeah, everyone is Steve in Minecraft.
Any Steves?
Any Steves in the chat?
Thank you.
Anyone Steving?
Just thank you. We appreciate you. So, with everything coming down now, to go a little bit bigger, right? Talk about GCX as a whole.
Yeah.
The Minecraft event is coming up now. It's the closing ceremony right after. How does it feel being kind of at the end of another year?
It's really exciting. You know, we've done so much stuff this year that was new. This is new. We've had so many new broadcasters on the marathon. We had so many people participate across the community fundraising. And we managed to run St. Jude for over a day, which was a pipe dream when we got started. First year we raised $500,000. It costs way more than that to run St. Jude for a day. But it's incredible to me that everybody gathers together every year, and every dollar, every $10, every $1,000, it all goes to the same place. And it is empowering the mission and work at St. Jude. It is making sure that the research that they're doing gets distributed freely across the entire world. And it goes towards the incredible goals that we've heard about this year. We've heard Rick Shadyac talk about working with the WHO to take the 5 most common childhood forms of cancer and raise their survival rate to over 60% inside of the next 5 years.
Which is a huge goal.
It's incredible. And it's what I love about St. Jude is they set goals and then they follow through and they make it happen. So St. Jude is truly leading the way across the world. No matter where you're at, no matter where you're receiving treatment from, there's a chance that the treatment protocol that you're receiving started from research at St. Jude.
Yeah, and not even just the treatment itself, but the whole picture. Something that Dr. Lupo mentioned just in the charity panel is that the design of the hospitals, from the color of the paint on the walls, is just designed to reduce stress, to make it a little bit more of a livable, a passable, a more calm experience dealing with that, because it's a lot to deal with.
It's incredible the thought that goes into the entire hospital. From the moment you walk in as a patient or a patient family to the moment that you leave, everything is considered. Whether it's food, housing, medical treatment, and continued education. They have liaisons that talk to teachers. So from your school, you get your curriculum so that when you're cured and you go back, you get to stay with your friends. Because and this is the other thing, this is the thing that really sticks with me for St. Jude is, you know, childhood cancer, it affects the families deeply. But when we lose a child to cancer, it affects the entire community. It affects the rest of the students in their class. It affects their teachers. It affects the communities that they come from, you know. And so the work that St. Jude does, it restores families, but it's also restoring communities. It's making sure that as everyone grows up, this might be a scary time, but you pull through. And I think that it is unmatched, the level of impact that we see with St. Jude when it comes to that community level.
Definitely. The return from even just helping one person, you help so many more than just the one person who might be your patient at the time. It's a larger community focus. It's helping so many. And all of the good work that's been done through the GCX Charity Marathon, through what we're hopefully about to do, if you all are getting ready for it.
What we are about to do. It's happening. Don't worry.
Oh, I mean, if they show up.
If they show up. Yeah.
If they show up.
Have you been buying your coins? Everyone in the crowd? Yeah. Yeah, it's your turn to win.
I see 3 hands up right there. They're ready to go.
3 hands up.
You ready for
yes!
this?
Yes! All right, I'm going to go run over there, do our final checks.
Okay.
And then I shall return.
Sounds good. So we are hopefully in just the last few moments before we start on. That one's my phone. That one's your phone. You can take that one. He was trying to get into my DMs, but in an entirely separate way. Not okay. But we are hopefully in just our last few minutes. I see all of the creators up there on their desks. They're hopefully all set and ready to go. We're just waiting for thumbs up. You're going to see Broman running around in the behind the scenes in just a few seconds as we get ready for today's event. Chat, you are our 5th player. Crowd, you are our 5th player. And are you ready to win this one? All right, everybody. Oh, looks like we are just about ready and just about getting started. You can all see everybody's points of view. I think we'll be dropping it to the audio of the 4 of them in just a few minutes. I'm waiting for the voice in my ear to confirm that as everybody loads up and we're getting ready to go. So with that, well, yeah, we are set up. We are in our first area, which is the Jungle Temple, a huge parkour challenge with all sorts of different puzzles and unique mechanics. I see a maze in here ready to go. We can flip over between everybody. Let us know when it's go time. Dr. Lupo's ready to go. 30 seconds to get ready for the event. This is the first of our 3 challenges. Those 4 bars you see at the top of the screen is each player's progress through the event as they hit different checkpoints. That door is going to drop in about 10 seconds, and I think we're going to be able to drop into their voice call shortly after that. So we're almost ready to go. Dado's with the Fortnite, Doc with the Poggies. Let's get ready to go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everybody. Chat, I want to hear it. We'll stick with Dado for just a second. First couple jumps going through. Nice. I think that's the first checkpoint as soon as he will cross that. Wrong way, Dado. Over this way, Dado. Dado, look for the logs. Oh, no, and here come in the first effects. Here come in the first effects. Nausea effect already being sent through on one of our players. It looks like Dado is getting hit with that pretty hard. Everybody is struggling at the logs right now, the additional little point of view modifications as they're all coming through. You can jump 3 blocks by default. You just got to go for that last little one. Come on. All right, chat. I know you all want to win, but we also need to root on the people on stage. Can we get a little bit of a clap going for Dado as he works his way across these? Ready? 2. Clap. Clap. There we go. Let's take a look. Like we have a couple different players at different areas. Who is that in our top right? Spawn hearts on screen. Not all of them are completely destructive. You're all going to be able to help a few of your players as well. Dr. Lupo on the different logs working their way out. Got to time this pretty carefully as you got to be catching it as you're all there. Respawned at the previous checkpoint. So not a huge loss. Timing of these is going to be insanely critical. 3, working their way across. Dr. Lupo might be crossing this one. Made it at just the last second. Working their way through. Dr. Lupo just crossed another checkpoint, working his way through and up the map. Let's check back in on him. Now, one of the first couple of puzzles. Now, it's careful to notice that as that platform moves, you're not on it. So you have to keep walking as it keeps walking across. Now, I think that'll send it back. So you need to keep moving as the platform is moving out from underneath you. It's not going to just take you with it. So a little bit of care is needed there. Keep walking forward, Doctor. Keep walking forward, Lupo. You almost got it. Cross there. Don't get crushed. As lightning is spawned in. Oh, this one's definitely getting interesting. Moving on to another one of our competitors. Made You Look is working her way across those spike pits and hits through. Let's go through from the next log down to number 3 and up in. Hearts on screen. A big thank you to everybody who's participating using crowd control and helping everything go through. Let's check in on Amaze. Where's Amaze? I think Amaze might be stuck at the moment. You're going to want to head back on your left there. There you go. Climbing up from there and working your way through. Logs are set up. You have a little bridge that you're looking for right over this direction. Make your way up to that. Checking in on Dado is on the logs right here, working his way across. 1, 2, 3, and oh no. We'll check back in just a little bit. Let's see if he can make this. 2, 3. Almost. Nailed it on his way across. Just has to avoid those spikes to hit the next checkpoint. Going in from that left-hand corner. Nice. On that right-hand side might be a good call. Amaze getting a little bit of help from the other spectators helping us out here as we're all set and good to go. This rolling log trap, relatively easy if you know where you're going for. And up the bridge he goes. Let's see. There's a cave. I think there's a cave. That might be where you want to go, Dado, down into the cave, I'm thinking. You can't build on this one, Dado. Come on, down this way. You can do it. We'll see. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo. Where is he at? He was at a few of the shooting puzzles. Oh, okay. The spectator gets sent down into the lava, apparently. He keeps getting teleported back to his previous checkpoint. Hearts on screen, fireworks on screen. Dr. Lupo, you have quite a bit being sent your way. I think you're just waiting on that platform. That is a bit of a time limiter, as that has to make it all the way back and then all the way across, so it'll help balance everybody out. I think almost everybody is at these obstacles right here, which is important. You have to keep walking as it makes its way across. It's not just going to hold you with it. So here comes your ride. Your Uber has arrived. Hopefully. The lightning might be holding him down a little bit, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Let's see where Dado's at. Is now also at the same puzzle. Now remember, you got to walk with this one. There you go. Nice. It is. You got this. Now just don't get crushed. And around to this next puzzle. All the way through the cave, and now working his way up towards the next area. Let's check in on Amaze. Dropping that and having it available to be able to jump across. That is one of the last things you need to do before you're able to access that section. Sprint jumps are working. The timing on that. Dr. Lupo completed section 1. Everything you've seen so far, everybody, that is the first section of the map. Next, onto a little bit of a combat area, as Dr. Lupo's going to have to fight off 15 different zombies on this wave. Now, if you stand on any of those platforms, it's going to give you some sort of potion effect. This one looks like it gave a little bit of a jump boost as he's getting into some combat right here. The controls, look camera to sky, freeze the player for 10 seconds, fireworks, hearts on screen. Dr. Lupo is just getting surrounded and unable to do everything as he's moving through. So we'll continue watching this fight. Those crits are going to be important. So another round of freezing, killed by the player, lightning the player. Dr. Lupo's getting quite a few effects sent his way.
Now, for Minecraft Combat, it's not about just clicking as fast as you can, not since 1.8. So you're going to have to time it with that little gauge that you see in the center of the screen telling you when your max attack damage is charged up. That'll help you a lot to be able to take these down a little bit quicker. Crits would be better, but with a horde this big and getting pinned into the wall, maybe just going for the spam might just work as more are working their way through. Dado is just pinned in against the wall, just trying to do damage as everything is just attacking him from every angle. His point of view is just nothing but zombies. A little bit of hearts from the chat though. Everybody getting excited. Running back a little bit, getting some distance, re-upping on that potion effect. Dr. Lupo just completed section 2 as well and is moving on to the 3rd. This pad giving jump boosts so he can get a little bit more vertical, persevering against all of the different crowd control effects that have been sent his way. Again, all of them going to help St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Waiting maybe for an opening? Oh no, you're frozen. You're not just waiting, you're frozen. You can't, oh, okay. He goes up to the sky. Whoever did that one, that's, oh. And there goes the log. So you're not gonna be able to stand on that for very long. This is about speed, being able to just move as quickly as you can. 4, it's gonna require 4 or 5 pixel perfect jumps. Nope, just trying to get to that second one. Okay, there's a horse all of a sudden. Hackor, thank you very much for that. Come on, Lupo, you got this. Let's hear it, crowd. What do you think? He was your favorite at the beginning. As a goat, certainly enters the field. And another, oh, and some sweat, and some blazes. Y'all are looking for the shout-outs here on screen as the names are perfectly visible. You know, just add, when I said spicy, I didn't think immediately fire, but looks like he's got, oh no, oh no. Rip dog, I'm so sorry. I don't think the horse is gonna help. The bee might. Fireworks, more things being sent Lupo's way as he's trying to make his way through that. Dado just completed section 2 as well. Moving across these platforms, this is where he gets vertical. Adds a little bit of additional jump boost. From that, you're gonna have to re-up on every time. Fate Walker throwing a llama our way. Love the musical effects that have been added to this. Again, the big thanks to Spark Universe for all of the work that went into building this. Dado's just looking to make friends at this point, I think. Oh, I think the chicken just died to our fireworks, so that's unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that. That extra jump boost is helping out a little bit. The lightning, not so much. That's a name I recognize. Dado making his way through. Come on, you got this, Dado. It'll only get you 2 blocks. So right up on that one, align yourself up on that left edge and just throw yourself right up at it. You got it. Right here. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo, who's also working his way across. It looks like he's finished the combat challenge, is on another set of walls that are just designed to squish. But he's made a few friends, though. A few different mobs have been spawned to help him and continue with him throughout this way. That's 2. That's 3. Making his way to the next one of these jumps. That log is going to make it interesting. Going to have to mine through that area. Watch out for the rolling log behind him. I think he's been frozen again. So that's going to make things a little bit more complicated. Amaze has completed section 1 and is now into the first combat challenge, making his way through. Using that bow to be able to get a little bit more range. I don't think we saw either of the other players, but you need to, once they got you in tight, you're gonna have to do it. The lightning there actually doing a little bit to help, setting all of the different zombies on fire. So, you know, that definitely helped out a little bit. I think we see where, wait, I think Lupo is just about to hit another checkpoint actually. Dado is working on that breaking bridge, got about 2/3 of the way through it on that one. 2, 3, jump number 4. That is the tough one, 3 blocks and ascending. So you're going to definitely need to hit that one at speed. Made You Look just completed section 1. She's now into the combat challenge as well. Here we go. Let's see how she takes this on. Made You Look showing that she knows this game a little bit better, hitting those crits and being able to take this down a little bit quicker. That TNT might not help, though. No, never mind. I take it back. It definitely did help. 5 out of 15. This is the quickest we've seen anybody go through the combat challenge overall. As she's double critting all of these down. She's going to be able to get this, I think, in record time between our 4 competitors so far. I just want to stick here for... Oh, no. Here comes the crowd. While she's finishing that up, let's go back in and check in on Dr. Lupo, who is now hitting all of these different buttons. Now, when these are lit up, that means that the whatever mechanics is attached to is active, and I believe they're on a brief timer, so you're going to have to work your way through all of them to get everything going in one shot. So Dr. Lupo across these platforms. Made You Look already completed section 2. Dr. Lupo just completed section 3 and is moving his way through the map. Piglins are being spawned. My friends, how you all doing? Now this door, you're going to need to get that one down. It looks like you have a few spots that you're going to need to hit to be able to bring that down. That is the section 3 challenge, making your way to all of these different buttons and getting them activated. Let's check in on Made You Look, who's now starting to work her way through section 2. All of the different moving platforms here. The 3. Nice, and we're up to the jump boost area of the map. Working our way up. That's one, and let's see. This one, bumping your head off of that, that was always messing with people. Let's see if she can get it. Nice. Up into that little cubby, up and through. The cow just kind of pushed her down though, so that didn't really help. Let's check in on Amaze, still in that combat. Okay, just a few zombies. You only need to get 6 more, Amaze. So focus your fire, get a few targets down. Again, everybody, if you want to be able to add to everything that you're seeing on screen, like that lightning and everything. Did Amaze just get killed by the stairs? I think Amaze just got killed by the stairs. Oh no. Yep, Amaze is stuck under the stairs. Can one of the other admins help us get him out? All right, remember everybody, if you want to spawn in an axolotl, a mushroom, or anything else, you're going to be able to use it crowd control. The link to it, I believe, is down in the description of the GCX. That extra jump boost is definitely going to help, so we have some help from the crowd as well. Datto hitting the first of the different areas, different keys he needs for the main door for section 3. Amaze completed section 2. On to the next challenge, working through all those bridges. Can we get a little bit of hype from the crowd, please, as we're working our way through this? Dr. Lupo still in that room, working his way through all of the different buttons that he needs to access. Keeping that potion effect on and timing it to hit that upper platform is one of the crucial parts of this room. Getting hit by lightning definitely makes that a little bit more complicated. As you're working your way there, watch out for the bomb that's been put on the ground right behind you. You can reset. Oh no, the goat! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry whoever spawned that goat. You got. Let's check in on Made You Look. She is at the broken bridge. This was messing with everybody a little bit earlier. You need to hit all those jumps at speed or just float. Okay, you nailed it. All of the animals here just being completely down. Dr. Lupo just completed section 4 and is moving on to the next section of the map. Having to mine quickly on this or just go up and over definitely helps. Off to that side bridge. No pushing from the goat. TJD, you got this covered. First checkpoint, just trying to stay on that platform. Remember that you have to walk with it. I mean, or not. Just floating there for a few seconds. Oh, there's the reset. The not being able to move is definitely messing with everybody as these sections are very movement dependent. Datto just completed section 4 as well, tied with Dr. Lupo. They're both at the same area. It's neck and neck between the two of them. Probably only about 50 block difference between the two. All right, Datto, Fortnite, this is the first one you can break in place. Let's get this. That's what? Up and over. Lightning off. See if he can make the transition. Not quite. And resetting back. Now he can just take his time with this first one. Clear it up and over. He's already made a path for himself. Now he just needs to worry about the second one as he's working on that transition again. The goat's coming in as well. Oh, that one's a llama. My apologies. Working just on the tail end of the platform, hitting the transition, but it was heading the wrong direction, unfortunately. The wall, yeah, just almost scraped him off, but no. Making all the way across without having to worry about a transition. But that door right there, Dado is through the first room of this section. A little bit of archery involved in making sure a few of these different platforms are going to become available. I think you already hit that one, so now they're coming up and out of the ground. You try to shoot yourself, Dado? Oh, no. That will respawn you. It'll definitely help you out. All right, let's see. No, the llama has to live. Don't do it. Don't do it, Dado. Don't do it. No, the llama has to live, Dado. And now he's made it. Okay, we have a new objective on stream, everybody. Can we have just a few dozen llamas for Dado, please? He needs to make a new friend. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo. Same section of the map as we're getting everything cleared out. Hitting on that raises all of the platforms to be able to access the second part of the map. You have to do it at speed, but when you've been frozen for 10 seconds with crowd control, that's definitely not very easy. Oh, and a wither skeleton dropped on his head, and a creeper, and oh no. That, well, I guess that kind of worked out for him in the end. Floating over that spike, not so much. Several hostile mobs being spawned in. Dr. Lupo is unable to move, on fire, surrounded by several different enemies. This looks just like a Tarkov stream, but we're here in Minecraft on the charity gauntlet here at the end of GCX 2022. Re-upping on that platform, re-ups on all the platforms coming up out of the water. So it's just a few jumps to be able to clear around. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to make it if you're frozen in the sky. Let's check over on Dado for a second while Dr. Lupo is just frozen in air. In exactly the same place with a parrot friend now. All right, you got this. More llamas have been spawned. Where's the last? Okay, they're still alive. Multiple different llamas. Chat, you came through. I apologize for switching scenes. I appreciate you as Dado's making his way across. Just having to go through that moving platform now is his next target. Now remember, you gotta walk with it, so a freeze right here would be really poorly timed, just saying. That also would definitely do it. That'll definitely do it too. We're gonna sway across these platforms. A few of these are set up. Having to re-up on keeping those platforms up. The timer on that is very unforgiving. So if you missed a few of the jumps, you're not going to be able to work your way across. And being on fire definitely doesn't help either. Dado's working his way across. Up and over. Come on, Dado. Dr. Lupo just completed section 5. Into the final part of the map. We're going to stick with him for a little while as we're getting ready. This might be the finish line here if he can time all of these jumps appropriately. Those vertical rolling spike logs are pretty unforgiving. Once they hit you, they immediately send you back to respawn. Jumping up. Oh no, the cow! Oh no! Making his way across. Timed that one right on the transition, did not on the second. The timing on this is somewhat crucial. Hearts on screen, he's frozen again. Nausea effect, lightning, poison. Y'all are really piling. Oh, there's a witch there as well. All right, harming potions and not being able to move. This is definitely going to be a little bit more complicated. Remember, everybody, you can keep this going. And you all, chat, and the crowd here at home, you can win if you throw enough coins at this to prevent our players from working through all of these levels. Dr. Lupo going to combat for a little bit to clear out the space, making his way towards this platform. Aiming towards the center might be a good call, so you can catch the platforms on transition. Spiders behind, a little bit complicated. Llamas are in. I think he's frozen. And yep, he's frozen. We just need to wait for everything to go through. The ground, no, it didn't. The ground might come in before. All right. Let's go back and check in on a few of the other players that we hadn't yet. Amaze is working his way through, just needs to clear. Watch that spike log as it's rolling across. Jump up and over, clearing out things. Dado just cleared section 5 as well. We'll quickly check in on Made You Look and see where she's at. Working her way through this multi-button room that we saw a few people struggling with earlier, but she's making good progress. Let's go in with Lupo. He was in the lead the last time we checked in. Still on those different transitioning platforms. There's 8 jumps overall to clear out this section and get to the next one. Lightning strikes definitely make it a little bit more complicated though. So you all are showing up with the crowd control. We really appreciate it. All of it's going to an amazing cause, and you're making this definitely interesting. We'll check with everybody later and see if they feel the same. Let's check in with Dado. See where he's at. On the last of the jumps, Dado has completed the course. 23 minutes, 52 seconds. First place for the Jungle Temple. Very nice. We'll go over to Dr. Lupo, who's the closest to the finish line now. Being frozen definitely has slowed him down. Being frozen and thrown in the sky definitely makes it interesting. More, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A lot. Let's just say a lot. A lot of mobs have been spawned. More are coming in, catching all of the jumps on the timing. That might or might not be a checkpoint. I'm not sure. It is. So he's on the halfway point. Only 4 jumps left. And now the platforms disappear out from under your feet. We got to make it a little bit more interesting. Just 4 jumps. Once he can get through all of the freezes, once he can get through all of the horses, the cows, the pandas, which have been spawned in, and the creeper, which just got thrown straight into the lava. All right, everybody, let's get some cheers going for Dr. Lupo as he has just these last few jumps before he'll complete the Jungle Temple. Let's go. Dado, Fort? No, we believe in you. All right, come on. As soon as the freeze is through, Ocelot, B, so much more being thrown his way. Another 10-second freeze being thrown his way. And there's a poison spider right behind him. So those combinations definitely on the hostile side. He's not even caring though. He's just focused about the jumps forward. Let the hostile mobs follow him into the lava. Amaze completed section 3 as we're almost here at the finish line with Dr. Lupo. We'll jump back with him in just a second. That's 3. That's 4. One last jump. Dr. Lupo has completed the course. Second place. Overall time, 25 minutes, 48 seconds. Y'all have definitely kept this one interesting. What do we have in the chest? Oh, I can't even open them. I think that's just for him now. Let's go ahead and check back with Amaze at this room with all of the different buttons that we had to be able to open that gate. There's 5 different to work your way through. And it looks like he's been given a friend to hang out with him while he's working his way through all of this. And he's frozen. So, and there's a spider. So it looks like all of the fun has come from Lupo's side to yours, Amaze. Just buckle up maybe. This is gonna be interesting as the lightning strikes come in. Oh, but there's a little bit of love too, so you gotta appreciate it. All right, let's go through as he makes the first. Hold on, we'll reset on that. Let's go through as he makes the first jump, and off to this jump pad, which will throw him up. Hit that center button, and now all he has to do is make his way across. You have to do it with an empty hand, Amaze. No items in your hand for you to be able to lock that one down once you're unfrozen. There you go, first one through. 4 more buttons to press. Let's go check in on Made You Look, who I believe is in the same room, and we're working our way through. Oh no, she's made progress to the next section. 3, 4, 5. The door's open. She just needs to make her way across, and she'll be into section 4. So there's just a little bit of parkour left as she's working her way through. So we have 2 competitors complete on the first map as more different crowd control things are being sent their way. I believe they're also able to help spectate and jump around and watch things that are going through. Made You Look just completed section 4. She's into the next area, having to break these blocks while going across to be able to make a path through. Let's see if she can handle this one. Well, she's been no jumping, nausea, and frozen for 10 seconds. So there's no motion that's going to be able to be done right there. Amaze is looking for his last different thing he needs to hit. A pillager's been spawned right behind Made You Look, but she does not even care. Clearing out everything in front of her, working her way to that first transition from platform to platform, having to jump across. Nailed it. Can she break a block in time? Unfortunately, no, and reset back to the start of this one. But now the path is clear. She can just work her way up and over and fixate on what's in front of her. First block's been broken, so she just needs to make her way up and around. And it's the center transition. Now, you don't need to switch on this one. If you're lucky enough, you can ride one platform all the way across. You just need to balance it around those walls, which one just scraped her off, and now she can try again on the left side. Got to stay moving. That's 2 dodge. No, she's headed the wrong way. But she's frozen, so she's not heading in any direction. The firework being dropped, and she's going to get dropped down a very large chasm and reset back again. Frozen again immediately. Both of the players are just completely locked right now. Another shot coming through. All right, let's see if there's a small gap in the crowd control that she can make it across. Chat, you all are still playing. The transition back, you just need to wide one all the way across. You're not going to want to jump because it's just going to take you back to the start. So it's just about timing it between those different walls that are trying to knock you off. First one, second one, hit you right off, moving back. That's one. That's skeleton again, down into the pit with it, though. So we have nothing to worry about there. Just come across. 1. Clearing out platform number 2. Platform number 3. There we go. Section 4 looks like it's just about to be complete. Making our way to that. Now that races all of the platforms, and you're on the clock as you're clearing all of these different jumps. You need to make your way towards the next section before they drop back down and respawn you. So this one is all about time. A little bit of a barbecue has been started, though, so Made You Look's going to have to worry about that for just a second. Maybe that skeleton will help with the shots. No? No? Okay, maybe not. Let's go check in on Amaze and see where he's at. And I'm stuck in the lava now. Oh, through the gate. Amaze has completed section 4. 2 minutes left on this game for the remaining 2 players to make their way through. The admins have called it, so we're working our way on sudden death to see which one of the 2 of them can make their way through a little bit further. Amaze has already cleared the barrier on the first of these 3, making his way across. Needs to hit that transition, and now needs to clear the barrier in front of him so he's not going to get bumped off back into the water. If that cat makes it all the way through, that's going to be really impressive. Onto this platform. Don't need to hit the transition on this. Just need to not get knocked off. Working his way through. That's 1. Come on. That's 2. Just needs to... No, don't need to make the transition. Just follow it all the way across. You got this. 2 and 3. Looks like the first room of section 4 is complete as well. They are neck and neck. Checking in, I Made You Look. The timing on this proving absolutely critical. Once you hit that, it looks like you only have about 15 seconds to make it around to the second of the 3 platforms. So timing and hitting all of those jumps, quick transitions between is extremely important. Last one, and she's through on the first one, having to reset and go through again. Lining up the shot. Platforms are up, and now it's all about hitting the next thing, except she's been frozen and the camera's been locked to the sky. So look at that. Look at the beautiful build that we have here, everybody. Again, if you all want to contribute to this chaos, the crowd control link is down in the description of our Twitch page here at GCX. You're going to be able to keep it going. And spawn in a few pets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I said Amaze had 1 cat. If it made it to the end, that's going to be impressive. Made You Look is going to be bringing just a few more, trying to show, oh no, -1B, unfortunately. Hitting on that platform, reset. That 3-block jump, you have to hit it at the absolute last second. That's one of the longest jumps that you can hit in a Minecraft character without any sort of outside interaction. Thankfully, the pets are immune to the rolling log of death, and it's just focused on player kills. Unfortunately, it caught Made You Look in the ankles when she wasn't looking. Amaze completed section 5 while we were tabbed over. He's on the final section of this. Game ending in 30 seconds. Can we get some hype to see if Amaze can make it through this? It's 8 jumps. The timing needs to be almost precise. 15 seconds. Let's count it down, everybody. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game over. Dado takes first place. 23 minutes, 52 seconds. Dr. Lupo, 25 minutes. Amaze, 92% of the course. Made You Look at 88% of the course. Absolutely amazing performance from everybody, especially those of you watching at home. I saw so many different crowd control redemptions, so much chaos being sent the way of all of our players. We're back to the desk. Sounds good. So much different chaos sent our way to all of our players. So much happening, all done thanks to you. And all of that going straight directly to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospitals. Again, a big thank you to Spark Universe and all of the work that they've done for this event. We're setting up for the second of these 3 challenges, which is going to take our players from a jungle temple of parkour and jumping to an underwater challenge, having to throw themselves around with a Riptide Trident and fight several different combat and puzzle challenges. Now, this one's going to be a little bit more open. That's not just a linear path. Instead, players are going to be able to choose which of the 9 challenges they want to pursue at any given time. They have to fully complete each of them to unlock the item at the end, take that back to their center area, and that is how they progress. All right, everybody, we're gearing up for round 2. Let's get a little bit of noise as we move into the second round of the Minecraft Charity Gauntlet. We are just waiting for everybody to teleport, and then we'll be good to go. Look at all the casters on stage. I see that gimbal shot. Everybody is in and focused. Let's take another look real quick, though. Dado, only 100 deaths. Everybody at triple digits, but Dado, 100 deaths. Best parkour player out of the 4 here, apparently, as we have it. Amaze, 115. Didn't get as far, but every jump he hit mattered. Dr. Lupo, 138. Made You Look with 174. All right, we're getting into our second area. All of these different treasures need to be collected to complete this challenge. And we'll just wait, because the walls, I don't think even I can get past them as we're going through. 10 seconds as we're going through it. Now, everybody, that Riptide Trident in your hands, right-click to hold, you'll pull it back, and then after a second or 2, release, and it'll throw you out into the water throughout this amazing map. Look at this pirate ship. This is one of the challenges that everybody's going to have to compete with, and we have so many more just hidden around this map. Look at this underwater oasis and all of the different things that people are going to need to discover within. There's combat challenges here. There's a little bit of park jumping as well. A few different puzzles and different movements that everybody's going to have to get through. So we'll see how it goes. Who already hit that heart of the sea? Dr. Lupo is in one of the above ground areas, having to navigate with the Riptide Trident. Now, it's worth noting, while you have to be in water to pull it, it'll throw you through air as well. So as long as you're willing to get your feet wet, you can get a little bit of altitude, even if you're in an air pocket. So that's going to be extremely important. Who completed? I already saw one player who's grabbed a Nautilus shell. Made You Look is making, it looks like, her way through the pirate ship towards the captain quarters. Let's see if I can stick with her right here. Let's work through. Data already cashing in the first treasure. It looks like the pirate ship has already been done through. The Heart of the Sea thrown down on the platform. Shipwreck is complete. He's working through and just hitting with that movement, working towards his next challenge. Underground into the arch right here as he's working his way across. I can't even keep up, and I have creative mode. Let's just make ourselves a little bit faster to try to keep up as the movement is going. Now you can catch, that's where he completed his first challenge. So he needs to move through and find a new space to be able to go through. And looks like he's entering the Colosseum, which is a little bit of combat against Guardians. Now, the attacks on these is a little bit interesting. It charges for a few seconds, and if you can break line of sight, that'll get rid of it. Dato's not worrying about that. He's just yeeting himself into the Guardian's face to do maximum damage and have to take out just a few of these. Throwing himself around, trying to preserve health as he's doing a little bit here. Made You Look also cashed in the first treasure as well from the pirate ship. But we're going to go to Dr. Lupo, who just nailed the Heart of the Sea and is working his way through. This is a different challenge. There's now, oh, an Elder Guardian just dropped right there. That's going to make things a little bit complicated. I don't know if block breaking is required for this challenge, but we're going to watch Dr. Lupo right here just get around and then cash in the Nautilus or not. He's going to pass the pedestal. Oh, the Spyglass dropped in as well from the Palace Inner Tower, and he also had the Nautilus shell in hand. So it looks like he was banking up multiple different resources, dropping the second one of those in and taking an early lead. Let's go back on Dado, who is in the combat challenge. Still working his way across, half health. He only needs to kill one more Guardian, and there he is, and he is out. Heading back towards spawn to drop off his loot. Oh no, the frozen effect. Absolutely eliminating his movement, but getting an axolotl friend to hang out with him and a glow squid. I know a lot of people wish the Moo Bloom was there, but we got the glow squid, everybody. I'm sorry, that they got my vote. Moving in, the Sea Monster scales dropped in. Dado is moving in, tying it up 2-2 so far here in Atlantis. Let's check in on Made You Look, see what challenge she's in right now. Looks like it is one of the air pockets here. This has a little bit more parkour involved. So it's just having to find a way to be able to get up and around and being able to access these upper platforms. Hitting that button right there will unlock the artifact for this section. Well, all four of them will unlock the artifact for this section. So it's all about getting there. A few, I wouldn't say friends, but associates from previous maps also making their way here underwater. It looks like she might have noped out and head off to another section. Nope, working her way around. Now, a few of those pedestals would drop, so it's about taking this at speed, running and sprinting the entire way around without stopping. So hitting 6 jumps without missing, sprinting the entire time. As soon as you stay for just a little bit too long, that drops down. You have to reset from 0. Got to catch that at a full sprint. Nope, she's out. She's moving towards another challenge as well. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo, who looks like he's now also in the Guardian Combat Challenge. Not being able to move, though, is definitely going to make it interesting. Now that Dolphin spawn is going to come in handy. Dolphin's Grace, a little bit of extra movement speed. Usually a good thing. With the Riptide Trident, though, it is, you know, possible to smash her face into the wall and be a little bit harder to navigate. Throwing himself in. You can also use that Trident just to punch as well, so you have options. Dado collecting the compass while we're here as well, taking a lead and working his way through. Let's check in on Amaze. What's he up to? Oh, he's at the parkour challenge that we just saw. Now using that trident from there, he can throw himself through the air, getting one of the 4 buttons that he needs to hit across, and then it'll be a quick little reset to be able to access the other side. Just one platform, one jump over a spike log. You already got experience with this, man. I believe in you. You can do this. Hit across that. Oh no, the freeze catching him at just the worst time. Not being able to. Oh no, down to the ground. That is so unfortunate. Let's check in on Dado. Looks like he's working his way on a light puzzle to be able to access another one of the treasures. Just a little bit as he's flicking switches, just trying to see what he needs to turn on, what he needs to turn off, trying to match that pattern to be able to unlock the artifact for this challenge of the area. Resetting, taking a look at everything he's got. 2, balancing that one. Looks like this is where the raid mechanics are going to be coming in. Can we bring in the raid music? You might have already did this one, man. Oh, wait, something open here. Oh, no, that didn't. You might have already did this one as he's on his way out. Oh, I see where this gets a little bit complicated. You got to try this. Look around. Every detail of these maps is extremely important. All 4 players being represented. Let's check in on Made You Look, who is doing the same puzzle as well, just trying everything on the outside, trying to find what pattern it is that will reset, open up, and unlock the artifact on this one. Now, a reminder to our challengers, if you are stuck on an artifact, you can always exit. Your progress would be saved, and you'll be able to move through. Dr. Lupo collecting the treasure, though, 3 out of 10. Let's check in on him as he just cashed that in. And the sea monster scales. He's going 2 for 2 twice, making sure he's going to secure that lead. Wrestling it back from Dado, he's now in charge, just navigating around here. All of these rings, being able to swim through them. And now here's where things get interesting. That dolphin that somebody put through with crowd control is definitely going to help here. That extra mobility when underwater, being able to navigate a little bit faster. As soon as you hit swim, you have one of those mobs nearby. It practically makes you sail through the water, and the Riptide Trident on top of it just makes it even more interesting. Having to go back, clear his way through. He's hitting almost every target, just trying to clear his way. Hitting this vertical one. There's only 4 rings left, and it looks like he might unlock another artifact right here, getting himself over halfway through all of the different things we need to go. Dado just collected the rabbit's foot as well, probably that light puzzle we just saw him at. Dr. Lupo clearing that last ring, hitting, wait, just another item? Does he have it in his inventory already? It looks like he did, but he's locked to the ground and unable to move right now. Being able to now take that home and cash it in if he wanted to. Amaze with his first artifact, the Heart of the Sea, being dropped in as well. Is he going to drop that in? No, it looks like Dr. Lupo is going for another get to cash them both in at once. He's now in on the light puzzle that we saw everybody with just a little bit ago. Let's check in on Made You Look, who's back at this parkour challenge, having to speed jump. And nope, she's just out and through on the other side, moving towards another objective instead. Dado just recently cashed one in. Let's see where he's at right now. He's also at the same spot, having to jump and hit all of those. 6 jumps, rapid succession. For somebody who doesn't play Minecraft, it could be a little complicated, just hitting that, hitting your movement, not worrying about it, working your way through. 10 minutes on the clock. Dado and Dr. Lupo tied right now, but we know Dr. Lupo has 1 item in his pocket, so this is his game if he gets that cashed in before the timer goes to 0. Up through the parkour. Just got to use that trident now and throw himself up into one of the corners, hitting the platforms to make his way across. Got to hold it all the way through. And as soon as you see it pulled back, then you can throw yourself. Up and through the air, and you got this. Let's see Dado hit this jump. Amazed with his second treasure as well. Cashing it in, putting 2 on the board. And Dado off to the corner. First of the 4 buttons hit. Does he get the platform? He doesn't, unfortunately. Needs to reset back to 0. But now that he's made that jump, can he do it again? Almost working his way across. Just a quick little reset. We'll come back here. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo, who is at the same, oh no, I think he just left the same puzzle. He did. Oh, he's trying to cheese it from the door, and he's able to just get it around. Finding a little bit of an interesting tactic as he's working away. It's, hey, if it works, it works. Making his way across. Made You Look collecting the Nautilus shell. She has 2 on the board as well. Dr. Lupo about to secure a 6th item once he could get them all, or get bopped by a log. But with the door strat, that's definitely working. Let's check in Dado. They're currently tied. He's also right here. I think he might have just used the door strat as well. There's only 1 corner left to activate. Where did he go? Oh, he's hitting in the center. He's staying with the jumps. All right, everybody, it's been a little while since we've seen some chaos. I'm going to remind you again, crowd control is active for this event, and you can send a little bit of help or a little bit of chaos anybody's way as Dado makes his way towards the center, jumping up to a corner that he has unfortunately already activated, having to find just 1 more where he needs to go to. But the link for that is down in the description of the GCX Twitch page. You can use that. It's a 1-to-1 conversion of coins to gold. Dado, you're looking for this one up here. A 1-to-1 conversion of coins to gold. And you can use all of that, all of it going to an amazing cause. Hitting on all of this, working his way up through the jumps. Is he going to go for the door strip? No, he's sticking with the center. He's figured out how to hit that jump. He's in a groove. He's got it set now. It's just about making his way across. So from there, off to that corner, hitting that platform, and all he's got to do is avoid a spiked log. Now, he was the first through the jungle temple. That doesn't seem like a tall order as he goes through and completes this challenge. Now, all he's got to do is go back and cash that in. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo. It looks like we got a combat challenge as well. He's going for 3 right now. Now, time might go against him on this one. He's got to not only unlock these artifacts, but also get them cashed in. Looks like he just completed that. The totem also in his inventory. Dado dropping off the Heart of the Sea. Dr. Lupo coming in to drop in 1 and 2. And guess what, everybody? He picked up another one when we weren't even looking. He has, wait for it, number 3 and number 4 items all dropped in a single run. 8 out of 10 collected. A commanding lead so far. Sounds like a perfect target for a few crowd control, benefits being sent his way, everybody. Chat, you still want to win this, right? Crowd, you still want to win this one, right? Well, Lupo's winning right now. Everybody, you got to get this. Let's check in on Dado, the closest to Dr. Lupo right now, in transition between a few different challenges. Oh, and a few freezes already coming in as I'm seeing them right now. Hard to follow with this Riptide Trident. Such an amazing map that has been built as we're just trying to keep up. We only have fly speed. We could probably go with the Trident as well. He's making his way, trying to find another one of the challenges. This giant squid-looking thing is probably one, maybe 5 minutes on the clock as things are starting to get a little bit tight. I think this might just be scenery, but we'll see. There might be some secrets hidden within. Oh, we do have a cave back here. Let's see what this leads to. A wall, unfortunately. Is there any loot on the ground? No? Okay, sorry. Wrong game. I apologize. Let's check in on Dr. Lupo, the leader so far. He's in the center. Is he about to drop off another item? No, nothing in his inventory so far. Let's check over to Made You Look, who is in the middle of a combat challenge as well. She has 15 of 15 mobs killed. We caught her just at the end. The totem in her inventory. Looks like she's heading right to the center to get that dropped off. She's going to stop here. Nope, this one's already complete. Just making her way towards the center. That trident can help a lot. Amaze cashing in the compass as we're working his way through. He's at 4 out of 10. She is, nope, wait, that's where you need to go. Oh no, that's another puzzle. Let's check in on Amaze. It's been a minute since we've been in with him. Making his way out now, just cashing in an artifact, just trying to find another space to be able to go and explore to see where he's going. That trident, huge for mobility, being able to throw yourself around from one place to another, extremely important on being able to navigate things. Major Look is cashed in her totem, 4 out of 10. We have 2 people tied at 4, Data with 5, and Dr. Lupo with 8 artifacts. Just a commanding lead so far. Let's check in with Dado, who is doing a little Simon puzzle. Just a little bit of music. We can get everything going. The freeze? No. Have to reset. You have to reset the pattern. I think this... Oh, that's your reset. I think that's your... No, I think he's just out. He's out. He's no. He's moving towards another puzzle. Let's see... Who is that? Amaze is still working his way through. I just saw somebody else who has entered the spyglass puzzle. I see a golden sword in somebody's inventory. Dr. Lupo has another artifact in his pocket already, but he's frozen, locked to the sky. The question is he going to be able to get that one cashed in before we start getting close on time? That clock is starting to wind down. Commanding lead is going to take a little bit for anybody else to be able to make their way up. I think he might be running away with this one, everybody. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a good option for you all to take a little bit of advantage. All right, back towards the center. This is already cleared. I think you went out of bounds, unfortunately. Your camera's locked. I know the camera's locked to the ground, but I think he's just sorry for going a little bit too far out of the map right now as he's making his way back to the center, get that golden sword cashed in. Let's be here for it as he drops in his 9th point so far. Data with the Nautilus Shell, Made You Look with a Mermaid's Tear, and Dr. Lupo with the Cutlass. 6, 5, 9, and Data with the 7th item, actually. Dr. Lupo is 1 item away from fully completing the map. Dado is 3, Made You Look has 5, and Amaze also at 5 right now. Let's go in with Dado and see which challenge he's potentially going on next. Just got everything dropped in. He was frozen there for a second, unfortunately, using that trident to just cover ground as quickly as possible. What's up here? It looks like we might be doing something in the very top of the map, where he's trying to, maybe get out of the ocean. Oh, no, the Elder Guardian, top center. This is a bigger, badder version of a Guardian. It does a lot more damage. Breaking line of sight, extremely important. It completely negates that boss's attack as Dado is just zipping in and trying to be able to hit it right at the apex of that Riptide. And I got mining fatigue. Good thing we're not going to be building it all in this. 1 minute also just went past, so this is going to be pretty quick. Dado, I think that Elder Guardian almost dead, but he's frozen. He can't go through to connect with it. Just waiting for that to go through. Another hit. How many times does he have to throw it at its face for it to go down? There's another. And another one down. Dado, that's the Mermaid's Tear. That's going to be another item. It's going to get him close to potentially tying. But, oh no. Is this about to happen? I think this is about to happen. Somebody hit it with the slowness. I see it in his hand. Wait for it just a second. Dr. Lupo fully completing the map. 19 minutes, 55 seconds. Data with 8 items. Made You Look with 5, and Amaze with 4. And another amazing performance. So we have a win from Data, a win from Dr. Lupo so far as we go into our 3rd event. And this one's going to be interesting. This is our Ender Dragon battle, the culmination of everything so far. And this is the one that I've told you all the least about because they can hear me up on the stage and I don't want them to know anything. So we'll just have to wait
for them. We have just a little bit as the admins get everything set up and ready to go. This is going to be more like a raid battle than the Minecraft vanilla experience. You're going to be able to tell that right away from the arena that has been set up. So those of you who are into a little bit more of a complex boss fight, this might be a little bit more your speed. And again, you all can make this even more complicated if you wanted to with that crowd control link. This is your final challenge and the last opportunity for chat and the crowd to win. You all want to win still, right? I can hear them. I'm not sure if you all on Twitch can, but you are the ones who can make it happen. Let's make some noise, everybody. We're gearing up for the final event of the Minecraft finale of GCX. Let me hear you, everybody. We are just getting the last little bit set up. Everybody's going to get teleported. And once we're in, things go from 0 to 100 very quickly. This is going to put them all at their maximum. Their shots need to be on point. Their crits need to be ready. The dragon is going to pull no punches. She is ready for this fight. Everybody is in. We're going to be transitioning back to the game in just a few seconds. Now this time, I think everybody's together. Everybody needs to work together. So this is the people on stage versus all of you at home and all of you in the crowd. So chat, if you all want to win, crowd, if you all want to win, now is your time to mess with them. The 4 of them on stage are together, and it's only you and the Ender Dragon in their way. 10 seconds left. Let me hear some noise, everybody. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Now those crystals, extremely important to shoot down. They heal the dragon passively over time. Let's see who's gonna get the first shot. Also, the Endermen are a little bit mad, so make sure you're worried about them as well. It's not just if you look at them. A few of them are going to be causing some chaos. I saw a maze get thrown up into the sky from a crowd control hit. Crits are going to be important to take down those dragons. Wither skeletons, mushrooms, and TNT. Oh my. As more Ender Dragon shots going through, more crystals. The dragon is perched for the first time. Now remember, you cannot shoot the dragon when she's perched. You have to get in there up close and personal with a melee attack. Extremely important. That magic particles right there is a bit of a problem. Oh no, a piglin brood. If you know me, you know that that's a problem. We'll deal with that later. Don't worry about that, though. Another one spawned in. Everybody is going hard on those crowd control rewards. Thank you all so much for the amazing support to St. Jude Children's. It means a lot as everybody's working together. Already about a quarter of the dragon's health already taken down. They are making short work of this fight so far. All of the crystals have already been broken. It's just, oh wait, no. There's one just hanging out there. A couple hanging out there that will passively heal her. So players are going to need to work their way out of that central arena unless they want some of their progress erased every time the dragon heads further out. Let's check on Dado. He's making his way across. There is an Enderman targeting him though at the moment, so that might be a bit of a problem. As they're working their way through here. I don't think you can get in. I think you just need to hit the shot. Let's see if you can get it. Is there a parkour challenge in here? Let's see. No, I think it's just about hitting that shot. It's a bit of an angle, so they're going to have to really either back up or nail it on the vertical as Amaze and Data are teaming up over here. Let's see where Dr. Lupo hitting the yellow pillar as well, trying to nail that shot. Was he thrown? Oh no, he's down into the void. Somebody threw him off the map. Let's check on Made You Look. She's moving to another one of those towers, trying to clear this outer crystal just a little bit higher of a shot to be able to make it. Oh, that one was so close. The hitbox on these is pretty forgiving. All you need to do is get pretty close, but it's all about the angle. Made You Look down into the ground. Dr. Lupo now being chased by 3 different Endermen. The Ender Dragon has been fully healed by these outside crystals. She's perching again. Nobody in the center. Well, no, Dr. Lupo respawned, so the timing of that is perfect.
But he's like, nope, 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 nope. I'm not dealing with that right now. Let's head out to the outer islands and take care of this problem. Everybody's trying to nail that shot on this shorter tower right here. Arrows going wide, just a little bit too high, just a little bit too low. Nailed it right there. Good shot, everybody, as they're working their way through. Dado in the center, getting struck by lightning. Oh no, the crowd control coming in clutch. You all are on the Dragons team hard right now. That crystal's already been cleared. We only see 2 more on the outside that need to be cleared out. Oh, actually just 1. Never mind, it just got nailed as I was looking around. So the Dragon's crystals are completely gone. Now any damage is gonna stick. Being thrown up into the sky for combat works. Being able to punch, she's perching, so getting in close can make this interesting. You could get a lot of damage in here if you can get in for the melee. Several different hits. Amaze getting thrown. Made You Look hitting the crits on every hit. A quarter of the health already down. Dr. Lupo thrown up into the air. Everybody gets thrown as she clears. Now range comes back into play. And with no crystals, every shot counts. But there's also Enderman keeping it interesting as the ads are working their way across. Dado, not even worrying about it, just focused on the boss right now. Burn down the damage. Dr. Lupo trying to get away from 2 Endermen. What is he going to do? They're just right behind him. There's a little bit of love, but the murder right behind, that might be something to be worried about. Another shot coming in, another perch, another opportunity for big DPS. All they need to do is get in close. Made You Look, definitely been the MVP on dragon damage so far. Getting right up in there and underneath. Underneath half health right now, everybody. Let's get some hype. This one looks like it's going in the player's favor. Or, you know, there might be some surprises in just a few minutes. But still, let's let them have this one. Dragons still moving around. Let's look at all of our players. All of them stand pretty close together so far. They are all on a team now. They're working collaboratively for this final challenge, clearing out the ads on each other, trying to make sure that everybody can stay alive. Getting a few shots on the dragon as well. Just under half health. She's staying on the outside of this ring, so it is a little bit harder to nail it through those different arches and other structures. Looks like she's potentially coming in for a perch, though. Here's another chance for another big DPS wave. Again, Made You Look, thrown out. Dado thrown. Amaze coming in from the side. We got a few hits right here. Dr. Lupo's been frozen to the ground, unfortunately. I think everybody got thrown. We're not going to get a lot of damage on this one. Oh, but we have it. Under 20% health right now. Just trying to get at whatever hits they can. Another few stabs from underneath, but she's off and flying. Back to range combat. Dr. Lupo frozen fire. Being a different Enderman. The crowd control coming in clutch, everybody. TNT's going down, cats are being spawned, chickens are on the field, and the Endermen are mad. For the vanilla ones, if you look them in the eyes, that's what makes them angry. But we have things coming to a head right here as the dragon's coming down for 1 more perch cycle. Phase 2, though, has begun. The dragon's attacks just got leveled up, all the crystals are back, and now you're gonna have to go inside those towers as more things have been spawned. Let's see where everybody goes. Following those beams out to the outer towers, Dr. Lupo focusing right away on the center ones. Let's get these crystals down, shot after shot. Does he nail that one? A little high. Got that one though, didn't miss twice. Makes his way across the maze, looks like he's down into the void. Dr. Lupo working his way out towards the yellow tower. That's kind of fitting as he's moving through. Now they're open. Now it's not the shot from outside. Now you're gonna have to ascend from the ground floor. TNT right behind though. So, oh, never mind. They get pulled in, so you gotta move. You gotta move. The ground's going out right underneath your feet. Is he gonna be able to make it all the way up in one go? Around, hits the jump, nails it. all the way through. Jump boost to make his way up. Jump boost one more time. He's going to clear this tower in potentially the first shot, showing how it's done. Unless he got frozen. The perfectly timed crowd control freeze. And just insult to injury. Y'all are being cruel. I love it. All right, moving on. Let's see what everybody else is up to. Amaze making his way through another one. Dado teamwork on this one as they're both trying to clear. Again, the platforms drop out underneath your feet. Some of the mechanics from the last challenge. Dado cleared this one a lot back in Atlanta, so let's see if he can just take that through and nail it and grab this one in a pretty quick. Nope, he's gone. He's leaving. He's just out. He's just Amaze. You got this. This is your tower now. Let's check in. Made you look, see where she's at. Looks like she's about halfway up another tower, just working on hitting all of these jumps rapid succession. She is timing that close as each of these different platforms drop. Dr. Lupo hit the yellow tower crystal. One is down. Only 3 to go. He's making his way to help over here at the green tower. I think everybody went to their color. That matches so perfectly. Made you look, hitting that jump boost. Just needs to get up onto this platform right in front of her. A little bit closer. There you go, nailed it. The jump boost persisting, that could have been really useful. Oh no, those blocks go away so quickly. That is 3 very rapid jumps that need to be hit in very rapid succession. Losing a little bit of progress down the tower right now. Some of your last chances, everybody, to start messing with everybody via the crowd control app. You're doing amazing work. You're doing a lot of good for St. Jude's Children's. We've done so much already. I don't know if we have a total or anything. Oh, Dado's on fire. Oh no, sorry, that's Amaze. Amaze is on fire. And we have TNT being spawned as well. And just as I call for it, they already come through. Let's see, where did Dado go? Oh, Dado's at the next tower over, working his way up. Hitting that jump boost, it's all about timing. Just hitting all of these platforms. He's staying faster than I can spin around. 5 jumps right there, no chance for failure, but he's hitting everything right before it. 1, 2, 3. Right, that 4th one is what's messing him up. It's 2 blocks and an ascension. You got to jump a little bit later. 2. And down a little bit further as more Endermen are being spawned. Thankfully, the jump boost is a quick reset back to these simple moving platforms and then up to these 5, which are really starting to mess with him. Let's go over and check on Dr. Lupo. He's making his way up another one of these towers. He's already done one of these. Just going through to the next one. Oh, at the last second, but a quick save. I think he hit it. He hit it at the last possible second. He's up at the top, mining his way through. Here comes the green tower crystal about to go down. Just clear it out. He didn't even care. He took that out personally. Respawn back to the center. No shooting that. He was there for that in person. Made you look, trying to do a little bit of dragon damage, but with those 2 crystals up, it's going to be a little bit difficult as all of that's going to get healed really quick, and there's no bets for the 1 cycle. We're going to have to do this all the old-fashioned way. Going through 3, 4, 5. Nailed it right in time. Dado, one more time. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cleared it. It's just one of these sections. You've already done this. Let's go, Dado. Around on that. Come on. Catch the corners. Don't get caught. No! Oh, unfortunately. But a quick reset. It was back on the platform for this section, so not a lot of progress lost. Unfortunately, he's back down to this, but he's nailed them so far. Oh, I'm going to stop looking. I think I've jinxed him. I think this is my fault. Oh, Dado's up on the spawn point. I think he's up. Is he at this crystal? He is. He's back up at the next crystal once he's not having skeletons and zombies spawned on him. Just got to mine this out, and then the next crystal is going to be down. You got to break those bars first. No. I'm sorry, Sparkies. You had to go. Mining up just a quick corner of that one little shot, or are you going to just take it explosion right in the face? No, he's taking it the old-fashioned way as well. Fast travel back to spawn, apparently. As Dado's now in the center. The blue tower crystal also just getting taken down by Made You Look right as that was happening. Stage 2, the crystals are all down. The dragon is once again vulnerable, and she is angry. As now the Endermen are going to start being aggressive, even if our players don't look at them. So they're going to have that to worry about as there's a few ads. But now the archery is going to come into play here. As it looks like she's flying around, not ready to perch yet, so it's all about, never mind. There comes in a perch. Phase 3, though, has begun. The crystals, now the crystals move. So Dr. Lupo's like, I'm not waiting for that at all. 2 shots in the center already. 3 shots in the center already. 4! Are you going to hit 5? You're going to hit 5. Are you going to hit 6? Almost. You're going to hit 6. Are you going to hit 7? That's 7. Are you going to hit 8? Nobody makes fun of these players 3 phases in a row. They've got those shots down now, everybody. Now it's a matter of clearing those towers one more time, unfortunately. But now they've done it. They know what they're going for. Made You Look is already working her way back in and starting to go up that same parkour space. A few of these different platforms that we've seen in some of the earlier ones, we're very close towards the end of this charity event as everybody has been working extremely hard to get there, including you all, who have done a lot of work to make it extremely difficult for them as well. Dado already making his way back up, right up to that same jump platform he was at when I just cursed him before by watching. So let's see if this is actually my fault or if he can nail this through with me watching. 1, 2. Never mind. I'm going to go look at somebody else. I feel like that's my fault. I'm sorry, Dado. Dr. Lupo making his way across the parkour section. Just trying to get up to these crystals. Trying to end this fight once and for all. Nailed at the last second. That was really close. Hitting the jump. The dragon just flew through the tower. Hitting Dr. Lupo. He missed his jump. But again, this section, he's already cleared it once. It's just about calm, precise movements, working his way through. Clearing through, up to the top. Here we are. Is he going to take this one out with his face again? I'm thinking it's on brand. You got to do it. You got to do it. Yes! First crystal is down. Let's check it out. Made You Look. She's halfway up her tower as well. I think I cursed everybody that I've looked at these 5 platforms. I really think that that's me at this point. Let's check Amaze. He's in the center, getting ready for combat, clearing out a few of the ads, doing his part. Dado's running his way across as well. I think he might have had a respawn. The Dragon Bomb already going in. 2 crystals are down. Another one must have been taken out while we were looking at some of the other players. Amaze down into the void. The blue tower is still up, and the green tower is still up. Let's check Dados and spawn. Dr. Lupo making his way around on these sprint jumps. You can't lose any momentum. You have to hit all of them in rapid succession. Fireworks, we're celebrating. We're almost through on this event. Just 2 crystals down, and then a dragon to kill. What a great finale of GCX, everybody. Can we get a little bit of noise? Are y'all excited? Made You Look just hit the green tower crystal as well. She cleared that out. This is the final one. This is the last crystal we need to worry about. All they need to do is clear this little bit of parkour and make their way through. Crushing it. The blocks breaking behind must be so nerve-wracking. You're hearing the ground behind you just exploding. Let's see, use your pickaxe, Amaze. Wait, Amaze! Amaze is at the top of the tower! He jumped the whole thing when we weren't even looking. All he's got to do is break the cage and then smack that crystal, and then we're done, and the dragon can be killed. Did he just? No, he's... He's got it! All right, everybody, let's get to the center. It's time for the end of this fight. I think there might have been a little bit of spiritual intervention right there. Just throwing him inside of the cage is just like, no, you shall do this. Now, the Endermen here are all going to be aggressive. If you have any coins left over that you put into crowd control, now is the time to use them. This is the final event. This is the end. The dragon is perched. It's DPS time as Made You Look is thrown up into the sky. Amaze is yeeted up. Dado is thrown into the goop and just doing what he can to stab the dragon. Hoglin just being spawned with another name I recognize as the dragon heads off, took enough damage, and she's working her way back for another pass. Now there's a laser attack as well from the dragon, as so much is being spawned in right now. The dragon's perching again really quickly. All the players underneath. Dado getting thrown. Amaze underneath, just stabbing for damage. Him and Made You Look getting thrown. Dado behind. Dr. Lupo right behind as well. Everybody's just trying to get hits in, get this dragon down. They don't want you to win, chat. They want to win. You all are smiting them, the lightning coming in, the mobs coming in. Everything is glowing. This is chaos. I love it. Fireworks are up. The dragon is up. She's under half health. Everybody, as she's coming in for a perch, let's get some hype. This might be the end of the Minecraft Charity Gauntlet if they can get enough DPS in. Let's see if they can do it before they get thrown away. Under 25. 10%. There's just a few more hits. It's so close. Do you think they're going to be able to do it with a shot? Where did she go? Where did she go? I thought, oh, here she comes in. It got a little bit of quiet. Calm before the storm. She's over in this way. I don't know if anybody's taking shots or if they're too busy with the ads. The Endermen definitely seem to be causing them a lot of chaos. They're doing what they can. Cameras are being locked. Everybody's respawning. The lightning is going through. The dragon is using laser eyes attack. She is just waiting for that final perch. She's coming in. This is every speedrunner's dream right here. Every speedrunner's nightmare if the dragon won't perch. Potential ruin it. Somebody hit the shot. That is victory! Stage 2 results. Dr. Lupo collected all of the items. Dado collected 8. Made You Look. Fortnite. Y'all have wings, everybody, if you want to. Go ahead and fly. Dr. Lupo, 12 deaths, 26 crystals. Made You Look the MVP on dragon damage, 155. Dado, most balanced, with a few crystals and some solid damage, and Amaze, crushing everything with that last crystal kill. Everybody is crouching to celebrate. They're all ready to go. We have a little bit of a credits of the amazing people from Spark Universe who have helped make this event happen. Thank you all so much. We didn't get a total, but thank you all to everybody who contributed through crowd control to make this not only an event that you watched, but something that you participated in and helped benefit an amazing cause. As the players on stage are celebrating, I think that's almost it for us here at the Minecraft Charity Gauntlet. Can we get another round of applause for all of our competitors, please? And while you're at it, our 5th player, everybody in chat and all of you here in the crowd, let's get it up for you as well. You did amazing. So much support. Thank you all so much. Again, thank you to Amaze, Dado, Dr. Lupo, and Made You Look, our 4 competitors. Test subjects, punishing the people we were punishing. It's a little bit of everything. All right, everybody, we are almost wrapped up here. I'm going to toss it off to the stage for us to get ready for our closing ceremonies. Again, my name is Lagundo. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you all so much for everything. Be good to each other, everybody, and I'll talk to you soon.
Hello, everybody. Can we get a round of applause for Lagundo, please? Thank you. Did we have fun? Was that fun? Yes? Okay. You know, all together, this is a community event. It's all about community, but it was slightly a competition in the first 2 rounds. So we made a trophy. My son helped me make this trophy. And we have some points. So tied for 3rd place with 6 points. I don't know if they can hear me.
If I don't
Can you guys hear me? Hi. I have a trophy. You guys want someone want a trophy? Okay. So tied in third place with 6 points, we have Made You Look and Amaze. Second place with 12 points, we have Dado. And that means that Charlie, I don't have to buy him a new Lego Minecraft set because we get to take his pieces home. 13 points goes to Dr. Lupo. Congrats.
Me winning means that I don't have to buy my son another Lego Creepers. That's good. Wait, is it all me now? Y'all, she just left me up here on stage with a microphone and a trophy now, and she's gonna learn a lesson or something. I don't know what's going on. Kevin, could you please be an adult and do something?
No.
You've literally done no work all weekend. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, nothing. I could start now if you want, Ben. I mean, we'll see what happens. I just want to thank everyone for coming out. This was a very special year, and I appreciate everyone who bought a ticket, came, made the trip. All the content creators, Dado, who's been probably working harder than I have, to be honest, the past 2 days, so thank you. And Danielle as well. Umaze, you killed it as the MC this year. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank
Oh, you got to cheer louder than that.
Wait, can
Come
I
on,
do one
y'all.
more thing real quick before I do it? Chat, I need GCX from everybody. We're gonna hype y'all up real quick. Y'all ready? GCX, GCX, GCX. Huh? Gaming. Done. Good. For the kid. For the kid. One more time. Woo!
I'm going to need that energy next year, bud.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
All right, cool. And thank you to Ricari and Sam, who were in our booth all weekend, taking care of things. Mitsu and Liz on the floor. All of our volunteers, if you see someone in a yellow shirt, give them a high five if they're down for it, elbows, whatever they're into. So thank you, volunteers. Ben, if you'd like to, I got a few things I got to say, but I mean, this guy every year comes out and just does some amazing things. But Ben, I'm going to give you the floor for a minute.
Did y'all like the charity marathon? Y'all like the feeling of being here in person, seeing each other? I think it goes without saying, after multiple years of being stuck in a box at home, we're all trying to live our lives and do what we can to not get sick. And then we come out here. It feels, pardon me, but real fucking good to see you. From myself, from every content creator you had the opportunity to meet here, from every fan, from St. Jude, and from every person that helped put this production on, security, all the people that cleaned up after y'all left messes, which actually you didn't do a bad job of cleaning up after yourselves. Congratulations. Sincerely and from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for contributing what you have, your time, your energy, and of course, your money to St. Jude goes such a long way. And I guarantee you the kids at that hospital are thankful for every single thing you've ever done for us. It means more than you realize. As someone who's been to the hospital, y'all are changing lives, and I thank you for that.
Thank you to everyone who participated in a panel, Made You Look, and the folks that did the cosplay contest. That's going to be back next year if you all want to bring it back, so bigger and better. But again, thank you so much. Before we go, I know I say this every year, but we have a little treat for you if you stuck around. Or this year, if you're watching at home, you also get to benefit from this. Go ahead if you want to roll the beautiful bean footage we have. We will be back right here in this room August 4th and 5th of next year. Tickets are on sale now.
Go buy your ticket. Do it.
Go to GCXEvent.com. Click the green button that says Get Your Tickets Now. Type in the promo code GCX23, and you will get 20% off if you're here or at home until midnight tonight. So enjoy, and from the entire Rare Drop team, everyone who participated in GCX, thank you, and we will see you next year.